Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Then, the two continued deeper into the interior. As they moved forward, the system completely lost connection with Porygon 2. That meant that at that moment, the Porygon 2 on the island must have entered standby mode. Once Cain exited that space, the system and Porygon 2 would reconnect, and he could resume operations. But at this point, Cain had already transferred all his battle Pokémon to his side. As for those being raised on the island, they had enough food reserves. There wouldn't be any problems for at least 3 months. If after 3 months, it was possible that the island would once again become a place filled with wild Pokémon. So Porygon 2 couldn't remain inactive for that long. In any case, Cain didn't believe that a single exploration of an alternate space would take 3 months. As they advanced, the unknown on Cain's wrist began to emit a faint glow. Drake didn't notice, but thanks to the development of his psychic abilities, Cain was no longer a complete novice when it came to perceiving spatial anomalies. Mr. Drake, we're almost there. Maybe once we cross that bend, we'll enter the other space, Cain warned. Drake nodded. Be careful. With that, as the elder, Drake took the lead with his Haxorus and passed through the bend. Cain remained still, not moving immediately, watching as Drake and his Haxorus suddenly vanished as they passed through the corridor. Space shimmered slightly as they crossed. Once he confirmed there was no danger, Cain entered alongside Slowking. He was quite experienced in crossing these spatial barriers. In the blink of an eye, without feeling any resistance, Cain appeared in another world. He was in the middle of a dense jungle. He quickly threw 2 Pokeballs, summoning Blaziken and Agron. Only then did he take a moment to observe his surroundings. Cain was surrounded by enormous ancient trees. Each trunk would require at least 3 people to encircle with their arms, and the vegetation was so dense there was no visible end in any direction. Behind him stood one of those ancient trees, but upon touching it again, he didn't feel any spatial fluctuation, indicating that the exit wasn't there. There was also no trace of Drake or his Haxorus. If they had arrived at the same point, Drake would undoubtedly have waited for him. That left only one explanation. What a pain. The most annoying thing happened. A spatial barrier with random teleportation, Cain muttered with a frown. The worst part of these situations wasn't arriving at different locations, but that the exit point was often extremely hard to find. Entry is random, but the exit is fixed. With bad luck, he might need to explore the entire space to find it, and even then, without high spatial sensitivity or the help of a special Pokémon, he might never locate it. There's no choice but to take it step by step, Cain sighed in resignation. Still, following Drake's method, he marked a unique symbol at the base of a tree. Only he and Drake would understand what the symbol meant. Then, with his 3 Pokémon, he began surveying the area. In an unknown space like this, full of forests, wandering aimlessly would be reckless. It was best to first find a relatively safe spot, establish it as a base, and then explore outward from there. When it came to wilderness exploration, Cain considered himself at least as skilled as Drake, if not more. Raising his hand toward a tree behind him, Cain gently tore the air and opened a spatial passage. Looks like this isn't a pure alternate space. If the unknown can use their mysterious power, then this place is relatively safe, Cain thought to himself. He changed into more practical gear for outdoor survival and chose a direction to walk in with his 3 Pokémon. In this place where the sky was hazy and there was no clear sense of direction, simply picking a direction was already a challenge. Luckily, he had the psychic power of Slowking. At the entry point, he established a psychic coordinate, and by using his perception to trace that coordinate, he could orient himself. Every so often, he set new psychic coordinates according to his instructions. This not only allowed him to teleport quickly in case of danger, but also helped him determine direction by drawing a line between 2 coordinates. After all, 2 points form a straight line. Following a direction that gave him a certain intuition, Cain moved forward with his Pokémon. But he had barely walked a bit when he was attacked by a wild Pokémon. A wild Yanmega. And not just any, its level was 50. Pokémon, Yanmega Green. Gender, male. Level, 50. Types, Bug plus Flying. Ability, Tinted Lens. Held item, none. Egg moves, Leech Life, Signal Beam, Silver Wind, Pursuit. Basic moves, Bug Buzz, Air Slash, Night Slash, Tackle, Foresight, Quick Attack, Double Team, Sonic Boom, Detect, Supersonic, Ancient Power, Feint, Slash, Screech, U-Turn. Learned moves, Uproar, Bug Bite, Giga Drain, Snore, Laser Focus. TM moves, none. He had just arrived, and the first wild Pokémon was already at a quasi-elite level. Are all the wild Pokémon here this strong? Cain started to feel a bit concerned. A quasi-elite level Pokémon wasn't a problem if it was just one. The problem would be if there were whole packs of Pokémon at that level. For now, he had to take care of that Yanmega before worrying about anything else. Agron, Rock Tomb, immobilize it. Blaziken, Blaze Kick. Cain commanded firmly. While packs of Pokémon at that level would be a serious problem, they also represented excellent training grounds for Agron and Blaziken. Grahh, roared Agron, crossing his arms in front of his chest with a loud metallic clang. 3 chains of rock shot out in different directions to trap the Yanmega. Blazk. Blaziken leapt high into the air at that instant. Timing it just as Yanmega would be immobilized, he launched a flaming kick. Complete trust in his partner. And just as expected, right when the flame on his leg peaked, Yanmega was dragged into the predicted spot by Agron. Boom. Crack. The kick struck Yanmega directly on the head, shattering the rock chains and slamming it against a tree, embedding it with force. Around the impact point, black burn marks spread. A single kick had been enough to defeat this quasi-elite level wild Pokémon. Blaziken was mastering his power more and more. Although his raw strength hadn't increased much recently, the effectiveness of his moves was improving remarkably. Cain's guidance had had a very clear impact. After defeating the wild Yanmega, Cain had already gained a good understanding of this space's environment. A place that had gone a long time without contact with the Pokémon world, where everything was a pure natural ecosystem. Due to the absence of human intervention, Pokémon with incredibly high levels could be found. Of course, there were also some at lower levels. But compared to the outside Pokémon world, in this space it was much more common to encounter high-level, powerful Pokémon. In an environment completely ruled by survival of the fittest, those who had managed to survive until now had to possess formidable strength or belong to a solid and powerful group. After taking care of that Yanmega, Cain didn't stop. Together with his Pokémon, he continued deeper into the forest. He was prepared, so he wasn't surprised to encounter increasingly stronger Pokémon. It was unclear how large the space was or how many people had entered. However, the random teleportation mechanism had likely greatly increased Steven and Phoebe's chances of survival. Judging by their growth rate, they probably already had elite-level strength, or at least something close to it. At the very least, they should have 1 or 2 Pokémon of that level. What worried Cain the most was their lack of outdoor survival experience. Steven might be better, he didn't go out much, but he wasn't a total novice. He had basic skills for surviving in the wild. The one who truly concerned him was Phoebe, a complete beginner. If by bad luck she were to fall into a trap or enemy ambush at a critical moment, her life could be in danger. Thinking about that, Cain picked up the pace. He didn't expect to find them immediately, but he did want to explore more ground and better understand the space. Or even run into an enemy. That way, he could confirm which faction had attacked Watson and begin preparing with a stronger foundation. However, after an entire day of walking, Cain saw no signs of other humans. All he encountered were wild Pokémon. He defeated countless of them. In the end, he even had to call on Politoed and Swampert to join the fights. With 4 Pokémon battling, they could barely hold back the waves. Even so, the intense battles were bearing fruit. Agron, who had been stuck at the peak of the advanced level, finally broke through that barrier and ascended to the quasi-elite level after a day of combat. Although it appeared he had only gained 1 level, his power increased drastically. With that, all the Pokémon on his second team, except for Pupitar, whom Cain had ordered to stay put and consolidate his power, had now reached the quasi-elite level. That meant the plan he had set in motion was progressing perfectly. As night fell, since it was his first day inside the forest, he decided to look for a relatively safe place to camp. But since the mysterious space still allowed him to use the unknown's secret power, he chose to directly open an entrance to a subspace high up in a tree. Currently, Cain was carrying too many Pokémon with him, so preparing dinner wasn't easy. Aside from some emergency rations he carried for direct consumption, he had to improvise, gather ingredients, and cook on the spot. And it wasn't like his Pokémon minded. It had been a while since they had all gathered to share a meal. From veterans like Honchkrow, Slowking, and Jengar, to the newer ones like Bagon, Horsia, and Ralts. It was rare to have them all together. That's why, even while exploring an unknown place, Cain didn't feel alone. He had his Pokémon, and that gave him great confidence. After eating, no training was done. It was the first day in this mysterious space, so he chose to conserve energy. Who knew what might happen tomorrow? Both the elite-level Pokémon like Honchkrow and the younger ones like Ralts received the same order to rest for the night. Cain took all his Pokémon into the subspace created by the Unknown and completely sealed the entrance. Unless someone also had the Unknown's secret power, it would be impossible to locate their hiding place. However, shortly after Cain and his Pokémon disappeared into the tree, 2 people arrived at the place where they had dined. A man and a woman. One of them approached the spot where Cain had buried the fire's embers and stuck a finger into the ground. He felt the residual heat of the ashes. The scent of grilled meat still lingered in the air. "Looks like the smoke we saw earlier was real," the man said. "Someone was here recently." "But who? One of ours? One of them? Or maybe someone from the League?" The woman, with a serious expression, scanned the area in every direction. "I never imagined that upon entering this space we'd all end up separated. Just finding you was already extremely difficult. And we still have no idea how big this place is," the woman said gravely. "This space involves too many things. Who knows how many years it's been sealed?" "It's normal that we have no information," added the man. "We only came in here to retrieve that item the other group has." The woman frowned, a trace of regret on her face. What happened with Watson? "I imagine the Hoenn League must be completely enraged right now. I don't know if it was really worth causing all this over a single item." "We don't have decision-making power," the man replied. "Whatever the outcome, those at the top will take responsibility. We just need to regroup with our people as soon as possible and eliminate all the League rats hiding in here. If we don't, it'll be a huge problem." "Do you think the League has already sent people? If they block the exit, we really will become savages." "Don't think about that. Better scan the area. The fire's still warm and the smell of food hasn't faded." "They can't have gone far," the man said, scanning the surroundings again. "Understood," the woman replied with a slight nod. Both disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Cain had no idea what was happening outside. He hadn't slept at all the previous night in order to reach Slateport City quickly. 2 days and 1 night had already passed. Even someone with psychic powers would be exhausted after going through something so intense. So now, together with his Pokémon, Cain slept deeply. The absolute safety of the subspace allowed them to fully relax and rest. Second day. Morning. Cain emerged from the alternate space accompanied by his Pokémon. "Something's not right," he said after just a glance around. He immediately noticed something different. The night before, he had completely buried the remains of the campfire, and yet now there was a small hole in that spot. Judging by the size of the hole, it was very likely someone had stuck a human finger in there. In addition, there were human footprints on the ground with no attempt to hide them. "They must have thought I'd already left and didn't bother covering their tracks." Cain narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing in them. He crouched down and carefully examined the depth and size of the footprints. Interesting. 2 people. A man and a woman. Did they meet by chance, or do they have some special way of reuniting quickly? Cain wondered silently. It wasn't a far-fetched possibility. He and Drake didn't know much about this mysterious space. And if the enemy had been able to plan Watson's ambush with such precision right before entering the space, they probably knew a lot more about this place. Cain slowly stood back up. They couldn't have gone far in just one night. I might still be able to catch up to them, Cain decided. After a quick breakfast with his Pokémon, he set out in pursuit. Whether ally or enemy, running into someone would help him better understand this space. Suddenly, not long after he had started moving, the ground began to shake. Not just the ground, the entire space seemed to tremble. And then something completely abnormal happened. A gigantic tree of an unknown species emerged on the horizon, as if rising from the very bowels of the earth, and it kept growing at an alarming rate. Cain froze, watching the tree as it continued to rise. He had previously flown above the canopy of this vast primeval forest, and even from the air, he hadn't been able to see its end. It seemed to stretch on infinitely. And the ancient trees that grew here were already enormous. That's why he had assumed this entire space was just one vast jungle. But that tree, that single tree, kept growing without pause. From his location, Cain felt it was as distant as empty chimney looks from Leafy Town, clearly visible, but unreachable. What kind of tree is that? It's already over 3,000 meters tall, and it's done that in just half an hour. And it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon, Cain muttered in awe. Could it be the legendary Tree of Life? The appearance of that tree was a clear message. Whatever secret was hidden in this space, everyone inside was surely now heading toward that natural colossus. But Cain couldn't do that. According to his judgment, Stephen and Phoebe, aware of their situation, wouldn't rush toward the tree, but rather approach it cautiously. If he charged in headfirst, he might fall directly into an ambush. So he decided to temporarily ignore the giant tree, which was finally starting to slow its growth a bit, though still showing no clear sign of stopping. Cain continued tracking the two people who had found his camp, hoping they hadn't strayed too far yet. Somewhere in the mysterious space, an old man with a white beard stood on a branch, chewing jerky and drinking liquor as he looked at the colossal figure of the tree in the distance. Beside him, a light blue Pokémon flapped its scarlet wings. It was Drake, who had been separated from Cain when entering the space. After swallowing the dried meat and a big gulp of liquor, he wiped the alcohol from his beard. That tree must be the central secret of this space. I don't know if Stephen, Cain, or those other brats are heading toward it, but I need to go first. If there's a secret there, we can't let their side get it first. And if there's nothing there, at least staying near the tree is better than wandering around blindly, Drake thought. He stored away his canteen. Who knows how long I'll be stuck here. I better ration the liquor, he said as he mounted his salamence. He had complete confidence in his strength, so he flew straight toward the tree. Although there were many powerful wild Pokémon in this space, few could pose a real threat to him. In fact, they were nearly non-existent. Among wild Pokémon, reaching the elite level was already a rarity. And to reach champion level, well, most would never even see one in their lives. Aside from Drake, others scattered throughout the space also began heading toward the tree. Whether it held secrets or not, that tree now pointed the way forward. Cain, however, was an exception. He continued following the trail of the two people who had been at his campsite. But in the middle of his search, the footprints simply vanished. As if, just like him, they had hidden themselves in an alternate space. Or perhaps, above. Cain looked up sharply. And there he saw it, a Pidgeot soaring through the sky, with a woman standing on its back. She was staring down at him with a cold expression. Only one person? Cain frowned. That didn't make sense. Where was the other one? Hiding? Or did he head straight for the tree? In that situation, if they had reunited, it would have made the most sense to move together for safety. Soon, Cain shifted his attention to the woman. She was dressed in red, with an Omega symbol on her clothing. The emblem of her organization was unmistakable, Team Magma. Cain watched her closely as she descended on her Pidgeot. So he was right, someone was trying to pin the blame on Team Aqua. And who better to do that than Team Magma themselves? Water and fire don't mix. The woman also stared at him intently as she ordered her Pidgeot to descend slowly. Team Magma, huh? And your partner? Cain asked coldly. TCH, I thought I felt someone following us. Turned out I was right. Hey, Little League boy, haven't they told you it's dangerous to follow a lady without her permission? The woman jumped off her Pidgeot and stood in front of Cain with a flirtatious smile. Was she flirting? Seriously? Cain frowned even more. If her partner had gone to the tree, that was fine. But if he was hiding nearby and Cain hadn't noticed, then there was definitely a problem. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. That's why I followed you, Cain replied, showing not the slightest bit of fear. Oh? And what if I let you ask them? Maybe this big sister can help you with the answers, the Team Magma woman said, laughing as she openly flirted. Aren't you people in Team Magma afraid that by attacking Mr. Watson, you'll lose any chance of ever resurfacing again, said Cain. The Team Magma woman remained silent for a brief moment after Cain's question. Forget it, I'll just capture you first and interrogate you later. Cain decided not to waste any more time and launched a direct attack. As for her partner, whether he had left or was hiding, nothing at that moment could make Cain change his mind. It was even possible that this woman was just stalling for time, so Cain had no intention of waiting any longer. He immediately threw 4 Pokeballs. Agron, Blaziken, Politoed, and Swampert appeared on the battlefield. Grah. Swamp. Of the 4, Agron and Swamp showed the most excitement upon appearing. The Drizzle ability didn't activate. Politoed had gained increasingly precise control over his Drizzle ability. Upon seeing Cain's Pokémon, his opponent's expression turned serious. She threw out 3 more Pokeballs, bringing her total to 4 Pokémon, including the Pidgeot she had previously been riding. The 4 Pokémon were Pidgeot, Magcargo, Camerupt, and Mitina. The system scanned the data of these Pokémon. Pokémon, Camerupt, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 56. Types, fire plus ground. Ability, magma armor. Held item, none. Egg moves, body slam, ancient power, heat wave. Basic moves, rock slide, fissure, eruption, growl, tackle, ember, focus energy, magnitude, flame burst, amnesia, lava plume, curse, takedown, yawn, earthquake, eruption. Learned moves, iron head, earth power, stomping tantrum, snore. TM moves, protect, flamethrower, rock tomb, stone edge. This Camerupt was the Team Magma woman's strongest Pokémon. A quasi-elite level Pokémon. The others were also around that level, though slightly below Camerupt. Cain narrowed his eyes. A member of Team Magma with quasi-elite level strength was already a significant figure, just below the high-ranking officers. That meant this woman likely knew a lot about what was going on. He had to capture her alive. For Cain, who had already mastered this level of combat, such an opponent posed no pressure at all. In fact, he saw her as a perfect trial run for Agron and the others. After all, Agron still had a disadvantage against fire-type Pokémon. Agron, head smash. Blaziken, swords dance then high jump kick. Politoed, water pulse. Swampert, earth hammer. Cain commanded his 4 Pokémon to attack with their favorite and most powerful moves. Agron charged ahead without hesitation, heading straight for Camerupt and Magcargo, showing no fear of the fire types. Though steel is weak to fire, the prolonged exposure to mineral supplements inside diamonds had coated Agron with a thin non-metallic substance, not quite diamond, but something Cain discovered was surprisingly fire-resistant. Agron raised one of his arms to block Camerupt's flamethrower, and when the metal began to turn red from the heat, he switched arms. Politoed followed close behind, firing water pulse at the flames to relieve the pressure on Agron. Swampert stomped the ground hard, cracking it, and then brought both hands together to deliver a powerful earth hammer against Magcargo. Blaziken moved last, but his strike was the first to land. The speed he displayed after Sword's dance was inhuman. Boom! Water pulse collided with flamethrower, causing a massive explosion and a thick curtain of smoke. Immediately after, boom! As Camerupt launched his attack, the ground beneath him was already shaking. Not far away, part of the terrain collapsed. But that was only the beginning. From above, Blaziken launched himself in a perfect arc, his body completely curved like a drawn bow, seemingly weightless, but hiding terrifying explosive power. He moved so fast that he left visible trails in the smoke. Bang! A devastating kick struck Camerupt square in the face, who was still firing his flames without understanding what was happening. That usually stable and robust body was launched like a giant missile. It flew out of the smoke like a projectile, like someone waving their sleeve and leaving not even a cloud. Boom! Crack! It crashed into a tree so large it would take 3 people to wrap around it, snapping it in half, and only stopped after colliding with another tree behind it. Camerupt fell to the ground and, though he tried to stand multiple times, failed to do so. With Camerupt's flames gone, Agron became an unstoppable tank. Politoed used Agron as a springboard, leveraging his frog-like jumping ability to launch himself skyward. His ice-covered fist struck Pidgeot, who was trying to flap its wings to disperse the smoke. Crack! The icy coating on his fist shattered on impact. Pidgeot plummeted straight down. Still airborne, Politoed fired a stream of water at Magcargo, whom Swampert had already pinned down, to slow his own fall. And the falling Pidgeot turned into a ball. Agron, charging full speed, was like a professional striker. The head smash blades on his head gleamed. The impact, combined with Agron's speed and weight, was devastating. Pidgeot, still trying to react, didn't even have time to defend. Boom! Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crystal clear. Whoosh! It was sent flying even faster than Camerupt, as if kicked out of the field. It rolled across the ground dozens of times and ended up curled into a ball. Goal! Pidgeot's skeleton had been completely shattered. Ice Punch, followed by a 150 power head smash. Both rock-type, and the bird had no time to defend. The result was obvious. When this first wave of attacks ended, the effect of Pidgeot's wing flaps to clear the smoke had just started to show. At that moment, the battlefield had no intact spot left. Swampert had Magcargo pinned to the ground, surrounded by rocks and cracks. Agron had flattened the terrain like a steamroller, leaving it full of craters. The 3 extreme assaults had been a total success. Gulp. The only one who hadn't been hit was Mitina, standing in the middle of Cain's 4 Pokémon, trembling and drooling. At that point, it was the only one still standing. But it looked utterly defeated mentally. The combined force of Cain's 4 Pokémon, at full power, far exceeded other Pokémon of similar level. Meanwhile, the battered Camerupt, who had rolled an unknown number of times, finally managed to stand up shakily. But as the smoke cleared and he saw the battlefield, Camerupt was stunned. Then he simply toppled over sideways. And before closing his eyes, he gave Mitina a look that clearly said, "Good luck. Save yourself if you can." The Mitina was trembling slightly from its hind legs. 4 burly men stared at it. Although the battle hadn't technically started yet, the outcome was already decided. And its trainer, that woman from Team Magma, wore an expression even more stunned than its own. She was completely paralyzed. She had considered the possibility of not being a match for that man, but she wasn't truly worried. Her partner had only stepped away briefly. Once the battle started, he would return immediately. With 2 trainers against 1 and a numerical advantage in Pokémon, she thought there'd be no problem. That's why, when she saw Cain, she didn't feel too nervous. She even cracked a little joke. A quasi-elite level trainer is weak? Not at all. Even within this mysterious space, her strength was above average. But even with the same number of Pokémon and similar levels, she was completely crushed. That shows the difference in Pokémon training and coordination. Or, put simply, the difference between trainers. Even if Mitina gave its best pleading look, Agron and the others had no intention of letting it go. In the end, it was Agron who personally took care of it. He grabbed it directly by the tail. Do you know how Loki got smashed by Hulk? It was that brutal. Literally. If Mitina had counterattacked with everything it had, maybe it would have had a slim chance. After all, Cain had ordered all his Pokémon to unleash their most powerful moves simultaneously. But that was a momentary explosion. If they managed to endure that first wave, they could have taken control of the battle later on. What they didn't expect was that Cain's Pokémon would terrify the enemy with the very first blow. It wasn't their fault. Aggron and Blaziken attacked with overwhelming force. Just look at Pidgeot and Magcargo now. The most unfortunate was Pidgeot. Do you know what it feels like to get run over by a war tank? Ask Pidgeot. And Magcargo, with its body covered in extreme temperatures, didn't even get the chance to show its power. Facing a completely unrestrained Swampert, its flames couldn't even tickle him. Camerupt wasn't lucky either. Blaziken kicked it so many times it couldn't even get up. And when it finally managed to stand, it saw all its teammates lying defeated. Its soul froze, it lost all will to fight, and with it, any ability to continue battling. The last one left was Mytina. Part of its defeat was due to fear, and part because its trainer had been completely shocked into silence, unable to give any orders. This is what's known as the triple strike, a surprise attack so brutal that it leaves the enemy unable to respond. If you're not prepared, you lose several Pokémon in one blow, and then there's no point in continuing the fight. But if you can survive those first attacks, then there's a chance to recover. Once all the enemy Pokémon were defeated, Aggron approached the Team Magma woman, who still hadn't snapped out of it. He chained her up completely using rock-type energy. Cain walked toward her. He observed how Aggron had used 4 stone chains to restrain her, with well-defined curves. And Aggron with a technique that was far too refined. Who would have thought? Cain met the gaze of the Team Magma woman. In her eyes was astonishment and deep humiliation. Cain showed slight discomfort. Aggron had probably practiced his stone chain technique so much that it had become overly artistic. Ahem. Aggron, cover her completely with rocks, Cain coughed, trying to diffuse the awkward moment. Even though he was already 16 and about to turn 17, and wasn't a stranger to forbidden pleasures in his past life, in this situation, neither the setting, the moment, nor the person stirred the slightest interest. Understanding Cain's intent, Aggron's eyes gleamed with a yellow light, and multiple rocks surged from the ground like magnets, completely encasing the Team Magma woman. That way, Cain could interrogate her calmly. He sat cross-legged in front of her. "Now you should be able to talk peacefully, right?" said Cain. But the woman looked at him, biting her lips stubbornly, refusing to say a single word. Cain's expression began to grow cold. Cain didn't consider himself merciful just because he felt uncomfortable with how Aggron had tied her up. "We're out in the open. Here, there aren't just wild Pokémon, there are animals too. Do you know what could happen to a defenseless woman in this kind of environment?" he said in a chilling tone. The woman immediately turned pale and trembled slightly. She looked at him in disbelief. Wasn't this guy a member of the League? Since when did the League do things like this? That was typical of underground organizations like Team Magma, not them. When she saw the change in Cain's eyes, she understood what he was truly capable of. This League man hadn't just killed before. He had killed more than one. In the end, when Cain left the area, there wasn't a single trace left behind. But his expression was grim. That Team Magma woman was a quasi-elite level trainer, so she was well informed about recent events. And it was only after getting all the information he needed from her that Cain's expression became so dark. Because his previous suspicions were correct. In this incident, Team Magma had been involved, but so had Team Aqua. Yes, the 2 largest underground organizations in the Hoenn region were implicated, which gave them the confidence to dare attack even someone like Watson. But what surprised Cain the most was the appearance of a third force. Besides Team Magma and Team Aqua, there was a third group involved. And it was precisely because of this third force that the other 2 were able to set aside their differences and collaborate in this event. And who is this third force? None other than the supposedly neutral Hunter Guild, the very ones who swore never to get involved in conflicts. When he heard this, Cain didn't want to believe it at first. But when faced with someone on the brink of death, whose words are usually sincere, that woman had no reason to lie. Moreover, only an organization of the Hunter Guild's caliber could unite Team Magma and Team Aqua. The true organizers of this incident were the members of the Hunter Guild. Team Magma was only participating because they wanted to obtain a certain item from them. And Team Aqua, most likely for the same reason. As for what the item was, the woman wasn't high-ranking enough to know. The leaders of this operation were Tabitha, one of the 3 Team Magma executives, Shelley, one of the 3 Team Aqua executives, and the leader of the Hunter Guild. Those 3 together were the ones who attacked Watson. As for the mole within the league, with her rank, she still hadn't gained access to that kind of information. By the time she appeared, Watson had already been defeated. She didn't even know for sure who was responsible. It was all just speculation. Having obtained the information he wanted, Cain didn't hesitate. He quickly eliminated an irrelevant person. He waited at the location for a while, but when the other person didn't return, he had to give up for the time being. This time, he didn't blindly explore the surroundings. He moved directly toward the center, where the ancient tree of life stood. Based on what he knew about Drake, that was definitely where he would head as soon as he entered. And if what that woman said was true, that both Team Magma and Team Aqua, along with the Hunter Guild, were involved, then even if Drake possessed supreme strength in this space, a war of attrition based on sheer numbers could pose a huge risk for him. However, flying directly toward the center wasn't viable. Without absolute control of the airspace, he could even be ambushed from above. So the only option was to proceed on foot. Cain tossed a pokeball and summoned Drapion. Kia. Drapion roared excitedly upon emerging. Cain immediately climbed onto its back. Once again, his land mount proved useful. In this pathless forest, Drapion's many-jointed legs made any terrain a non-issue. The other Pokémon on his team were also more than prepared to navigate environments like this. Cain picked up his pace toward the heart of the space. But although he walked for quite a while, the distance covered seemed minimal. The classic case of the mountain looks close, but you never get there. Along the way, he encountered a good number of wild Pokémon. Curiously, most of them were grass-type and of a higher level than the rest. Likely due to the characteristics of the environment, a dense forest in all directions. Cain murmured, coming to an abrupt stop. He had seen something that fully caught his attention. He lightly tapped Drapion's back. It understood instantly and began chasing the Pokémon that had just disappeared among the trees. The target hadn't noticed Drapion's presence, nor sensed any danger. It was moving cheerfully in search of food. To it, this was its clan's territory. And foraging in one's own domain shouldn't pose any threat. After all, its group was the strongest and largest in the area. What it didn't know was that an outsider had entered. Someone who didn't know the rules of this place and who had simply become interested in its presence. A Bulbasaur. What Cain had seen was precisely a Bulbasaur, foraging on a patch of fertile soil. Cain had always felt a fondness for Bulbasaur from the beginning. And once he established his own island, his appreciation for them only grew. But since Bulbasaur were starter Pokémon, they were hard to find in the wild. Even on the black market, most Bulbasaur were of mediocre quality. When Giovanni granted him a 400 million quota, Cain considered redeeming a high-quality Bulbasaur from Team Rocket's inventory. But due to his priority on completing missions and strengthening his combat power, and not finding one with good aptitude, he let the opportunity pass. And, while he could now request a Kanto starter through the League, given his current status as a high-ranking member of the Hoenn League, the problem was he couldn't influence the quality of the Bulbasaur assigned to him. Even if he didn't use it for himself, gathering several Bulbasaur would benefit his long-term projects. At present, his island only had 3, and all were of low quality. Rather lonely. Pokémon, Bulbasaur, dark green. Gender, male. Level, 15. Types, grass plus poison. Ability, overgrow. Held item, none. Egg moves, magical leaf, ingrain, grassy terrain. Basic moves, tackle, growl, vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, takedown. Learned moves, worry seed, snore, synthesis, seed bomb. TM moves, none. A wild Bulbasaur, dark green in color and with good constitution. What mattered most to Cain was that it had grassy terrain among its egg moves. Wow, I found something really valuable. If this Bulbasaur belongs to a group, even better, he murmured as he pulled out another Pokeball and summoned Ralts. For this, there was no need to use a powerful Pokémon. Using Ralts against this Bulbasaur was almost cruel. "Rills," she exclaimed softly upon appearing. As soon as she saw Cain, she floated over to him and threw herself into his arms. "Dad, Dad." Ralts's voice echoed in Cain's mind. After so much time, Cain had already grown used to Ralts calling him Dad. "Ralts, see that Bulbasaur?" Used disarming voice, he said, gently stroking her small head. "Rills." Ralts immediately understood and fixed her gaze on Bulbasaur. A hypnotic, magnetic, and gentle sound emerged from her mouth, flowing straight into the small Bulbasaur's ears. Upon hearing it, he stopped eating and looked up at Ralts. His eyes filled with hearts. His heart pounded wildly. If he weren't green, it would have been easy to see him blushing. That was love. But Ralts wasn't moved by Bulbasaur's feelings. She placed her hands on her hips, pulled away from Cain's embrace, and struck a haughty pose. "Mini Hancock?" A majestic energy radiated from her. Cain raised an eyebrow, surprised. Since when did this little one have such confidence in herself? Soon after, Bulbasaur collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. But even as he fell, his face wore a smile. Who knows what dreams he had as he lost consciousness. Cain threw a Pokeball and captured him. "Soar," Bulbasaur murmured just before being absorbed. He didn't resist and was captured with no trouble. Cain admitted that he had underestimated the charm Ralts had over small Pokémon. After the capture, Ralts changed her expression again, returning to her childlike demeanor, and threw herself back into Cain's arms. Catching that Bulbasaur was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, in the end, when it was defeated, it seemed quite willing. That single Bulbasaur already surpassed in quality all the Bulbasaur currently on Cain's private island. However, after capturing it, Cain had the feeling there might still be more Bulbasaur in the area. Because based on what he had observed along his entire path, most of the low-level Pokémon he encountered belonged to larger groups. Mainly because within those groups there were adults who protected and guided the younger ones, allowing them to grow safely. On the other hand, solitary Pokémon rarely had established offspring. It wasn't that they couldn't reproduce, but their young had a much harder time surviving. Although if they did survive, their combat ability was notable. So Cain began exploring the forest in search of more. And indeed, he found several more Bulbasaur, all of which were defeated effortlessly by Ralts and then captured by Cain. With each Bulbasaur defeated, Ralts's queen-like presence grew stronger. Especially when facing others, her attitude of utter disdain reminded Cain of a certain figure from his memories. Though, of course, Ralts was still very young, and that majestic presence was still a bit too large for her. Only when she was with her companions did she show her softest, most natural side. While expanding the search area, Cain finally found a different Pokémon, an Ivysaur. However, it was also defeated without complications by Ralts. Its level wasn't very high. After defeating the Ivysaur, Ralts's commanding presence reached its peak, and her body began to emit a white light. Cain showed a surprised expression. He had felt something coming due to the changes in Ralts's energy, but he hadn't imagined that this was the condition for her evolution. Even so, he reacted quickly. As soon as he saw the white light surrounding Ralts, he pulled out one of the quality-enhancing potions he had prepared. Ralts drank it in one gulp, though her expression showed some distaste at the flavor. But soon, that look disappeared. The quality-enhancing potion began to take effect, and Ralts's evolution became irreversible. Before the white light completely enveloped her, a pale blue energy emerged from her head. That energy took on an illusory form, a figure like a small Pokémon with two tails, similar to a cat. Azelf, the god of willpower from the Sinnoh region. Is this Azelf's blessing? Cain narrowed his eyes. Ever since Azelf granted his blessing to Ralts, it hadn't shown any obvious effects. But during her training and growth, Cain could faintly feel how Azelf's will influenced her. And now, as she evolved, that blessing was finally going to manifest. At the same time, in the Sinnoh region, in an alternate dimension above Lake Verity on an island, Azelf, who was sleeping on a cloud in the middle of the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. The Alakazam watching over him noticed his awakening immediately, showing a puzzled expression. Normally, when Azelf entered slumber, it took him much longer to wake, but this time only a few months had passed. Azelf floated above the lake's surface, gently moving his two tails over his ears. He stared into the distance, as if he could perceive something far away. "Lord Azelf, have you awakened because someone with a powerful will is approaching?" Alakazam asked respectfully, teleporting to the shore. Azelf slowly shook his head. His eyes glowed with unknown psychic energy, as if peering through countless layers of space to gaze directly at the evolving Ralts. "The little one is evolving. She's grown quite well. But why is she in that man's space? That figure hasn't appeared in a long time," Azelf murmured. As the Pokémon who had granted the blessing, he immediately sensed the moment of evolution. Rills. Azelf's blue glow fused with Ralts' mind, making her let out an involuntary cry. Cain tensed. He activated the system to monitor in real time all changes in Ralts' body. He detected no abnormalities. In fact, all metrics were exceeding known limits. The white light of evolution intertwined with threads of pale blue energy. When all of Ralts' parameters rose to a new level, the light burst forth, revealing the new figure within. Floating in the air. Her body was now white, and she looked like she was wearing a ballerina's skirt. She had very thin green legs. Unlike before, her hair no longer completely covered her eyes. Now she had bangs that fell to her shoulders. The two red horns on her head had changed position, now located at the sides, resembling decorative clips. Curlia. Although this Curlia was slightly different from others. A small lock of pale blue hair mixed with the green, just on the right side of her bangs. That gave her an even more noble aura. The evolved Curlia looked like a little princess, a charming girl with regal bearing. She floated in the air, examining her new body up and down, then squinted with joy. She was clearly pleased with her transformation. Then she saw Cain, who was watching her with a smile. Shouting, "Papa," she flew toward him. But now Curlia was no longer as small as before, and didn't quite fit in his arms like when she was a Ralts. Cain stroked her head tenderly as his system scanned her new data. Pokémon, Curlia, dark purple. Gender, female. Level, 20. Type, psychic plus fairy. Ability, trace. Held item, none. Egg moves, memento, destiny bond, misty terrain, ally switch. Basic moves, growl, confusion, double team, teleport, disarming voice, lucky chant, magical leaf, heal pulse. Learned moves, icy wind, skill swap, ice punch. TM moves, protect, psyshock, psychic, dream eater. Curlia, after evolving, had reached dark purple quality. How much did it cost Azelf to grant a blessing like this? Cain was stunned. Until now, he had never seen a Pokémon of dark purple quality captured by another trainer. Even black quality Pokémon had only been observed among legendary Pokémon. Though this Curlia had probably just crossed the threshold into dark purple and was at the lowest grade, even that minimum required an incalculable cost. It was likely that even Azelf hadn't expected that, at the moment of evolution, Curlia would be supported by a quality-enhancing potion developed through decades of research by the League's top breeders, and that she would be scanned and reinforced by a system with technology surpassing that of the Pokémon World itself. The result was simply perfect. Joe. Right after Cain finished scanning Curlia's data, he heard a deep and calm breathing in his lap. He looked down and realized Curlia had already fallen asleep. The side effects of the quality enhancement potion weren't a big issue for her. There's nothing a good nap can't fix, and if one isn't enough, well, take two. Rest well, Curlia. Cain felt very pleased with the changes following her evolution. Now, among all his Pokémon, Curlia was the one with the highest chance of reaching the black quality rank. So far, he had never seen anyone with a black quality Pokémon. He wondered what kind of changes a Pokémon might undergo upon reaching that level. Ralts' evolution was undoubtedly a major, unexpected twist. But Cain's main goal was still to capture all the Bulbasaur in this forest. Though, of course, Ralts's evolution had also triggered changes among the Pokémon inhabiting the area. The Bulbasaur groups had finally realized that several of their companions hadn't returned after going out to forage. And besides, that white light that had appeared when Ralts evolved. Soon, the place where Cain was located was surrounded by the first group of Bulbasaur. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps echoed through the forest. A Pokémon appeared within Cain's line of sight, a Pokémon with a massive flower on its back. Cain gave a faint smile upon seeing it. That's how it should be. With so many Bulbasaur around, it was obvious that at least one Venusaur had to be leading them if they hoped to survive in this forest, Cain thought. As Venusaur approached with his group of Ivysaur and Bulbasaur, Cain's Pokémon took battle stances. They could feel the threat in this imposing Pokémon. Cain narrowed his eyes while observing it. This Venusaur was larger than average and came accompanied by a sizable number of Ivysaur and Bulbasaur. An opportunity brought straight to his doorstep. Pokémon, Venusaur, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 58. Types, grass plus poison. Ability, overgrow. Held item, none. Egg moves, magical leaf, ingrain, power whip, grassy terrain. Basic moves, petal dance, tackle, growl, leech seed, vine whip, poison powder, sleep powder, take down, razor leaf, sweet scent, growth, double edge, worry seed, synthesis, petal blizzard, solar beam. Learned moves, worry seed, snore, synthesis, seed bomb, giga drain, stomping tantrum. TM moves, none. A quasi-elite level Venusaur. And judging by its appearance, it also seemed to possess special qualities. Moreover, all of the previously captured Bulbasaur and Ivysaur, along with this Venusaur now before him, shared the egg move grassy terrain. That left Cain quite satisfied. Soar! Soar! A Bulbasaur beside Venusaur cried out, looking at Cain as if saying, "Yes, I saw that white light coming from that group." Soar! Venusaur replied with a deep growl upon hearing Bulbasaur. His presence became even more imposing. From his legs, as thick as pillars, thin roots emerged and dug deep into the ground. A burst of sunlight pierced through the dense trees and shone directly on Venusaur. Even though the sky in this space was overcast and gray, there seemed to be an orb of light resembling the sun, hanging high in the atmosphere. Perhaps that was the reason grass-type Pokémon could thrive so well in this place. The light concentrated on the flower on Venusaur's back, transforming into a crystalline, radiant energy. Seriously? Not even gonna try to talk first? You're opening with your strongest move? What an arrogant way of doing things. Cain smirked mockingly. But Venusaur ignored him completely. The move Solar Beam was ready. Venusaur slightly shifted his body, aiming his massive flower directly at Cain's Pokémon. Cha! Drapion frowned, irritated by Venusaur's arrogant stance. Cain patted his head gently, signaling him to stay calm. A quasi-elite Pokémon was no big deal. It wasn't Drapion's turn. Agron. Cain called. Grah. Agron nodded and stepped forward boldly, taking position at the front with a dominant presence. Although Solar Beam is a special attack and Agron shines more in physical defense, he couldn't lose in sheer presence. Cain pulled a small stone from his storage space and shouted without hesitation. Mega Evolution. Grah. Agron roared as a massive amount of Mega Evolution energy enveloped him, transforming his form. His body became fully covered in silver armor. Mega Agron had arrived. After Mega Evolution, Agron became a pure Steel-type Pokémon, thus eliminating the disadvantage against Grass-type moves. Although special attacks were still a risk. Blaziken. You too, said Cain, as the ring on his finger emitted a multicolored flash. It synchronized with the Mega Stone hidden beneath Blaziken's feathers. The Pokémon's plumage flared as if blown by the wind. The flames on his wrists and ankles condensed, and 4 energy ribbons floated around him, dancing in the air. Blazisk. Mega Blaziken had entered the battle. Both Pokémon Mega evolved just as Venusaur unleashed Solar Beam. Grah! Grah! Mega Agron roared and charged forward, one arm raised in front. A thin layer of light green energy enveloped him. Protect. The best way to face such a charge technique was full defense. Meanwhile, Mega Blaziken's long legs started running. In an instant, he overtook Mega Agron, who was blocking Solar Beam, and launched himself straight at Venusaur. Venusaur, surprised to see his most powerful move blocked by that silver behemoth, growled in frustration. The Bulbasaur and Ivysaur beside him showed disbelief and sorrow. But with another mighty roar from Venusaur, all of them turned away reluctantly and ran deeper into the forest. Mega Blaziken paid no mind to the little ones. He was already face to face with Venusaur. From the back of the Colossus, two massive vine whips lashed forward. Power Whip. Their target, the Mega Blaziken who had reached him. Who told you to be that handsome? Take this. Faced with Venusaur's powerful Power Whip move, Blaziken showed not the slightest intention of dodging it. Once before, during a gym battle against Mr. Ramos's Gogode, Blaziken had been in a similar situation. But this time, the opponent's strength and the power of the attack were completely different. Blaziken didn't face it head-on like he did against Gogode. Instead, he spun his body and used the momentum of the whip to accelerate toward Venusaur. Flames began to erupt from every corner of his body, completely engulfed in fire. Flare Blitz. At the last moment, Blaziken flipped through the air and landed squarely on Venusaur's upper back. Boom! Venusaur, caught off guard by the speed of the attack, had no chance to dodge and took the full hit. The double fire-type damage, combined with the sheer power of Flare Blitz, nearly caused Venusaur to collapse then and there. The only reason he didn't fall instantly was his extraordinary physical endurance and vigor, which allowed him to remain standing. But the assault wasn't over yet. Agron, who had started running from the beginning, reached Venusaur's front at that moment. The attacks didn't stop. Despite his imposing size, Venusaur had no physical advantage over Mega Agron. Agron's gleaming metallic claws shone with a dangerously sharp edge. Metal Claw. He crossed both claws and slashed directly at Venusaur's face. Slash! Slash! The sharp steel claws wreaked havoc on Venusaur's face. But that was just the beginning. Agron spun sharply. With that spin, his armored tail, glowing with metallic energy, slammed violently into Venusaur's body. Bang! Venusaur's massive body was launched through the air, a testament to Agron's colossal strength. Agron had learned power usage techniques from Blaziken. By rotating his body and striking with the tail using momentum, the impact became far stronger. The fact that such a heavy Pokémon as Venusaur went flying from the blow proved the effectiveness of this technique. Venusaur was thrown and crashed against a tree. Still, he wasn't out of the fight yet. Cain was surprised by this Venusaur's resilience. That endurance. Incredible. Finish it off. Blaziken, use Fire Punch. Cain ordered. The outcome wouldn't change. While running, Blaziken stomped hard on the ground, kicking up dust. His flame ribbons wrapped around his arm, forming a fist engulfed in golden fire. A fist with extremely high-temperature flames. Bang! The punch landed directly on Venusaur's body, just before he hit the ground. Boom! Venusaur didn't move, but the tree behind him exploded into pieces, reduced to ashes. Finally, Venusaur collapsed to the ground, unable to continue battling. Since the battle began, barely a minute had passed. Venusaur had only managed to launch Solar Beam before being taken down by the combined assault from Blaziken and Agron. Both Pokémon shimmered briefly as their Mega Evolutions wore off. Cain wiped a bit of sweat from his forehead. This time, the double use of Mega Evolution hadn't lasted as long as the previous time, so he only felt slight fatigue, far from his limit. Without hesitation, Cain threw a Pokeball at the weakened Venusaur. A Pokémon like that was worth more than 10 Bulbasaur. Both for the construction of his island and his starter breeding plans, it held enormous value. Besides, the Ivysaur and Bulbasaur that followed it were also numerous. All of them now became part of Cain's plans. With Venusaur captured, Cain mounted Drapion and headed toward the direction where the Ivysaur and Bulbasaur had fled. Drapion, who hadn't participated in the fight, felt a bit frustrated. But there was nothing he could do. That battle wasn't meant for him. An advanced-level Pokémon might still, with an advantage, defeat a quasi-elite. But for a quasi-elite to beat an elite-level Pokémon is extremely difficult. So Drapion could only gather his energy, waiting for a worthy battle. It had been a while since he'd had a full power fight. But soon his wish would come true. Because while chasing the Bulbasaur, Cain entered the heart of the territory, and there he found the true leader of the group. The previously defeated Venusaur wasn't the group's chief. This surprised Cain. Before him now stood two Venusaur with fierce expressions. A male and a female. Both at elite level. It was very rare to find a wild group with two elite-level Pokémon. Most likely, this Bulbasaur group had formed from these two. Moreover, the Venusaur blocking the Ivysaur and Bulbasaur's path had an even larger body than the one before. A true beast over 3 meters tall. A giant Venusaur. Pokémon, Venusaur, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 64. Type, Grass plus Poison. Ability, Overgrow. Held item, none. Egg moves, Magical Leaf, Sludge, Power Whip, Grassy Terrain. Basic moves, Petal Dance, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Take Down, Razor Leaf, Sweet Scent, Growth, Double Edge, Worry Seed, Synthesis, Petal Blizzard, Solar Beam. Learned moves, Frenzy Plant, Grass Pledge, Worry Seed, Snore, Bind, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, Giga Drain, Outrage, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves, none. These were the data scanned by the system on the male leader Venusaur. The female, for her part, was level 63 and not very different. A Venusaur that can use Outrage? That's surprising, Cain muttered. But right after scanning both, Cain noticed something at the female Venusaur's feet. A small figure peeked timidly, watching Cain from behind her legs. What caught his attention was that this little Bulbasaur had a different color from the rest of its companions. Cain narrowed his eyes. It seemed the female Venusaur noticed his gaze, and with a slight flick of her hind leg, she hid the little one by tossing it behind her. At the same time, several Ivysaur emerged from the bushes to block the little Bulbasaur's path. It was no wonder that previous Venusaur had behaved with such arrogance. Turns out, he had the backing of two incredibly powerful allies. And it's also no surprise that the Bulbasaur and Ivysaur in the group could wander around so freely in search of food. Even in this mysterious space, where the levels of wild Pokémon are very high, two elite-level Pokémon are without a doubt dominant presences. However, thinking about this, Cain slightly furrowed his brow. In a forest like this, it shouldn't be so easy for two elite-level Pokémon to appear. Cain murmured, pondering. If it were a trainer with two Pokémon of that level, there would be nothing strange about it. After all, trainers can seek out resources from everywhere for their Pokémon. Or even if it were just one wild Pokémon that had reached that level, Cain would understand that too. With enough talent, plus a long accumulation of energy and a bit of luck, it's possible for a wild Pokémon to reach elite level. But for two wild Pokémon at elite level to suddenly appear, and to also be a pair, that borders on the impossible. Moreover, in this Venusaur group, all of them have extraordinarily large bodies. Let's not even talk about the previous Venusaur. These two Pokémon now were even more imposing. For a group to have one or two individuals of abnormal size is acceptable, but two at the same time, a couple and both elite level, the probability is almost zero. So Cain came to a conclusion. There must be something special about this Venusaur group. Maybe it's a natural treasure, or perhaps some kind of mysterious energy source. In any case, this group isn't normal. With his interest piqued, Cain knew he first had to deal with these two Venusaur. But that wasn't a problem. On the contrary, it was exactly what he wanted. If he could capture these two Venusaur, his island would have two true guardian deities, and on top of that, with power far superior to any regular Venusaur. They wouldn't just help him improve the infrastructure of his island, but also enforce order among the Pokémon under his rules. And if a wild Pokémon or even a human happened to stray onto the island, there would be nothing to worry about. The island's security would increase exponentially. Besides, the quality of these two Venusaur was excellent. Their future offspring were very promising. With Cain's intervention, he could even achieve efficient and stable Bulbasaur production. That way, he wouldn't have to invest as much time in initial breeding. Even if he didn't sell the Bulbasaur, they would still serve to optimize the island. Both Venusaur had mastered the move Grassy Terrain, so their descendants had a high probability of inheriting that move. They were the perfect puzzle piece for Cain's island. Though, looking at their faces now, it seemed neither Venusaur had a particularly good temperament. Probably, the impression Cain gave them wasn't very positive. But that didn't matter. Once subdued, there are always ways to train them. "Looks like the battle you've been waiting for has finally arrived," Cain said to the Drapion beneath his feet. With that, he leapt off Drapion's back. Drapion looked excited. Finally, the long-awaited confrontation had come. Aggron and Blaziken also showed some excitement, although they knew that in their current state, they were no match for those two Venusaur. Even so, after defeating the previous Venusaur, Aggron had reached level 51 and Blaziken rose to level 53. After all, they had been the ones participating most in battle so far. But sending only Drapion against two Venusaur was impossible. No matter how skilled Cain was at issuing commands, if the difference in power was too great, there would be no room to maneuver. Therefore, Cain threw two more Pokeballs. Slowking and Florges appeared on the field. And from his shadow, Gengar also naturally emerged at his side. A full team battle. No fear. Cain considered calling out Honchkrow and Weevil too, since both had type advantage, but after thinking for a moment, he decided not to. The main reason was safety, but also because if he relied too much on numbers, it would later be harder to earn the Venusaur's respect and tame them. Slowking, nasty plot. Drapion, Home Claws. Gengar, copy Drapion's ability. Florges, lucky chant. Cain ordered calmly. Just as he finished speaking, two powerful beams of light shot out from the Venusaur. Elite-level solar beam. Slowking instantly appeared beside Cain and used teleport to get him out of the way just in time to dodge the attack. Cain's eyes glowed with psychic energy. He had detected the attack immediately and sent telepathic instructions to his Pokémon. Gengar instantly hit underground. And Florges, after changing her type to grass, activated Flower Shield and directly withstood the attack. Drapion, on the other hand, didn't even try to dodge or block it. The best defense is a good offense. With his pincers and tail, he used combined moves to endure one of the attacks. As the light faded, his claws and tail released some smoke, and his purple shell had a faint reddish hue. "This is too much. Trying to roast me?" Drapion, furious, not even lamenting the damage to his body, began advancing on all fours toward the Venusaur. 1 versus 2, without hesitation. As Drapion charged, Slowking wrapped him in psychic power, further increasing his speed. It was a new combat tactic Cain had trained with his team. Slowking switched to a support role, enhancing the actions and offensive burst of his teammates before joining in the direct assault. With this, he turned his individual advantage into a team advantage. That way, he could integrate perfectly into either of Cain's two main formations, the Rain Team or the Sandstorm Team. Florges, after resisting the previous attack with Flower Shield, was also fine. She raised her hands and enveloped Drapion in a layer of colorful energy. With no worries in his mind, Drapion charged straight toward the Venusaur. His pincers and jaws began to burn with flames. Triple Fire Fang. Without caring about the other Venusaur, he aimed directly at the male, who seemed to be the stronger of the two. FSSSSS. The fire from his pincers sliced through the air with a hissing burn. Bang, bang, bang. The three attacks were launched with a slight time difference between each. "Soar!" screamed the struck Venusaur in pain. The difference in timing was no accident. Drapion aimed to hit the same spot over and over again. Although Drapion already had an imposing body, he still looked much smaller next to this gigantic Venusaur. All the attacks landed on his legs, thick as pillars. While they weren't critical hits, they drastically reduced Venusaur's mobility. The female, upon seeing her partner being attacked, quickly lashed out with her thick vine whips, as wide as thighs, at Drapion. But she didn't notice that, at the moment of the attack, a dark shadow silently appeared behind her. And without knowing why, Her vines began to move with great difficulty, as if trapped in a swamp. In midair, Slowking unleashed his psychic power, clearly blocking the female's attacks with telekinesis. Behind her, Jengar let out a sinister laugh. His fists were covered in fine frost as he struck Venusaur's legs. The ice, as if infectious, spread along her limbs. The Venusaur let out a shriek of pain and turned sharply. Just then, Jengar stared directly at her, hypnotic waves radiating from his eyes. Upon meeting his gaze without thinking, the Venusaur fell under the effect of hypnosis. Seeing the hypnosis work, Jengar grinned even more devilishly and intensified the hypnotic attack. The Venusaur began to stagger, her heavy eyelids slowly closing. Then, from above, Slowking delivered the finishing touch. A small, slow-moving bubble floated gently toward her face. Yawn, in combination with Jengar's hypnosis. POF. The massive body of the Venusaur gently collapsed to the ground. Her breathing slowed, even accompanied by soft snores. Seeing that the hypnosis had worked, Jengar didn't stop. His eyes turned deep red, and a black-red shadow was drawn from the sleeping Venusaur's body and absorbed into his own. Dream Eater. Meanwhile, Drapion and the male Venusaur were locked in a brutal, blow-for-blow battle. With the support of multiple moves from Florges, Drapion not only held firm but even began identifying weak points in Venusaur's body as he adapted to his fighting style. When he had an opportunity, he targeted those weak points and unleashed devastating attacks, exploiting his sniper ability to the fullest. Florges, with every movement of her arms, released crystalline fairy energy, swiftly alternating her type between fairy and grass. She combined disarming voice with Moonblast, making the male Venusaur feel a sweet yet contradictory pain. His partner remained fast asleep, and their enemies kept inflicting damage. The male Venusaur began shaking his body violently. The giant flower on his back vibrated, unleashing a flurry of petals across the battlefield. Petal dance! He was in a full frenzy. Cain ordered a retreat. Drapion quickly pulled back and took a defensive stance. At the same time, Slowking and Florges began firing off long-range attacks one after another. Florges brought her hands together in front of her chest, then opened them suddenly. A beam of lunar light pierced through the dense forest. Even though it was daytime, the tenderness of the moon could be felt. Though, for the Venusaur, that tenderness probably didn't feel so kind. Drapion took the first hit from Petal Dance, ensuring that Venusaur would not escape the move's side effects. Thanks to Slowking's psychic powers, Drapion was pulled from the battlefield just in time. Losing his target and suffering from the disorientation caused by Petal Dance, the male Venusaur was nearly incapacitated. Once the move ended, the male Venusaur was nearly out of energy. Drapion charged once more, and using Triple Fire Fang, struck directly at his weak points, activating his ability and dealing double fire-type damage, finally taking down this elite-level Venusaur. Meanwhile, the tremor caused by the male Venusaur's fall slowly awakened the female. But it was already too late. While she had slept, Jengar had drained her with Dream Eater, consuming both her mental and physical strength. She had just woken up, but couldn't even rise to her feet before stumbling and falling again. Her eyes showed disbelief. How could she be so weak after just closing her eyes for a moment? Sometimes, a blink is enough for 10 minutes to pass. Or, in the worst case, an entire lifetime. Without giving her a chance to resist, Jengar used hypnosis again, and the Venusaur fell back into slumber. Her gentle snores filled the air once more. But this time, she wouldn't wake so easily. Slowking slowly descended from the air and stood beside Cain. With his help, Cain appeared in front of the two Venusaur in the blink of an eye. Only seeing them this close could one truly grasp their immense size. Without hesitation, he threw 2 Pokeballs and tried to capture them. It had to be said, their remaining energy and endurance were still considerable. He had to throw 5 Pokeballs before he finally succeeded in fully capturing the 2 elite-level Venusaur. Once he had captured them, the rest of the group, the Ivysaur, Bulbasaur, and a few smaller Venusaur, showed panic in their expressions and began retreating deeper into the forest. But their path was blocked by Agron and Blaziken, who had already been positioned by Cain as the rear guard. In an instant, all these Pokémon became lambs ready for slaughter. Cain's sharp gaze soon spotted a Bulbasaur among the group that had a slightly different color. With evident interest, he slowly approached. To them, Cain was like a demon drawing near. Their two powerful leaders had been defeated, something that had never happened before in their group. Gengar appeared beside Cain and, at his signal, used Scary Face on all the Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and smaller Venusaur, with those black and white eyes that were the most terrifying part of his face. Slowking, Cain called. Slowking understood immediately. Using his psychic powers, he directly pulled out the differently colored Bulbasaur hiding among the herd. The other Bulbasaur could only watch helplessly as their companion was dragged away. Desperation filled their eyes. The shiny Bulbasaur stared at him with her large eyes. Though she trembled in fear, a faint trace of curiosity could also be seen in her gaze. Cain's system instantly scanned the Bulbasaur's information. Pokémon, shiny Bulbasaur, dark blue. Gender, female. Level, 10. Types, grass plus poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Held item, none. Egg moves, charm, petal dance, power whip, grassy terrain. Basic moves, tackle, growl, vine whip. Learned moves, worry seed, snore, synthesis, seed bomb. TM moves, none. Considering that both parents had blue-grade coloration, having a child born with a dark blue quality was quite rare. And on top of that, for her to be a shiny Pokémon, now that was unusual. Given that Slowking was also a shiny Pokémon, Cain thought that if he could one day awaken her hidden power, she might even learn some particularly special moves. However, for now, Cain didn't have high expectations for new Pokémon. But a shiny specimen couldn't be wasted just like that. She at least deserved some training. She might prove useful in the future. Cain took out a Pokeball. Upon seeing it, the shiny Bulbasaur began trembling violently and trying to resist, although thanks to Slowking's psychic control, her resistance wasn't very evident. Fear filled her eyes completely. After all, she had seen it all. Those small spheres had effortlessly captured her powerful parents. Since she didn't understand what those things were, her fear was only natural. Cain was a little surprised by the Bulbasaur's reaction, but quickly understood. If he wanted to win over the entire Venusaur herd, he couldn't rely on strength alone. It would be very difficult to be accepted through violence alone. Understanding this, he changed his strategy. He had plenty of experience in the art of capture. He put the Pokeball away. Immediately, the Bulbasaur began to relax her resistance bit by bit. Cain took out a special Pokeblock, the kind that grass-type Pokémon love, and placed it in front of her. Bulbasaur sniffed gently, and as the delicious aroma of the Pokeblock reached her, her eyes lit up. Cain brought the Pokeblock within a safe distance. A small vine extended from the seed on her back and gently took it from his hand. Before bringing it to her mouth, she looked back at Cain, as if seeking approval. Cain smiled and nodded. Crunch! Bulbasaur ate it in one bite. As she savored the Pokeblock, her eyes sparkled more and more. Soon, she began to eat eagerly. Afterward, Cain instructed Slowking to release her. Then, he summoned the 3 Venusaur he had previously captured, including the 2 defeated leaders. In front of all the Bulbasaur and Ivysaur, he began carefully healing their wounds. This noticeably softened the expressions of the younger ones. Thanks to Cain's care, the sturdy bodies of the Venusaur quickly began to recover and awaken. Seeing Cain and his Pokémon, their expressions showed a mix of complexity and acceptance. They knew full well, after that intense battle, that they couldn't win. Still, as wild Pokémon used to ruling their territory, surrendering so easily hurt their pride. But in nature, the law of the strongest always prevails. Submitting to a stronger being is also a basic survival skill for wild Pokémon. Cain connected telepathically with the 2 Venusaur and explained the essentials, his plans, his goals, the benefits, and how they could fit into his future. He offered them reasons, advantages, and a dignified way out. After thinking it over and some initial resistance, they finally accepted Cain as their new leader. The good thing about wild Pokémon is that once they surrender from the heart, they rarely betray, unless they're naturally treacherous or are treated terribly by their trainer. And Venusaur weren't that kind of Pokémon. They were calm, loyal, and noble. They would hardly rebel of their own will. When the other Venusaur, Ivysaur, and Bulbasaur saw their leaders accept Cain, and with the tempting mountain of poke blocks he offered, they were all captured without much resistance. The shiny Bulbasaur, of course, was the most talented of them all. After this masterstroke, Cain captured a total of 7 Venusaur, 2 of them elite level, 3 quasi-elite, and the other 2 at advanced level, just a step away from the next rank. He also gained 20 Ivysaur and 32 Bulbasaur. For a group of starter Pokémon, this was an exceptionally large one. Even if he didn't train them, just selling them could bring him a fortune. And that's not even counting the 2 elite-level Venusaur. With this massive group captured, Cain felt he could now retreat peacefully, as long as he reunited with Steven and Phoebe. And as if that weren't enough, this herd had a special trait. They all knew the move Grassy Terrain. He carefully stored the Pokeball of the shiny Bulbasaur. The rest he'd deal with once they left this place. He only kept the 2 strongest Venusaur outside. He still had a few questions for them. Cain had noticed something strange. All the Venusaur in this place were abnormally large. All of them. Not just 1 or 2. Which meant there had to be something unusual in their territory that was constantly providing them with energy. He connected his mind to the Venusaur. Is there some kind of special resource in your territory that constantly gives you energy? Cain asked. Soar? The male responded with some doubt, looking at his mate as if to say, seriously? I didn't know anything about that. The female Venusaur fell into deep thought. It was clear she was in charge of internal matters, while the male was likely responsible for external defense. Soar! Soar! The female suddenly exclaimed excitedly, remembering something. Cain smiled. He wasn't surprised. Of course there had to be something special here. Otherwise, they wouldn't all have evolved to this point. Cain began to levitate and stood atop the male Venusaur's head. Take me, he said calmly. Both Venusaur nodded. They began to move. Though their steps were slow, they were steady. They advanced, guiding Cain toward that mysterious place that held the secret to their strength. Standing atop Venusaur's head. Walking like this was even more stable than on Drapion. Besides, the size of these 2 Venusaur was much more imposing than Drapion's. Cain felt he might have just found a new landmount. Guided by the Venusaur, they soon arrived at what was mentioned as the special place. It was a small, solitary hill, with only a single cave at the top, completely dark inside and with no indication of where it led. Cain jumped off the Venusaur's head and approached the cave entrance. Soar! Soar! The female Venusaur let out a couple of grunts. Cain understood what she meant. The special place within their territory was likely this cave. Though they didn't know for sure what was inside, given their size, the Venusaur couldn't even enter. Ivysaur and Bulbasaur could fit, but since it was an unknown place, it could be dangerous. If something happened, not even the Venusaur would be able to help, so they forbade Ivysaur and Bulbasaur from entering. Over time, since the cave didn't affect them, they simply forgot about it. Cain crouched and observed the cave, or rather, burrow, which seemed more appropriate. The vegetation here is visibly denser than outside, he remarked, looking at the grass-covered ground. Perhaps it was due to this lush vegetation that the Venusaur chose this place as their territory. After all, it ensured that food would never be lacking. Wait here, both of you, Cain said to the Venusaur. Soar! They nodded and sat directly on the ground, without objection, since they were in their home. Cain asked Slowking to leave a psychic marker outside, then lit a torch and entered the cave. It was really small. Even Slowking, with his stature, had to hunch slightly to enter. Cain could barely remain upright. He had to lean forward a bit to avoid hitting the ceiling. Yaden. After advancing a while, Slowking made a soft sound. Is the energy concentration increasing? Cain asked, understanding the message. That confirmed that entering this cave was the right choice. The special place within the Venusaur's territory was, indeed, here. They quickened their pace and continued toward the back. The tunnel gradually widened until Cain could walk fully upright, and so could Slowking. After a while longer, a faint light appeared at the end of the tunnel. They were close to the real point of interest. Cain and Slowking moved even faster, and after 2 minutes, they finally reached the source of the light. A vast underground space. The light didn't come from an external source, but from the walls and ceiling covered in glowing vegetation. There was fluorescent moss and other luminous plants that made this underground cavern feel not so different from the outside world. Cain put out the torch. The brightest thing in the cavern wasn't the plants, but a pond in the center of the area. The entire pond emitted a pale green light. As he approached, Cain noticed that the bottom was covered in algae and bioluminescent aquatic plants. The greenish light reflected on his face gave him a slightly eerie appearance. However, both the air and temperature inside the cavern were ideal. There were no signs of Pokémon in the pond. Suddenly, the 6 unknown characters on Cain's wrist began to blink. Cain noticed this change. Is this place spatially special? He thought. Unknown are extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. They can detect even the subtlest changes. And given how fast they were blinking now, it was clear that this place wasn't ordinary. Then, words began to appear in Cain's mind, sent by the unknown. One after another, but without coherence. It wasn't surprising. Unknown had a terrible sense of communication. They always spoke in fragments, with no connection or logic between phrases. Cain had to guess and interpret what they were trying to say. Is this space an exclusive domain of a special entity? But it's not as stable as before, so rifts have appeared? And one of those rifts connects to an unknown energy pool? Is this pond one of them? Based on his intuition, that was the best interpretation Cain could come up with. Whatever the case, what's clear is that this pond contains a large amount of energy. To be sure, he filled a test tube and asked the system to analyze its contents. The result, aside from water, there was a large quantity of non-elemental energy. Absorbing it would be very beneficial for a Pokémon. Confirmed that it wasn't harmful, Cain's mind lit up with an idea. He pulled out a Pokeball. Come out, Pupitar. With a flash, Pupitar appeared in the cavern after a long time. Pup. Pupitar looked around, a bit confused. His hyperactive behavior had been completely suppressed. That calmness not only helped store energy, but also served as a kind of spiritual training. Cain's idea was clear. What if he could use the pond's energy to accelerate Pupitar's growth? One of the reasons raising pseudo-legendary Pokémon is so difficult is their prolonged evolution cycle. Only upon reaching their final form do they clearly surpass other Pokémon. But until then, their combat ability often doesn't stand out. That's why few people manage to raise a pseudo-legendary successfully. Obtaining one is already an achievement. Raising it well is an even greater challenge. Not to mention the immense time investment. Imagine 2 trainers, one raising a starter, the other a pseudo-legendary, with the same resources. The one raising the starter could already be at quasi-elite level, while the pseudo-legendary trainer is still struggling to reach advanced level. They might even stagnate due to lack of resources. Meanwhile, the one who chose the starter might already be training their second Pokémon. The gap is enormous. Of course, once a pseudo-legendary reaches its final form, its power is extraordinary. But until then, they're slow, expensive, and hard to strengthen. That's why many trainers who have a pseudo-legendary use it as their second or even third main Pokémon. Unless, of course, you're someone like Steven, who swims in minerals. In that case, it doesn't even apply. Even Lance started by raising a Charmander before capturing and developing his Dragonite. When Cain began raising Larvitar until it became Pupitar, he already had a solid foundation. Moreover, due to the extended time Larvitar spent inside the Pokémon egg, along with the energy from the geocentric purifying milk and the residual effects of the evolution elixir, its growth rate had been remarkably fast compared to other pseudo-legendary Pokémon. However, after evolving into Pupitar, all the accumulated energy and the foundation that had been built were nearly completely depleted. And since Pupitar's stage is precisely a period of accumulation, the time required to progress became even longer. According to Cain's original calculations, by the time Pupitar reached its full potential, his Blaziken and the others would probably already have long been settled at the elite level. Even so, Cain still considered it a fairly ideal development. Once it evolved into Tyranitar, it would still have a chance to catch up. Moreover, after evolution, it could also use Mega Evolution, and with all that accumulated time, it would undergo an explosive growth phase. But today, with the discovery of this energy lake, Cain began to reconsider his plans. Both from the information revealed by the unknown and the system's analysis, it was confirmed that the energy contained in this lake posed no danger to Pokémon and could even accelerate their development. Of course, overly accelerated growth isn't always a good thing. But in Pupitar's case, what it needs right now is to accumulate energy. This place is perfect for that. Pupitar, how's your accumulation going? Cain asked, not rushing to submerge him in the lake, first wanting to know his current condition. Pupitar responded softly, with a calm voice and no sign of unease. He was in an excellent mental state. Cain nodded in satisfaction. This energy lake can accelerate your accumulation and has no negative effects. But you may have to stay here for quite a while, he explained. Pupitar showed no impatience. He looked at the green, glowing lake and perceived the intense flow of non-elemental energy within it. Cain looked at Slowking. He understood immediately and, using his psychic powers, lifted Pupitar and floated him to the center of the energy lake. Then he asked if he was ready. In his eyes, Cain saw calmness and determination. Only then did he allow him to be fully submerged in the lake. The water was crystal clear, and with the luminescence at the bottom, Pupitar could be seen clearly in the center. Pupitar had closed his eyes. If one looked closely, small whirlpools could be seen forming around him. Fine streams of energy flowed into his body. The system detected this data, showing that his accumulated energy bar was beginning to increase rapidly. Cain and Slowking waited in silence for half an hour. After confirming there were no adverse effects, they finally relaxed. The energy lake was so vast that Pupitar couldn't consume it all even if he tried. Cain then released all his other Pokémon. Since the energy was non-elemental, any Pokémon could absorb it. But uncontrolled absorption couldn't be allowed. Too rapid a development could ruin the solid foundation Cain had established for them. That's why, except for Pupitar, the others could only absorb energy up to their current limit, that is, to the point where they couldn't absorb more without leveling up. This way, they wouldn't be negatively affected. From Pupitar's expression, it seemed he would be staying there for quite a while. This gave Cain the opportunity to explore the surroundings and search for rare items. He could also let the Pokémon who had absorbed enough energy go out and battle wild Pokémon. Once that energy was converted into personal power, they could level up without side effects. As for going to the Tree of Life to inform Drake, Cain decided to postpone that. After all, Drake is the strongest among the Hoenn region's Elite Four, and at his age, he's seen it all. A man who sails freely across the seas is no ordinary person. Men of the sea, too bad we were born in the wrong world, Cain thought. Though Stephen and Phoebe worried him a little. Both were geniuses in their own right. Cain, at best, was their equal. Worrying about them was more a matter of empathy than necessity. This spatial dimension was likely an opportunity for them as well. Thus, Cain became a trainer completely detached from the outside world. For every day Pupitar spent in the energy lake, Cain spent another in that jungle. When he had time, he would take his energy-filled Pokémon out to battle wild ones. And for training, he simply opened a subspace in the cave wall so his Pokémon could train inside. And it was no exaggeration, with the help of this energy lake, the growth speed of his Pokémon was like riding a rocket. Especially for Pupitar, who had no restrictions when it came to absorbing energy. After just 3 hours in the lake, Pupitar reached level 50. For more days passed. In those 4 days, Pupitar rose to level 54. In just 4 days, he gained 5 levels. And all that without moving, just passively absorbing energy. Cain had even estimated that Pupitar would need at least half a year of continuous meditation. Even with special resources and custom poke blocks, he had calculated a minimum of 3 months. But those 3 months were compressed into 4 days. At the end of the 4th day, Pupitar not only reached level 54 but arrived at the peak of level 54. He only needed one more breakthrough to reach level 55 and evolve into Tyranitar. However, that breakthrough couldn't be achieved through energy absorption alone. Pupitar also needed to have personal understanding and self-awareness. Only then could he make the required leap. Evolution isn't a simple process of energy accumulation and leveling up. There's a consciousness jump. While Pupitar progressed in his accumulation, the other Pokémon also showed advances. One in particular stood out even more than Pupitar, Slowking. In those 4 days, even though he only gained one level, that level had been a long-standing barrier. Thanks to the energy lake, virtually limitless in energy, he managed to force that breakthrough. He reached level 65. Only one level more, but with a completely different meaning. The higher the Pokémon's level, the greater the difference between one level and the next. The difference between level 64 and 65 isn't just one more level. It's the difference between barely crossing the threshold of intermediate elite level and being one step away from mastering it completely. Cain now officially had a complete elite level Pokémon. Put more informally, it was still a Pokémon of intermediate elite level. Although that way of calling it was a convention between Cain and his system, in the Pokémon world it's more commonly called complete elite level. In other words, a true elite level leader. Moreover, this breakthrough also further activated Slowking's shiny Pokémon trait. Previously, Slowking had once awakened the special trait of shiny Pokémon, which allowed him to learn the move Miracle Eye, something he normally couldn't achieve. This time, although the special glow didn't grant him any new move, his physical qualities and the explosive power of his psychic ability increased significantly, or rather, tremendously. Part of the change might have been due to the level jump, but that alone wouldn't explain such a drastic improvement. According to the system's final analysis, the cause was clear: the unique trait of shiny Pokémon. So far, Cain still didn't fully understand what made them so special. He could only continue investigating slowly. For now, Slowking was the only reference model he had. Aside from the major improvements in Pupitar and Slowking, the rest of the Pokémon also gained between 1 and 2 levels. Although that might not seem like much, considering only 4 days had passed, the growth was actually huge. Gengar reached level 64, and considering his ability to Mega Evolve, at this moment he was Cain's strongest Pokémon. However, that could only be used as a trump card. Now wasn't the time to reveal Mega Evolution, or the balance of the Pokémon world would be drastically altered. Something Cain absolutely did not want. This still peaceful world was ideal for Cain's development. Otherwise, the League, Team Rocket, or even other powerful organizations would turn against him, which went against his philosophy of quiet growth. Honchkrow and Weevil also leveled up thanks to the energy, reaching level 62. Drapion reached level 63. Florges reached level 64, just like Gengar, reaching the minimum for entry into the intermediate elite level. All she needed was time for accumulation, like Slowking, to firmly establish herself in the intermediate elite level. The time required for that accumulation would depend on the trainer's ability to gather resources. Cain still had a good reserve, thanks to the money he earned at the Team Rocket auction. He was confident he'd have no trouble helping Florges and Gengar break through that limit. If all the Pokémon in his first battle line had grown this much, then the second line didn't even need to be mentioned. Swampert and Blaziken reached level 55, Politoed and Aggron reached level 54. Along with Pupitar, who reached level 54 after staying submerged in the energy pond, he now had 3 Pokémon at that level. The second line was starting to show its true potential. Once they reached the elite level, their power wouldn't be far behind the first line. Then there were Mismagius and Altaria. Cain felt a bit sorry for Mismagius, who was still stuck at level 64 without breaking through her limit. That was probably due to the side effects of having once reached the elite level without being aware of it. But with the training Cain gave her, she was gradually recovering, and her sense for battle and fighting style had improved greatly. He was confident that Mismagius would soon unleash the true power corresponding to her current level, and then both her level and strength would rise together. Altaria, for her part, had reached level 62. Since ascending to the elite level, her growth had slowed, and Cain's other Pokémon were beginning to catch up. But that was normal. For a Pokémon captured later, like Altaria, this process was inevitable. Either she fully integrated into Cain's team and her development continued strongly, or if she failed to do so, she would simply fall behind over time. Lastly, there were Bagon, Horsia, and Kirlia. Both Bagon and Horsia reached level 28. A 4-level increase in just 4 days was huge for them. Now they would have to stabilize a bit. Continuing to rise so quickly would soon push them to the threshold of evolution. Following Cain's style, he would undoubtedly want to ensure his Pokémon developed their full potential before evolving. Even Kirlia, who had recovered from her weakness thanks to the quality-enhancing potion, reached level 24. Kirlia is a Pokémon with a very short evolution curve. She was about to evolve into Gardevoir. In fact, she could continue leveling up, but Cain stopped her. The remaining levels would have to be earned through training and battle, or if she evolved directly into Gardevoir before being ready, she would suffer a huge flaw in her combat capacity. Lastly, there was Carbink. Carbink, apart from Pupitar and Slowking, was the one who benefited most from the energy. Not in terms of level, but evolution. Before entering this mysterious space, only the gem on his forehead had turned pink. But after submerging in the energy pond, all the gems on his body began to acquire a pinkish tone over their original blue. Even his body shape began to change slightly. His plump figure started to elongate. And in daily life, his habits had also gradually changed. Carbink had realized he was undergoing a transformation process. However, he had long since learned to fully obey Cain's orders. An obedience born of gradual and constant change. In these 4 days, the overall strength of his team had grown enormously. Cain now felt much more confident continuing to explore this space. Aside from Drake, the executives of Team Magma and Team Aqua, and the leaders of this operation from the Hunter Guild, hardly anyone else could pose a threat to him. Moreover, with Slowking's increased power, the teleport move was now much more reliable. Unless the enemy had a Psychic-type Pokémon at Elite 4 level capable of interfering, Slowking's teleport almost never failed. The transformation of the shiny Pokémon had also improved the teleport move. Now he could attack and retreat at will. Cain resumed his journey toward the Tree of Life at the center of the space. As for the energy pond, he tried to store it in bottles, but it would vanish after a short while, as if the bottles couldn't contain it at all. And, thinking about it, that made sense. The energy in the pond came from an unknown spatial rift. It was non-elemental spatial energy and couldn't be stored in normal bottles. A pity, all that energy. Still, after 4 days of constant absorption by the Pokémon, the pond was already nearly depleted. If that hadn't been the case, knowing Cain, he would have stayed there longer. Such a great place for growth, yet he couldn't take it with him. Painful. So the best thing was to absorb as much as possible and then take time to digest it. But at this point, the pond's recovery rate could no longer keep up with the absorption rate of his Pokémon. Who knows how long it had taken to accumulate that energy? Concentrated in a single Pokémon, it could take it straight to the elite level. That's how those 2 powerful Venusaur appeared. They didn't absorb directly from the pond, but fed on the plants that grew thanks to that energy, and thus, slowly increased their strength. That balance between consumption and recovery allowed Cain to find the pond while it was still full. Cain set off once more. This time, the Pokémon he used as a mount was no longer Drapion, but Venusaur. Drapion had gloriously concluded its career as a land mount. Even though Venusaur had just been captured, it was a Pokémon with a calm and obedient temperament. After being tamed by Cain, it followed orders without hesitation. Perhaps its combat strength didn't reach Drapion's, especially due to a lack of synchronization with Cain, but it still didn't require detailed instructions. Its instinct for survival and self-protection in the wild was excellent. In addition to its legs, Venusaur had vines it could summon at any time to protect Cain from attacks. Seated atop Venusaur's head, Cain was escorted by 4 Pokémon: Blaziken, Aggron, Swampert, and Politoed. They advanced at a slow pace. The forces that had managed to settle near the Tree of Life had surely already found their footing, so there was no need to rush. Moving slowly also served to train the Pokémon. After all, having absorbed large amounts of energy from the energy pool, many had not yet fully digested it. Battles helped integrate that energy permanently. Moreover, given Venusaur's colossal size, it was impossible not to attract attention. Entering any wild group's territory meant drawing lots of eyes. However, so far, they hadn't encountered any wild group comparable in power to the Venusaur tribe. Most of the leaders of these wild tribes were Pokémon at the peak of the quasi-elite level. For a wild Pokémon, without an extraordinary opportunity, reaching the elite level was extremely difficult. That's why the Venusaur tribe could dominate their area unchallenged. Between battles and progress. After a day's journey, Cain finally arrived near the Tree of Life. Only up close could one grasp its colossal size. And to think that this tree had grown in just a single day. Its crown touched the ceiling of the space, and its branches extended so far that they covered a third of the surroundings. If conditions allowed, one could easily build a city atop this tree. Compared to this structure, a human size was like that of a mere ant. It was hard to imagine how something so gigantic could grow in this space. Even a Venusaur didn't seem large in front of this colossus. As he approached the area, Cain saw signs of other humans. Most likely, everyone in this space had already gathered around the tree. Cain recalled Venusaur. Its size was far too conspicuous. He then hid his presence and approached the Tree of Life on foot. Perhaps by luck, the first person he encountered wore a League uniform, especially due to the League insignia on his chest. After observing him secretly for a while, his gestures and behavior fully matched those of a League member. Even so, caution was necessary. Cain ordered Gengar to silently slide into the man's shadow, while he covered his own face using psychic powers. This man likely belonged to the first group that entered with Steven. With a swift motion, Cain appeared on a branch behind him. But something didn't add up. Right before making a move, Cain halted. At the last moment, he sensed something off. Though the outfit, insignia, and behavior matched that of a League member, it was important to remember what kind of environment they were in, and who the groups present in this space were. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Drake's presence, League members would be nothing more than sheep waiting for slaughter. To appear so close to the Tree of Life, without hiding one's identity, what did that mean? There were only two possibilities. Either he was incredibly strong and feared nothing, but Gengar had managed to infiltrate his shadow undetected, so that option was ruled out. Only one explanation remained. Damn it. They were fishing. And not just any fishing, they were fishing for League members. Silently, Cain tossed Slowking's Pokeball. Slowking, expand your perception to the maximum. Detect if there are other presences nearby. Cain admitted he had let his guard down lately due to his rising power. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, things could have gotten dangerous. Slowking's voice echoed in his mind. Now, Slowking was a true living radar with an enormous detection field. Unless there was a very powerful psychic or high-level psychic-type Pokémon nearby, no one could avoid detection. And that only applied if they had a certain level. Not just any Pokémon or person could perceive his sensing. Upon hearing what Slowking said, Cain narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flickered within them. Indeed, someone had taken him for prey. Let's see what happens when the bait vanishes. Gengar, neutralize him and bring him here immediately, Cain communicated telepathically. Gengar, still in the shadow of the fake League member, slowly released his ghostly energy. Before the man could react, he was completely engulfed, without making a single sound. He turned into a black sphere and vanished beneath the tree. For a human, there was no need to complicate things. Just neutralize and that's it. Gengar appeared beside Cain. Then, using Slowking's teleport move, they vanished from the tree. But the groups watching from afar turned pale. They exchanged glances, faces filled with astonishment. No one dared approach right away. Only when an individual confident in his power took the initiative did the others move closer, but they found no trace. It was as if everything had disappeared without a single clue. Damn it. "Quick, report to the boss," one of them shouted, furious. The others said nothing. They mounted their Pokémon and rushed back. But just then, in the treetops, the space distorted. Cain reappeared there, smiling coldly as he watched the groups retreating. "It's not that easy to swallow a shark thinking it's a minnow," he said, patting Slowking. Slowking got the message instantly and teleported Cain again. Hidden enemies were the most dangerous. But now that they had exposed themselves, Cain had no intention of letting them off the hook. The space distorted again. When Cain and Slowking reappeared, they were on a branch not far from where the enemies had retreated. He wanted to clearly see which organization they belonged to and how they were organizing. He also wanted to understand the exact situation of this space. Once his target was set, Cain and Slowking vanished once more. Reunion with Logan. Those who originally planned to ambush others didn't know that they themselves had become guides for someone else. It sounds like a tongue twister, but Cain took advantage of the opportunity. The people he was following wore no distinctive symbols on their clothing, so he couldn't confirm which faction they belonged to. However, they moved forward steadily without hesitation. Cain, following closely, had a storm of thoughts crossing his mind. In the end, he decided to capture them first before moving on. After all, he didn't know what he might encounter ahead. Taking immediate gains was the safest option. With that decision made, Cain ordered another hunting round with Slowking and Jengar. The 5 humans ahead weren't too close to one another, so ambushing them from behind wasn't too hard to pull off. Slowking was in charge of neutralizing the enemy Pokémon, while Jengar trapped the humans using hypnosis. Their Pokémon had barely reached the quasi-elite level, while Slowking was on a whole other level. 1. Cain counted mentally. He repeated the process, quickly capturing 3 of the 5. Added to the first one he had captured when acting as bait, he now had 4 in total. But when going after the 4th, the enemy noticed the ambush. Even so, he still couldn't avoid being captured by Cain. The group's leader barely managed a look of horror and made no attempt to rescue his companions. Instead, he sped up his mount and rushed into the forest. Given his determination, Cain decided 5 prisoners were enough. But just as the last enemy was fleeing, he shouted, "Master Logan! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" While running, he desperately urged his mount forward. Cain, who was about to retreat, froze in place when he heard that name. "Logan? From the Hunters Guild?" A smile of interest appeared on his face. Apparently, this time the Hunters Guild had bet big. From the start, they had sent Logan and possibly other elite-level trainers. Cain didn't believe Logan was leading the operation. He didn't have the rank to control people like Tabitha from Team Magma or Shelly from Team Aqua, let alone the authority to attack someone like Watson. So, there had to be stronger leaders from the Hunters Guild involved. With that in mind, Cain no longer intended to leave. Alongside Slowking, he resumed the chase. From the other side of the forest, a thin column of smoke rose into the sky, likely the temporary camp of the Hunters Guild, set up to block League trainers heading to the Tree of Life. From that camp, a man approached with his Pokémon. He was still a bit far off, and Cain couldn't clearly make out his face, but from the fugitive's shout, he already had a pretty good idea who it was. "Stop!" shouted the newcomer. But Cain reached the last fugitive first. His face was still masked by his psychic camouflage, and upon hearing the shout, he simply ignored it. At that moment, Logan finally entered his field of vision. Cain, no longer interested in capturing, directly eliminated the last enemy right before Logan's eyes. If that prisoner had known his shout sealed his fate, he'd probably be regretting it even in the afterlife. And if he had known it wasn't Logan who came, he might have still had a chance to live, or at least would have hated Logan for dragging him to his death. That's right, Cain did it intentionally, right in front of Logan. Logan's face turned so dark it seemed to drip with shadows. When he looked at Cain, his eyes were filled with murderous fury and a hint of confusion. Since when did League members become so ruthless with killing? Didn't they usually capture instead of eliminate? And besides, in this space, most wouldn't dare ignore League orders. But what Logan didn't know was that all of this was deliberate on Cain's part. For what purpose? Well, Cain let out a cold laugh, turned, and walked away with Slowking. Logan stood frozen. Had he just been provoked? Even knowing it could be a trap, Logan, burning with fury and confident in his own strength, gave chase. Cain sensed the movement behind him and smiled beneath the psychic camouflage on his face. He instructed Slowking to use the teleport move, but at a slower pace so they wouldn't lose the pursuer. They were likely close to the Hunters Guild's main camp. If they started fighting there, reinforcements would come, and Cain wouldn't just lose his chance for revenge, he might not escape at all. The idea was to lure Logan to a safe area and eliminate him there. Logan didn't suspect a thing. He never connected Cain or his Slowking with that boy who had used a shiny Slowpoke to escape the guild some time ago. Even though both Pokémon were shiny, Logan had completely forgotten that nobody. In his mind, they had always been in different leagues, and now, that gap had to be even wider. What he didn't know was that this nobody still remembered the incident clearly and had come to settle the score. Slowking also remembered Logan. If it hadn't been for him, maybe they wouldn't have met Sabrina. And now that he thought about it, it was thanks to that encounter that Cain awakened his psychic abilities. At that moment, the forest presented a strange scene. One man was jogging slowly, almost inviting pursuit, and another, dead serious, chased him relentlessly. One fled, the other followed. This went on for over an hour. Given their speed, they had already covered a considerable distance. They were far from the Tree of Life. No matter how loud the upcoming battle, no one near the tree would hear it. After such a long time, Logan began to cool down and considered abandoning the chase. But Cain, sensing that he wanted to stop, turned around and provoked him again. He raised his middle finger straight into the air at him. The meaning was clear. How could he bear that? Besides, they weren't heading toward the League's camp, so there was nothing to fear. Logan picked up speed again. After all, the enemy Pokémon was Psychic type, and he had ways to counter it. Now that Slowking had become more common, Logan knew its moves well. He knew that Slowking couldn't learn Miracle Eye. And he had several Dark-type Pokémon. He just had to make sure it didn't escape again with Teleport. That was his greatest concern. Another hour passed. Now, they were far enough. Cain patted Slowking's back, signaling him to stop. This would be the battlefield. What's wrong? Not running anymore? You dragged me all the way here without a trap? Then what was the point of all this? Logan spoke coldly. Oh, there's definitely a point, Cain replied with a bitter smile. This way, when you scream for help, no one will come save you. He dissolved the psychic mask on his face. Maybe Logan still wouldn't recognize him. But that no longer mattered. The battle was about to begin. Cain gave no opportunity for further exchange. He needed a swift victory. He threw 4 Pokeballs. Honchkrow, Drapion, Weevil, and Florges appeared together, adding Gengar and Slowking, who were already out. All 6 Pokémon from his first team were now on the field at the same time. Seeing Cain summon all his Pokémon at once, Logan's expression changed. He abandoned all intentions of mockery and hurriedly released 5 Pokeballs. Including the Houndoom that always accompanied him, the other summoned Pokémon were Shiftry, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Feraligatr, and a Weezing. In terms of level and strength, all had reached the elite level. Among them, the strongest was that Houndoom that always stood beside Logan. Pokémon, Houndoom, Blue. Gender, male. Level, 64. Types, Dark plus Fire. Ability, Early Bird. Held item, none. Egg moves, Fire Spin, Reversal, Feint, Destiny Bond. Base moves, Inferno, Nasty Plot, Thunder Fong, Leer, Ember, Howl, Smog, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Beat Up, Fire Fong, Feint Attack, Embargo, Flamethrower, Crunch. Learned moves, Iron Tail, Throat Chop, Heat Wave, Foul Play, Hyper Voice. TM moves, none. A Houndoom of intermediate elite level. Behind him stood Nidoking and Nidoqueen, both at level 63. Then Feraligatr at level 62, and finally Shiftry and Weezing, both at level 61. This clearly reflected Logan's position within the Hunters Guild. The guild was not ruled by a single person, but managed by a group of elders. The direct descendants of these elders could obtain resources equivalent to those of high-ranking members of other organizations. Logan's growth speed was impressive, probably due to his great natural talent. Combined with the full backing of the Hunters Guild, he received a massive resource infusion that propelled him to this point. Being sent to the Hoenn region as the main contact for Team Magma was no simple task. Without sufficient strength, negotiations would have been extremely difficult. 12 Pokémon deployed at once. Logan began giving orders to his Pokémon. Meanwhile, Cain activated his telepathy, linking his mind with all of his Pokémon. In terms of level and strength, Cain still held a considerable advantage. At the very least, Slowking was clearly the strongest of them all. Honchkrow flapped softly, generating a wind current around itself and its allies, lightening the load on their bodies. The next to act was Weevil. With its agile body, empowered by Honchkrow's tailwind move, it vanished from sight in a blink, darting into the forest. To avoid an ambush, Shiftry, following Logan's orders, also slipped among the trees. Shiftry, being a Pokémon specialized in forest environments, moved like a fish in water in that setting. However, Weevil had the advantage with its ice type, effective against grass. After using Tailwind, Honchkrow soared vertically into the sky, as if completely ignoring the battlefield. Logan didn't have many ways to counter such a swift, freely flying Pokémon like Honchkrow. His only aerial option was Weezing, who stood no chance against Honchkrow and could only take hits. Slowking silently activated Miracle Eye, casting it on himself. Meanwhile, Florges changed its type to grass and, according to Cain's plan, spread multiple zones of grassy terrain across the battlefield. Finally, Drapion advanced steadily to face Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Feraligatr directly. 3 Pokémon stood in front of him, yet he showed not even a trace of fear. Florges positioned itself behind Drapion, launching support moves. There wasn't much time for setup or strategies. Nidoking and Nidoqueen charged straight toward Drapion with firm and swift steps. In their minds, Drapion was nothing more than a nuisance easy to crush. Cha! Drapion roared excitedly, not backing down. On the contrary, he charged straight at them. Florges formed a glowing sphere of energy in front of her chest and hurled it at Nidoqueen, intending to reduce the pressure on Drapion. Gengar, with a sinister laugh, sank into the shadows and disappeared. To avoid an ambush from Gengar, Logan left Feraligatr guarding his position. Meanwhile, his loyal Houndoom charged straight towards Slowking. Dark-type Pokémon do have the advantage over Psychic types, but Slowking's Water-type countered Houndoom's Fire-type. More importantly, Cain's Slowking was no ordinary Pokémon. The stealthy use of Miracle Eye ensured it caught the opponent off guard. Besides, Cain knew Houndoom's far too well. Gengar didn't go for Logan, but instead reappeared beside Slowking. Following Cain's orders, he transferred Drapion's ability to Slowking's body. Boom! The first clash was between Drapion and the Nidoking, Nidoqueen pair. SSSCH. Drapion's forelegs screeched as they scraped against the ground. He was pushed back about 3 or 4 meters. But he held his ground. Chua! Drapion looked at Nidoking and Nidoqueen, who had blocked his pincers, and grinned. Since you've shown your strength, now it's my turn. Drapion's muscles and carapace tensed to the limit. With all his might, he managed to hold Nidoking and Nidoqueen in place. The 2 Pokémon showed expressions of total surprise. But before it could last much longer, Nidoqueen took a green energy sphere straight to the face. Boom! Florges wasn't about to let up on the assault. With Nidoqueen down for the moment, Drapion roared loudly and could now fully focus on facing Nidoking. Nidoking wasn't weak. He endured Drapion's attacks while counterattacking with Earthquake. Drapion took significant damage. Meanwhile, Houndoom finally reached Slowking, who had been focusing his power. The psychic energy was so dense it was almost visible. It was launched violently at Houndoom. But under Logan's orders, Houndoom, confident in his dark-type advantage, didn't dodge. In fact, he wore a mocking grin. That was the advantage of telepathy. The opponent had no idea what Cain had prepared and fought based only on basic knowledge. Boom! Ayuyu! Houndoom howled in pain, was sent flying, and began bleeding from every orifice. One single move, and he was severely wounded. With his pre-planned strategy, his level 65 strength, and his nature as a shiny Pokémon, Slowking unleashed devastating power. Houndoom felt as if his head was about to explode. In just this first round of combat, Slowking had already secured the advantage for the entire team. Slowking's explosive offensive was like a war trumpet signaling the start of the assault. The haunch crow flying in the sky was already wrapped in a layer of sky blue energy, diving straight down toward the ground. Logan stared in shock at the fallen Houndoom, who could barely get back up. Without giving him time to react, Jengar emerged from the shadows beside Houndoom. "If you're wounded, then I'll definitely finish you off." Logan finally snapped back to try to save him, ordering Weezing to intervene. If Houndoom was knocked out now, what followed would be even harder. But Weezing has never been a fast or agile Pokémon. It lacked the speed needed for an urgent rescue. Meanwhile, Jengar was already standing right in front of Houndoom. Letting out a sinister laugh, Jengar gathered an enormous dark ball in his hands. The energy it held was immeasurable. And Slowking, who had just finished his explosive attack, didn't stop either, fully trusting Jengar to deal with Houndoom as he launched a psychic wave at the oncoming Weezing. On the other hand, Nidoqueen wanted to rush in to help, but Florge's attack completely blocked her path. And Drapion, as if unconcerned for his own life, clung to her with all his strength, even abandoning the containment of Nidoking. The message was clear: I'd rather take the hit, but I won't let you leave to support. Feraligatr, next to Logan, was extremely anxious, but could do nothing, because the haunch crow descending from the sky had yet to reveal its target. Have you ever heard of a descending attack from the sky? Well, it's not a martial art, it's a battle technique. The pressure of the sky attack move was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the forest, confrontation had also begun. Weevil and Shiftry had already been moving at high speed through the trees, occasionally exchanging blows as they tested each other. But now the battlefield situation had changed drastically, and Shiftry was the only Pokémon on Logan's team with notable speed. When it tried to return to help, that was exactly when Weevil began intensifying its offense. Ever since joining Cain, Weevil hadn't feared any rival in terms of speed. It planted itself directly in Shiftry's retreat path. The two Pokémon entered close combat. Direct hits, no holding back. Weevil didn't use many evasive techniques, simply focusing Ice Punch in both hands and occasionally using Icy Wind to lower Shiftry's speed while causing considerable damage. Shiftry was being completely countered by Weevil. It wanted to help but had no way to escape. It suspected that if it tried to force a retreat, it wouldn't even reach Houndoom before being defeated under Weevil's claws. To better contain Shiftry, Weevil formed a small whirlwind of snow and ice around itself. The move Blizzard began to slowly spread from its body until it enveloped that portion of the forest completely. In just a few seconds, the leaves and trunks were already covered in frost. Weevil had achieved impressive mastery in controlling ice-type energy during this time. Both Haunchcrow and Weevil, though they hadn't had many chances to fight recently, had never stopped training and perfecting their energy control. That's why, once in combat, they could unleash such power. Obviously, on the other side, Haunchcrow was also gathering strength with determination. After such a long charge, its sky attack was in no way inferior to Weevil's Blizzard. It might seem like a lot of time had passed, but in reality, it had only been a few seconds. Jengar had already finished condensing Shadow Ball into a massive sphere. With both hands raised above his head, the ball was larger than he was, and it hovered dangerously close to Houndoom. The latter still hadn't recovered from Slowking's psychic blast. Everything was spinning, and the surrounding energy felt overwhelming. Even though Ghost-type moves only deal half damage to Houndoom, it all depends on how massive the offensive is. Additionally, Jengar had once again activated the Sniper ability. Does Cain not know the weaknesses of a Pokémon like Houndoom? Even when Logan desperately tried to intervene, Jengar didn't hesitate for a second and hurled the fully charged Shadow Ball straight at the downed Houndoom. Boom. Crack, crack. A massive crater appeared in front of Jengar, and Houndoom lay motionless inside. Tongue out, eyes rolled back, clearly unable to continue, and it was even unclear whether he was still alive. The shadow ball charged for so long had surpassed all limits. Houndoom was knocked out. Logan never imagined that his strongest Pokémon, the one he trusted most to face Slowking, would be the first to fall. Given the power Slowking had already displayed earlier, it was clear his level was entirely elite. But it was still hard to believe that another trainer in the league had a Pokémon of that caliber, let alone a Slowking capable of using Miracle Eye. Logan was barely able to process what was happening when Cain launched his next attack. With Houndoom no longer a target, Jengar sank back into the shadows, not without flashing a sinister grin at Logan. Slowking now turned his gaze to Weezing. A Poison-type Pokémon against a Psychic-type Pokémon, with a disadvantage in level and power, it had no chance. The only question was, how long could Weezing hold out against a Psychic offensive of that magnitude? At the same time, Honchkrow continued its descent without pause. Under Cain's orders, it didn't aim directly at Logan. Although Honchkrow didn't attack him, as long as Jengar didn't reappear, Feraligatr was completely tethered, not daring to leave his trainer's side. And now the situation had become a 6 versus 4, with all of Cain's Pokémon clearly superior in level. Logan had experience in survival and battle in the wild, but at the end of the day, he was a Pokémon hunter, used to fighting wild Pokémon. His Pokémon weren't trained to deal with skilled trainers, nor did he know how to counter stealth attacks. That's why Feraligatr was so frustrated. He had strength but couldn't use it. The battlefield suddenly became clear. Honchkrow's sacred mantle shone even more intensely and dove straight toward Nidoking, who was near Drapion. Nidoking didn't understand anything. Weren't you supposed to attack the trainer? Why did I end up as the scapegoat? Realizing Honchkrow was heading for Nidoking, Drapion grabbed both his arms with his pincers, struggling to prevent him from moving an inch. But the struggle was strange. One wanted to back away, the other wouldn't let him. Nidoqueen, on the other side, also noticed Honchkrow had changed targets, and upon seeing she couldn't help Houndoom, ran back. Constantly trying to assist everywhere is a fatal mistake in team combat. She completely ignored Florge's presence. An angry Florges is absolutely terrifying. Florges unleashed all her power. First, she successfully used the move Grass Knot, halting Nidoqueen's steps. Just as she was ensnared by the vines, 2 green energy spheres shot out from Florge's hands. Boom! Boom! Nidoqueen, who had fallen to the ground, took both hits directly. She tried to stand up with difficulty, but more vines burst from the ground, dragging her back down. From there, it was Florge's time to shine. Nidoqueen didn't even get the chance to get close. Boom! At the same time Florges was attacking Nidoqueen, Nidoking, whom she had tried to rescue, was struck by the devastating sky attack that Honchkrow had been charging for a long time. Nothing could block Honchkrow's attack. Logan had already ordered Nidoking to use Protect to withstand the blow, but what he didn't expect was that Drapion, who had already prepared following Cain's orders, would break the green energy shield the moment it appeared, using his tail to seize the opportunity. Thus, he cleared the way for Honchkrow. The violent collision kicked up a cloud of dust. After the attack, Honchkrow flapped his wings, stabilizing himself once again in the air. Nidoking took the full brunt of the attack, and his legs sank into the ground, lowering his height by dozens of centimeters, leaving him completely incapacitated. Cain's Pokémon unleashed all their power in unison. After Houndoom's defeat, Logan's team was left with a clear gap. Cain could attack or crush at will. He didn't even show the slightest intention of talking. Although Logan's face had already turned pale, and he opened his mouth trying to negotiate with Cain, Cain didn't pay him any attention at all. The next Pokémon to fall was Weezing, whose movement capabilities were relatively low. He didn't get a chance to shine in this battle. He never even used his Poison-type moves, solely focused on dodging Slowking's attacks. Slowking attacked from a distance continuously, and when Weezing tried to get closer, he teleported to avoid it. The poison attacks were blocked before they could even approach, thanks to the psychic powers. A true hit-and-run strategy. Against a slow Pokémon, that's how Slowking fights. If the opponent is fast, he activates Trick Room and keeps using the same tactic. In this battle, Slowking, with the sniper ability, activated its special effect twice in just a few attacks. Weezing, with a type disadvantage, couldn't last long. After all, he was outmatched in both level and power. When Weezing fell, Logan's Pokémon completely collapsed. Slowking began using his psychic powers to support the other Pokémon. For example, he helped Drapion immobilize Nidoking so he could land more attacks. Nidoking and Nidoqueen fell almost simultaneously. These two Pokémon, lifelong companions, even in defeat, did so together. A scene worthy of a romantic drama. As they fell, they reached out for each other, touching tenderly. With Nidoking and Nidoqueen defeated, Logan's total defeat was now certain. He had only a Feraligatr left at his side. Oh, and one more still fighting Weevil in the forest. Wham! Just as he thought about his Shiftry, he saw him flying out of the forest, completely frozen in a block of ice. Weevil appeared next to the block in a flash. He was injured, with a few visible cuts, but judging by the expression in his eyes, he looked ready for another round of combat with no problem. If someone entered the forest where Weevil and Shiftry had fought, they'd surely be stunned by the scene. A frozen landscape, as if the north had completely frozen over, snow and ice everywhere, enormous stalactites, both on the ground and in the trees. During the battle, Weevil had unleashed all his control over Ice-type energy. He completely transformed a field that favored Shiftry into terrain totally advantageous to himself. Just by seeing the transformation of the field, one could understand how far Weevil had developed his Ice-type energy talent. If this frozen zone expanded 3 to 5 times more, it could already be considered a real geographical alteration. Only legendary Pokémon could reach such extremes. So, seeing that level of control in Weevil said a lot about his power. The ice block with Shiftry was the last straw for Logan. Plop! He collapsed straight to the ground. Although he still had Feraligatr at his side, it was clear that against so many elite-level Pokémon, he had no chance of holding out. At that moment, he realized that what Cain had said at the beginning, that he had lured him here so no one could help him, wasn't a taunt, but a fact. If only he had stayed at the camp, even if he lost, if he had managed to buy time and backup arrived, they could have defeated Cain together. There weren't just him and another elite-level trainer at the camp, there were 3. Such a powerful force had blinded him. That made him very similar to the Cain from his past life. While Cain began to grow arrogant when he reached quasi-elite level, Logan only swelled with pride upon reaching elite level. With a sarcastic smile, Cain slowly walked toward Logan. His Pokémon were a bit injured, but their combat capacity was unaffected. The most injured was Weevil, who had fought Shiftry one-on-one. Florges was already tending to his recovery. Who the hell are you? Why did you lure me here? You're not from the League. The League doesn't kill like this. Logan shouted, completely hysterical. Even if he was going to die, he at least wanted to understand why. He had a bright path ahead. If he developed steadily, maybe he wouldn't break through the elite level, but he could reach its peak. But today, everything was ruined. Cain slowly shook his head. Just like Rose, Logan didn't remember him either. He motioned for Slowking to come closer. He gave him a few pats on the back and asked, "Do you recognize this Pokémon?" Back then, it was just a Slowpoke. Slowpoke? Logan's pale face showed a doubtful expression. He stared intently at Slowking, searching through his memories. But deep in his reflective gaze, hid a flicker of hysterical madness. Cain noticed it instantly. After all, he himself had shown that exact same expression in his previous life, knowing he was about to die. All too familiar. Cain didn't say anything about his objective. He simply had his Pokémon prepare. You're the same. Seems like you don't remember someone as insignificant as me. He paused before continuing in an icy voice. I'll give you a hint. Saffron City. The Hunter Guild. Rose. Ring any bells? The smile on Cain's face turned frigid. After hearing those words, Logan seemed to remember something. You're that. Logan's pupils contracted sharply, his expression eerily similar to the one Rose had back then. But in his case, it wasn't just surprise, it was also fear. He finally remembered which slowpoke Cain had been referring to. That kid who had been brought by Rose to the guild to register as a hunter. Back then, Logan had just been appointed head of a regional guild, the most lucrative one at that, Saffron Cities. Full of enthusiasm, he acted arrogantly and ostentatiously. It wasn't until he came to the Hoenn region and ran into wall after wall that his arrogance mellowed, at least a little. Until he reached elite level and once again revealed his true nature. He never would have imagined that the weak kid who barely escaped with his life would now come back for revenge. Cain hadn't expected to find Logan here either. He thought Logan would be negotiating with Team Magma at Empty Chimney. However, thinking it through, for the Hunter Guild to gain access to this mysterious space alongside Team Magma, there had to be someone acting as a go-between. Most likely, that person was Logan. And it wasn't just Team Magma. There were also Team Aqua members present. Did that mean that, in addition to Logan and the other elite-level trainer, there was a third elite trainer from the guild involved in this operation, responsible for contacting Team Aqua? Cain narrowed his eyes. He had already extracted some valuable information from Logan. That's right. I'm that ignorant kid who didn't know his place, he replied scornfully, making no attempt to hide his contempt for Logan. The horror hadn't yet faded from Logan's face, but his mind was now clouded with rage and jealousy. Feraligatr, tear him apart. Logan roared. Feraligatr let out a determined roar, his eyes reflecting the sadness of someone going to the slaughter, but with a murderous resolve. He charged fiercely at Cain. However, he had barely moved when he was instantly stopped by Sloking's psychic powers and Florge's grass not move. Immediately after, Drapion struck from the air. His pincers smashed Feraligatr to the ground and pinned him in place. Electric sparks coursed through his claws. Logan had acted too. He didn't truly believe Feraligatr could defeat Cain, he just wanted a distraction. At some point, he had drawn a knife and was now trying to stab Cain in the chest. After all, as a Pokémon hunter, he possessed decent physical skills. I did it, he screamed with a crazed grin upon seeing that Cain didn't move, while his Pokémon restrained Feraligatr. Even if he died, he intended to take Cain down with him. But the unexpected happened. Just as the blade was a mere centimeter from Cain's body, it stopped. No matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't advance. Psychic power. Cain had never stopped watching Logan. He had been prepared the moment the knife came out. Crack. Cain grabbed his arm and twisted it violently. Logan's arm bent at an unnatural angle. He had mercilessly broken it. With his other hand, Cain grabbed him by the neck and slowly lifted him. The knife was still in Logan's hand, but now the blade was pointing toward himself. The pain from the broken arm made Logan scream in desperation. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat within seconds. But he soon stopped screaming. Cain was squeezing his throat tightly. His voice was choked off. Cain, now standing nearly 1.80 meters tall, lifted Logan effortlessly with one arm. His expression was as cold as death as he stared into his eyes. Then he let go of the knife hand. The broken arm had no strength, and the knife fell. Cain caught it midair and held it firmly. Then he loosened his grip on Logan's throat a bit, lowering him until they were face to face. He twirled the knife skillfully, clearly an expert. You didn't expect that weak little boy to come settle the score, did you? Never imagined I'd grow up this fast either, huh? Cain's voice was frigid. With the knife, he traced a line from Logan's throat up to his cheek, stopping just beside his eye. The blade was so sharp that it left a shallow cut from which blood oozed. If untreated, the scar would be permanent. But neither of them had the mind to worry about that right now. Logan was ashen from the pain of his broken arm. His lips were colorless, his forehead soaked in sweat. He didn't know if it was fear or agony. The knife near his eye made him shiver. Anyway, Cain said casually, I don't really care about what happened in the past. Now you answer, I ask. If you're honest, I'll give you a quick death. But if you lie, I'll take your face apart piece by piece. One look was enough to make it clear he wasn't bluffing. With no hope of survival, Logan only wished for a quick end. He nodded with difficulty, his lips trembling uncontrollably. After all, who can face death calmly? Death isn't scary. What's scary is waiting for it. Logan's pale face flushed faintly. Cain slightly loosened his grip on his neck, letting him breathe. "What's the goal of the Hunter Guild this time?" Cain asked directly. Though he had captured some members before, none had high enough rank to know the truth. But Logan just might. "A Pokémon. A legendary Pokémon," Logan answered with difficulty. "What Pokémon?" Cough cough. "I don't know." Logan spoke with great effort. Cain loosened his grip a little more. But upon hearing "I don't know," the knife in Cain's other hand pressed harder. A new bleeding wound opened just under Logan's eye. I really don't know. This mission is being led by Mitchell. I was only in charge of contacting Team Magma. Apparently, the Council of Elders is also involved and supported this operation. That's why the guild offered enough benefits to convince Team Magma. Logan spoke as quickly as he could, afraid that any delay would cost him an eye. Because before dying, he didn't want to suffer any more pain. Then it was likely that Cain was right. Logan truly didn't know anything more. The only person who probably knew what was in this mysterious space was that Mitchell guy. "Then tell me everything you know about the placement of the Hunter Guild, Team Magma, and Team Aqua in this place," said Cain, without pressing further on the previous topic. In the end, sooner or later he would find out. It was better to focus now on more practical information. "I only know something about our guilds and Team Magma's positions. I'm not the one in contact with Team Aqua, so I don't know much about them," explained Logan. Cain nodded, signaling him to continue. Then Logan explained in detail everything he knew about the Hunter Guilds and Team Magma's arrangements around the Tree of Life. At the same time, Cain also obtained general information about the location of the League members. One last question. When Watson was attacked, he mentioned there was a traitor within the League. Who is it? Cain watched him with sharp eyes, ready to detect any signs of lying. He also had his psychic perception active, allowing him to sense potential deceit. But in reality, he was overestimating Logan. In that state, all Logan wanted was a quick death. Already about to die, would he still care about the guild's plans or his future? Not at all. So Logan not only revealed the League's traitor, but also several infiltrators from the Hunter Guild within it. He even mentioned several internal plans of the guild that he knew of. He seemed determined to take several down with him, even in death. Upon hearing that information, Cain showed a look of astonishment. He hadn't expected that the seemingly peaceful Hunter Guild, which appeared neutral toward all factions, had such ambitious plans that even surprised him. Although it wasn't something he could deal with right now, he kept it in mind. He had already obtained nearly everything he wanted to know. Logan had practically revealed all the secrets of his superiors in the guild. Seeing how cooperative he had been, Cain didn't prolong his suffering. He gave him a swift death and then cast him into the alternate space. After eliminating Logan, he collected all the Pokémon and valuable items he had on him. And it had to be said, Logan's storage space was full of good stuff. This closed-off space had gone unexplored for a long time. Along the way, they had found numerous rarities, many of high value. Moreover, the vegetation here was abundant, which favored the growth of medicinal herbs. Those that had survived were very ancient and valuable. As one of the 3 leaders sent by the Hunter Guild, Logan had access to many resources through his subordinates, including rare ingredients and special berries. That's why his storage space was a gold mine for Cain, who even found items he could use himself. Along with the elite-level Pokémon Logan had, the haul was considerable. Now, finally with a clear direction, Cain headed straight for the League base. Currently, with Drake present at the base, as long as they didn't provoke conflict, the other 3 factions would avoid confronting them directly. It was just that entering this space was easy, but leaving it was not. Finding an exit required a lot of time and effort. After storing his Pokémon, he mounted his Venusaur and rushed toward the League base. 3 hours later, he was already nearby. Perhaps for security reasons, the League's base wasn't located too close to the Tree of Life, but at a safe distance. According to Logan, the area around the tree had already been occupied by the three major factions. Drake would have no problem alone, but since he was accompanied by League members, he had to ensure their safety. Mounted on his Venusaur, Cain didn't bother to hide his presence, so he was quickly detected by the sentries. Upon noticing the Pokémon's size and presence, the guards didn't charge recklessly, but instead sent one to report and another stayed behind to watch Cain in secret. Cain noticed all these movements, but didn't react. He simply stopped his Venusaur outside the camp. He didn't advance any further, which made the observing guard secretly sigh in relief. Soon, the messenger returned accompanied by several people. When he mentioned that the newcomer was unknown and that his Venusaur seemed to be at the elite level, the news quickly reached Drake. Drake stepped out of the makeshift camp with firm strides, accompanied by his Haxorus and several other members. But upon seeing who the newcomer was, he was momentarily surprised, then broke into a huge grin. Ha ha ha, Cain. I knew nothing had happened to you. With the Tree of Life having appeared for so long and no sign of you, I thought you'd gotten yourself into some serious trouble. Drake's hearty laughter echoed throughout the camp. Seeing him, Cain also dropped his imposing stance, jumped down from Venusaur's back, and approached with a big smile. I ran into some trouble. Sorry for making you worry, Master Drake, said Cain. Drake's voice rang throughout the area, and soon there was movement in the camp. Two figures came running quickly from within the camp. Seeing Cain talking with Drake, they sped up even more. Cain! Cain! Two voices called out from behind Drake. Hearing them, both Cain and Drake smiled. Looks like your good friends have arrived, said Drake. They sure have, Cain nodded, looking at the two figures approaching. They were none other than Steven and Phoebe, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Both of them looked tougher than the last time back in Rustboro City, with a much more resolute and steady demeanor. Steven, in particular, still carried himself with elegance. Even though his suit was a bit dirty, his natural poise remained. But the one who had changed the most was Phoebe. Before, although not weak, she lacked a certain fierceness. She seemed like a typical greenhouse flower raised by the League. Now, after surviving in this space for several days, she had completely transformed. She looked like an Amazon warrior. If Juan saw her now, he would probably feel more at ease letting her go off to train on her own. Though she still carried a youthful aura, at least the transformation process had begun. And isn't that what matters? Steven. Phoebe. It's been so long. Cain grinned widely. Bam. Cain and Steven bumped fists naturally. Phoebe, on the other hand, puffed her cheeks in slight annoyance, though it was a happiness she couldn't hide. The smile on Cain's face turned a little awkward. He had originally raised his hand intending to high-five Phoebe, but it was left hanging in the air, with nowhere to land. However, that wasn't a problem for him. Smack. He gave Phoebe a pat on the head and ruffled her hair while he was at it. It felt nice to the touch. Just as Phoebe was about to get angry, Drake intervened in time to divert attention. Cain, did you encounter anyone along the way? Drake asked. Upon hearing this, Cain's expression shifted slightly. He returned Venusaur to its pokeball and, with a serious look, replied, Yes, I ran into a few people, and they weren't ordinary. I even captured some and interrogated them. Upon hearing his words, Steven and Phoebe exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. After all, they had been in this space long enough to understand some of its peculiarities. Let's talk inside, Drake finally said. He led the three of them into a house built from freshly cut logs. It was clearly Drake's temporary office. Once inside, they resumed the previous topic. Cain shared all the information he had extracted from the fishermen he had captured. Both Drake and Steven already knew part of that information, though in a more superficial way. They hadn't been as direct as Cain, who had simply captured and tortured. They had reached similar conclusions through their own deductions and observations, but Cain confirmed everything definitively. This space definitely holds some kind of secret, Drake said as he sat down. But it's not something we can uncover right away. And it seems those three groups haven't found it yet either, he added seriously. Stephen and Phoebe also took a seat. It's quite frustrating, Stephen said. No one knows why the space exists or what exactly those three factions are looking for. And the worst part is that we can't leave. That's what makes us feel so powerless. After a brief pause, he continued, on top of that, their forces are very strong. They've taken over the Tree of Life. I suspect the secret of this space is closely tied to it. Cain turned his head to Drake and asked, "Have you had any direct confrontations with them, Master Drake?" Drake was a bit surprised by the question. He narrowed his eyes and then answered, "Yes, we've fought. There are three very powerful individuals. One-on-one, it's not a problem. But the number of Pokémon they have is quite high. I can hold them off, but if they decide to unleash several Pokémon at once..." He didn't finish the sentence. But the meaning was clear. If that group sent out multiple Pokémon at once, the League members probably wouldn't survive. Moreover, it wasn't just those three trainers. There were others like Logan who, though slightly weaker, were also at the elite level. The League couldn't face them at this moment. Perhaps only Stephen, Phoebe, and Cain could hold their ground. So it could be said that aside from the three of them, the rest of the League members were merely a burden. What do you think about sending those people far from the Tree of Life for now? That way, you won't have any distractions, Master Drake, Cain proposed. We've considered it, said Stephen. But if everyone scatters now, those who arrive later won't know where to find us. That was the reason they were still stationed there. At least while they stayed in that spot, the scattered League members had a chance to regroup and survive. That's not a solution either, Cain insisted. When I was on my way here, I was heading straight for the Tree of Life and fell into a trap. We don't know how many people have been captured that way. There are too many possible routes in this space, and the odds of falling into their nets are extremely high. That's why we must take over the Tree of Life. Whether it's to sabotage their plans, gather the League members, or even find the exit, the tree is the key. There may already be many of ours in captivity. And I suspect the exit is located there. If they find it first and destroy the portal, or worse, if they send someone outside to report, more reinforcements could come in. Although the League had sealed the area from the outside, the list of infiltrators Cain had obtained from Logan made him lose all confidence in that supposed blockade. If only the four of us act, it would be much more manageable. Let's not forget that not everyone inside the League is trustworthy anymore. As he said this, Cain's expression turned stern. Stephen and Phoebe were also aware of the situation. They themselves had witnessed the attack on Watson. Drake fell silent, deeply contemplating. What Cain said made a lot of sense, but making such a decision meant risking many lives. He couldn't take it lightly. On the way, I captured 2 elite-level Venusaur. They're already fully obedient. They may not be useful in combat, but for escorting and protecting others during the retreat, they're more than enough, Cain added. Those words were like a shot of energy for Drake. Smack. He slammed the table hard. His expression showed determination. Then it's decided. We can't continue like this. Tonight, we'll send all the League members far from the Tree of Life and confront those people once and for all. When the time comes, whether we live or die or manage to escape or not, it will be up to fate. If it weren't for the burden the others represented, Drake would have taken the initiative long ago. None of those enemies could stop him. If he wanted, he could take them down one by one. He then looked at the 3 of them with some hesitation and said, "Stephen, Phoebe, you 2 will take the others. Leave the rest to Cain and me." He said it gently, but the meaning was clear. They would flee with the rest. Stephen and Phoebe looked displeased upon hearing this. Since when had they become a burden? Even if not literally, Drake considered their identities far too important. If he and Cain failed to make it out and were lost within this space, the League would surely send reinforcements. With enough people, they'd eventually eliminate the enemies. After all, 3 of the 4 most promising young talents of their generation were trapped here. As a veteran, Drake felt responsible for safeguarding the League's future. It wasn't that he doubted their strength, but he feared the enemy might choose a suicidal fight and drag several down with them. He had more confidence in Cain. After all, he had been chosen by Juan as a chief-level researcher. And besides, Cain had been training in the field for years, living between life and death. He was surely used to it by now. Steven and Phoebe, on the other hand, still needed to grow a bit more. In a critical moment, they might not have the cool head to make the right decisions. "Let's all go together," said Steven and Phoebe, exchanging a look that reflected their determination. They both understood Drake's intentions. It wasn't that he considered them a burden, but someone needed to lead the evacuees, and they were the most suited to preserve hope for tomorrow. Besides, with only 2 people, they could move more freely. Still, they couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. When had Cain surpassed them? Since entering that mysterious space, though the days had been difficult, their growth had been significant. Both the power of their Pokémon and their development as trainers had progressed greatly. "Master Drake, it's safer if we all act together," Cain also chimed in. He understood even better than Drake the true power of the enemy. The number of elite-level trainers exceeded 5. Had he not taken down Logan first, the situation would have been even more chaotic. If the enemy discovered the League was splitting its forces, they might try to do the same. Drake listened to Steven and Cain without rejecting the proposal. After all, they were the star twins of the Hoenn League, and their growth was worthy of trust. Drake admitted that over the years, he had overprotected the League's new generation, which had prevented most of the previous generation's trainers, save for a few like Glacia and Sydney, from reaching their full potential. The Hoenn League undoubtedly needed a change. Very well. Since it's decided, let's not waste any more time. We act tonight. Cain, assign your 2 Venusaur to escort the evacuees. We'll bring them to a safe location, then return to infiltrate the Tree of Life, Drake declared. Understood, the 3 responded in unison. "Do any of you have injured or weakened Pokémon? I can help treat their wounds before we head into battle," Cain offered. Steven and Phoebe's faces lit up. One of the biggest challenges in this space was recovering the energy of injured Pokémon. Cain, as a professional breeder, was exactly what they needed. "Let's gather everyone. I'll do a general healing session," Cain suggested after thinking for a moment. "Good idea," Drake agreed. Even his own Pokémon had some minor injuries. Though he could manage, a little extra help wouldn't hurt. Soon, all the camp members gathered in the central plaza. In a moment, "Everyone call out your injured Pokémon. Cain will take care of treating them," Drake announced from the center. The group erupted in cheers upon hearing the news. Since being trapped in this space, their only healing resources had been the potions they'd brought, which had long since run out. Many had been patrolling with injured Pokémon, which could negatively affect their long-term development. Every one of these members was part of the League's core. Losing any of them would be a major setback, though the impact might vary. It was unthinkable that after so much training, they didn't have access to basic healing methods. Cain couldn't help but disagree with some of the Hoenn League's policies. Drake was the first to act. He tossed 2 Pokeballs, calling out his Salamence and Haxorus. Both bore unhealed scabs on their wings and bodies, respectively. For such powerful Pokémon, those wounds weren't an immediate threat, but fully recovering before battle was essential. After Drake, Steven and Phoebe also released their full teams, 6 Pokémon each. All showed signs of having fought, some in critical condition, barely able to stay standing. Cain watched in surprise as he analyzed the data from their teams. He had underestimated their progress. They were truly Heaven's chosen. Steven's Metagross had reached level 64, qualifying as an intermediate elite-level Pokémon. His other Pokémon had also surpassed the elite threshold. If Mega Evolution had already been publicly revealed, his Mega Metagross would probably be the strongest around, second only to Drake. It was also a shiny Pokémon. But Cain didn't detect any signs of a special awakening in it, which made that phenomenon even more mysterious. Seeing that the leaders had released their Pokémon without reservation, the other members followed suit. Soon, around 30 trainers had gathered their injured Pokémon in the plaza center. The area was completely covered with Pokémon. Drake looked at Cain with a glance that asked if he was ready. If not, he could order some lightly wounded Pokémon to be withdrawn. Cain nodded confidently. He pulled out 3 Pokeballs and summoned Florges and his 2 Venusaur. "Florges, Venusaur, grassy terrain," Cain commanded. Although some Pokémon knew that move, its effect couldn't compare to that of elite-level Pokémon. "Florus," Soar. Soar. Florges raised her arms, and a brilliant green carpet spread beneath all the Pokémon's feet. The two Venusaur reinforced the terrain, amplifying its healing effect. The Pokémon began to show signs of relief, some even closing their eyes as if they were about to fall asleep. Form a line. Come pick up a dose of this medicine. Give it to the Pokémon with the most serious injuries. It will help accelerate their recovery, Cain shouted. The grassy terrain move could heal scratches and restore energy, but it couldn't do much for internal wounds. Still, as they saw their Pokémon visibly improving, everyone began to place more trust in Cain. After all, he was one of Hoenn's star twins, famous for his talent as a breeder. After resolving the treatment issue, the confidence on everyone's faces increased a bit, and even many smiles began to appear. With Drake as the most powerful combat force present, and Cain as the great logistical support, the fear surrounding this space had diminished considerably. How are you holding up? Worn out? Asked Drake. Cain pulled out some poke blocks to feed his two Venusaur, then took out a special poke block made for Florges and gave it to her as well. He shook his head. No problem. After that, he took some treatment potions and special pills from his storage space and handed them to Drake, Steven, and Phoebe. These are high-efficiency recovery medicines I've prepared. If a Pokémon gets injured, it'll recover quickly after taking these. Although this space is mysterious and dangerous, it also holds many treasures. I gathered the ingredients for these medicines here, Cain explained. Steven and Phoebe gladly accepted the items. For them, there was no need to be formal with Cain. In their opinion, although Cain still held the title of intermediate-level breeder, he was clearly hiding his true skill. Who would believe Cain wasn't at the level of an advanced breeder? Neither Steven nor Phoebe. Were they being treated like fools? An intermediate breeder capable of producing high-level special poke blocks? No one said it out loud, but it was obvious. From their point of view, Cain had already achieved notable accomplishments as a trainer. If he were also outstanding as a breeder, the first to go crazy wouldn't be any other organization, it would be the League itself. The real question was which path Cain should follow, trainer or breeder. Cain had chosen the path of a trainer, which is why he kept his breeding abilities hidden. In reality, they were misjudging Cain. Was it that he didn't want to take the advanced breeder exam? No, he just didn't have the time. Not a single damn minute. Drake didn't reject the help either, accepting it gladly and without ceremony. With the treatments ready and all preparations complete, the four of them sat down to wait for nightfall. In the mysterious space, the sky was chaotic. Even so, there was a distinction between day and night. There was even moonlight at night. Taking advantage of the darkness, Cain and the others led the League group out of the camp, moving toward the edge of the space. Slowking has already left psychic coordinates on my two Venusaur. As long as you stay close to them, we'll be able to find you. At the same time, the Venusaur will also protect your safety temporarily, Cain said to the group. After the collective healing earlier that day, Cain had become the most respected figure right after Drake. Additionally, his strength was now recognized, so no one doubted his words. You two, as League researchers, will take command of these two Venusaur. Make sure to protect everyone, Cain said to the two people in front of him. Yes, they responded firmly and enthusiastically. After all, a chief-level researcher was their top superior. Let's go, Cain said to Drake, Steven, and Phoebe after finishing his instructions. Drake nodded. The four of them disappeared from the group, thanks to Slowking's teleport move. Once they vanished, the two researchers led the rest further away. They didn't want to be a burden to Drake and the others, so the farther they got, the better. Cain and the other three returned to the previous camp. Before the final action, I have a warning. If we run into a situation we can't handle, don't force it. If you encounter a powerful enemy, the first option should always be to escape. If you can't escape, then hold on however you can until I get there, Drake warned with a serious expression. Cain, Steven, and Phoebe also adopted a serious demeanor. They nodded firmly. The danger level of this operation was clear. Let's go, shouted Drake, releasing his Salamence and taking the lead. Steven followed with his Aerodactyl. Phoebe, who didn't have a flying mount, rode on Drake's Salamence. Finally, Cain brought up the rear, riding on his Flygon. Without a point of comparison, there would be no complaints, but Cain, who usually thought of his Flygon as a great transport partner, now clearly noticed the difference. The problem was that Flygon didn't have a high enough level. For normal travel it was fine, but when it came to speed or urgency, it wasn't ideal. The three flying Pokémon soared through the sky, already beneath the canopy of the Tree of Life. Thanks to the branches and leaves of the massive tree, they could move in concealment, making them nearly impossible to detect. In reality, they could already follow the branches toward the central trunk of the Tree of Life. But flying was still a bit faster and less conspicuous. No one knew if there were traps set along the branches. Steven had Aerodactyl descend slightly and approached Cain's side. When Cain saw Steven's Aerodactyl, his eyes lit up for a moment. During the Sinnoh tournament, Steven's Aerodactyl had already shown some strange transformations. Black rocks were starting to emerge on its wings and body. Though it still looked like a regular Aerodactyl, Cain knew it was actually in an intermediate state between a regular and a mega-evolved Aerodactyl. It was hard to understand why this transformation occurred. Pokémon, Aerodactyl, light purple. Gender, male. Level, 63. Types, rock plus flying. Ability, rock head. Held item, none. Egg moves, steel wing, dragon breath, roost, tailwind. Basic moves, iron head, ice fong, fire fong, thunder fong, wing attack, supersonic, bite, scary face, roar, agility, ancient power, crunch, takedown, sky drop. Learned moves, heat wave, earth power, dragon pulse, stealth rock, sky attack. TM moves, protect, dragon claw, hyper beam, earthquake, flamethrower, rest, stone edge, rock slide, sleep talk, substitute. Even the system couldn't analyze this transformation. Perhaps only when Aerodactyl fully completed its mega evolution would the truth be revealed. What's wrong? Asked Steven, noticing Cain staring at him intently. Cain snapped out of it and shook his head. Nothing, just that your Aerodactyl is developing really well. Steven smiled and patted his Aerodactyl on the back. He didn't say anything else. Cain, what do you think of this space? How did this Tree of Life emerge? When Phoebe and I arrived here, it didn't exist yet. It appeared completely in a single day, Steven commented. Cain didn't know either. He answered honestly, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the enemy's goals are tied to this Tree of Life. Maybe we'll learn something from what they say. I think so too. Be careful, said Steven, returning to his central position. Cain nodded, staring at the enormous trunk that he could almost reach with his hand. Apart from its enormous size, it didn't look much different from an ordinary tree. The four of them reached the top of the Tree of Life without any trouble. They stopped on a branch. From there, they could see several people moving below. It looked like they were transporting some instruments and devices in and out of a hollow in the trunk. Cain and the others also noticed the presence of a cave. They exchanged glances. It was highly likely that the secret of this Tree of Life was inside that cave. Let's stick to the plan, said Drake to the other three. Cain, Steven, and Phoebe nodded. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, Drake jumped directly from the branch. During the fall, Salamence appeared and carried Drake toward the base of the tree. Salamence, Dragon Rush, Drake ordered in a low voice. At the same time, he leaned forward on Salamance's back, merging completely with his mount. Then, a blue, flame-like aura wrapped around Salamence and Drake, turning them into an ancient sky dragon, speeding at full force toward the tree. Those below, busy with their work, also saw Salamence appear. Many were already familiar with Drake's attacks, so upon seeing this, their expressions changed drastically. They dropped what they were holding and fled in all directions. But Drake had no intention of stopping. Injure or even kill a few. He couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. Although the League didn't promote killing, Drake had to admit there were some truly evil people he wished to eliminate without hesitation. Boom! A deafening crash. Salamance's Dragon Rush struck right at the open area of the trunk. The attack was accompanied by a gust of wind that swept away all people and objects in the area, clearing a large space. Drake stood tall on Salamance's back, scanning the surroundings. No one dared meet his gaze. The title of Elite Four alone was already a symbol of overwhelming pressure. And Drake was the strongest of Hoenn's Elite Four. Everyone had seen what he was capable of in battle. Only the three leaders together were capable of facing him. Mr. Drake, I didn't expect you to return, and in such a flashy way. Aren't you worried about the safety of your league companions? A voice rang out from the base of the tree. A figure slowly appeared in his field of vision. Behind him, two more people emerged. A burly man in red clothing and a stunning woman dressed in blue. They were Tabitha, the Team Magma executive, and Shelley, the Team Aqua executive. Then the man in the middle could only be Mitchell, the same one Logan from the Hunters Guild had mentioned. Drake looked at the three with a stern expression, his gaze finally settling on Tabitha. The latter felt uneasy under the stare. Why are you looking at me if he's clearly the leader? Tabitha thought. Is Team Magma declaring open war on the Hoenn League? Or is it Team Aqua who wants to start one? Drake asked, shifting his gaze to Shelley. His tone was utterly commanding. This made clear just how imposing Drake, the Dragon-type Elite Four of Hoenn, truly was. His captain's uniform, combined with his fierce face, made him look like a warrior capable of facing 10 men alone. Cough cough. Mr. Drake, surely you jest. Team Magma is only here to lend a hand. We have no interest in any war with the League, Tabitha replied. Although his expression showed some discomfort, he didn't back down. Certainly, if he were alone facing Drake, he'd be crushed, but now they were three. Besides, the Hunters Guild possessed something Team Magma urgently needed. This mission had been ordered personally by Maxie. Yes, Team Aqua has no intention of fighting the League either. We're just here to assist with some minor tasks, added Shelley in a gentle voice. From her look and tone, she sounded more like a kind older sister than an executive of a criminal organization. Her tone carried an indescribable sweetness. Upon hearing those words, Drake said nothing more. It wasn't the first time he had confronted them. Last time, they had also put all the blame on the Hunters Guild. And in the current state of things, the League couldn't afford an all-out war against all three groups at once. They might win, but the losses would be unacceptable. If it were just one organization. Drake then turned to Mitchell, who maintained a calm expression. The Hunters Guild has branches all over the Pokémon world and has always claimed to be neutral. Can you no longer maintain that facade? Mitchell quickly shook his head. Mr. Drake, don't say that. Our guild has always considered itself a neutral force. This time, we simply had no choice. The Pokémon we want to capture can't be caught without help from Team Magma and Team Aqua. That's why we requested support from these two executives. Don't misunderstand. The Hunters Guild has no ulterior motives. We only want to capture the Pokémon. What Pokémon? Not even Tabitha or Shelley knew. Anyone with common sense would see that this was just a cheap excuse. But Drake had no intention of continuing the conversation. All of his Pokémon appeared instantly. Roar. 6 Dragon-type Pokémon appeared together, an utterly overwhelming scene. And each one of them was incredibly powerful. Seeing that Drake really intended to fight seriously, the three opponents also turned serious and summoned their battle Pokémon. Tabitha and Shelley wore bitter, resigned expressions. If they had a choice, they would never want to fight someone as strong as Drake. He was just too much. Even with just 2 Pokémon, Drake could crush all 6 of theirs. Champion-level Pokémon were simply in a different league. Before the battle could begin, Mitchell shouted to his subordinates, "You, send people to the League's camp and bring all of Mr. Drake's companions. Be gentle when inviting them. Meanwhile, we'll have a little skirmish with him. And summon the other officers to guard the cave entrance." Before he could finish, Drake was already charging toward him with salamence. Mitchell had been hinting that if Drake stayed behind to fight them, the League members would be in danger. What he didn't know was that they had all already retreated. They would find nothing but empty rooms. And with 2 elite-level Venusaur in the group, sending only quasi-elite trainers wouldn't be enough. At least an elite-level trainer would be needed. Meanwhile, the elite-level trainers from Team Magma and Team Aqua had already arrived at the entrance to the cave. And those from the Hunters Guild were already on their way to cause trouble for the League group. But Drake, with no worries about the rear, unleashed his full combat strength, mercilessly overwhelming the three without any intention of holding back. Last time they had managed to resist only because Drake had a weak point. This time, he attacked relentlessly, trying to create an opportunity for Cain and the others. This time, both Team Magma and Team Aqua had sent one executive and one elite officer. Aside from Tabitha and Shelley, the two elite officers were merely elite-level trainers. They were already stationed, blocking the entrance to the hollow tree. From the top of the tree, seeing that Drake had already repelled the three strongest enemies, the three allies prepared to act. As for the two elite officers guarding the entrance, since it was 3 against 2, they weren't especially worried. If they forced their way through, it shouldn't be a problem. Cain took the lead, diving down atop his flagon in a style reminiscent of Drake himself. "Who goes there?" shouted the Team Magma elite officer posted at the entrance. Behind Cain, Steven and Phoebe descended together, riding on the back of an Aerodactyl, quickly approaching. Cain threw 2 Pokeballs, releasing his Drapion and Slowking. Steven and Phoebe also released their Pokémon. Shiny Metagross, Aggron, Dusknoir, and Banette appeared simultaneously. 6 elite-level Pokémon appeared all at once, leaving the enemies with no time to react. Without delay, the 3 began advancing straight toward the hollow tree. Their objective was clear: get inside and avoid unnecessary battles. Though these 2 elite officers were called such, their strength was still below that of Cain and company. Even their main Pokémon had not reached intermediate elite level. They wouldn't be able to stop Cain's group. Slowking, Psychic. Drapion, Fellstinger. Clear the way, Cain ordered in a low but firm voice. He leapt off Flagon's back and returned it to its Pokeball at the same time. Metagross, Meteor Mash. Aggron, Head Smash. "We're going too," shouted Steven upon landing, leading his Pokémon into battle. Unlike Cain's teamwork style using Slowking and Drapion, Steven opted for the direct offensive combo of Metagross and Aggron. Moreover, Metagross could use psychic powers to boost its and Aggron's movements, similar to Slowking's tactical role with Cain. The 3 stayed close together in a tight formation. Phoebe's 2 Ghost-type Pokémon stayed near the group, shielding them from surprise attacks. Slowking and Drapion took the left flank, Metagross and Aggron the right, forming a compact defensive squad that advanced like a living wall toward the cave. The enemy Pokémon could barely withstand the combined attacks of Slowking and Metagross. Boom! Boom! Drapion and Aggron were going all out. The faces of the 2 elite officers turned grim. They hadn't expected that, even with Drake being held back, the League could still deploy 3 elite-level trainers. Although they still didn't know exactly what was inside the tree, their mission was clear: protect the entrance. Everything else was the Hunters Guild's responsibility. "We're forcing our way in," Cain ordered quietly. He had noticed that other enemies were beginning to shift toward the other battlefront. "Let's go," shouted Steven. The 3 dashed forward together, followed by their Pokémon. Dusknoir, Banette, fire Shadow Ball to clear the path, Phoebe ordered, joining the charge. They still had Pokémon in reserve, so even if they were ambushed, they could respond. Aggron cleared the front of the formation with brute force. They ignored the enemy's attacks while Slowking and Metagross created a psychic barrier to protect them. Boom! Boom! The rumbling was constant. Finally, after withstanding a wave of attacks, the 3 managed to enter the hollow tree. "We're in. Now what?" asked Phoebe. Though they had gotten inside, they hadn't had time to observe its interior and already feared an imminent pursuit. From outside, Cain glimpsed Mitchell's furious expression. It was clear he hadn't expected Drake to be just a decoy. "Slowking barrier," Cain ordered immediately. "Metagross, same," said Steven. Both psychic Pokémon raised a barrier at the hollow tree's entrance. "This should buy us some time. Let's explore the interior," Cain exclaimed. "All right, let's go," Steven and Phoebe replied in unison. The 3, along with their Pokémon, ventured deeper inside. They were finally able to get a good look at the interior. Although the hollow tree seemed ordinary, its walls emitted an emerald green glow, lighting the area naturally. There were no forks, just a straight path, so there was no need to choose routes. They simply ran deeper inside. Boom. Not even 30 seconds had passed since their entry when the double psychic barrier was shattered. The two elite officers from Team Magma and Team Aqua advanced inside with their subordinates. Meanwhile, on the tree's platform, Drake had already brought the battle to that area with his 3 opponents. Earlier, they had wanted to keep Drake busy. Now, he was the one stalling them. The situation had reversed. After all, they had more Pokémon than he did. It was easier for them to keep him occupied by rotating. Drake, with his smaller team, had a harder time. If they trusted each other more, they could have pulled back 2 or 3 Pokémon to pursue Cain's group. But did such trust exist between them? "Use your full power," shouted Mitchell, face dark, speaking to Tabitha and Shelley. Though focused, they were clearly not fighting at full strength. "And what about what you promised us, Mitchell?" asked Tabitha, a faint smirk on his face. Shelley also turned her attention to Mitchell, and her battle commands grew sloppy. Upon hearing their words, Mitchell's expression worsened. The message was clear: if they didn't get what they were promised, they wouldn't put in full effort. "Damn it, they're exploiting the situation," Mitchell cursed under his breath. But he had no other choice. They were at a critical moment. If he didn't give them what they wanted, they'd abandon him. He pulled 2 crystals from his storage space, 1 red and 1 blue. The red crystal bore the symbol Omega, the blue one had a different symbol. Upon receiving them, Tabitha and Shelley's faces lit up. They had gotten what they came for. Only then did they begin fighting at full power against Drake. Though they still didn't know how to escape, it seemed Mitchell alone knew the way out. They couldn't abandon the battle. Objective achieved. Drake immediately felt the pressure rise. Mitchell sent his 2 Pokémon toward the hollow tree. "Get rid of those brats," he ordered coldly. A Sceptile and a Brellum nodded and rushed inside. At that moment, Cain and the other 2 had fully entered the interior of the hollow tree. But they didn't know exactly where the tunnel was leading. They had been running for 10 minutes without seeing anything at all. The tunnel seemed to descend endlessly, as if it had no bottom. Suddenly, Cain's right hand trembled slightly. A spatial membrane, he thought to himself, his expression calm, yet instantly understanding what was happening. "This way," Cain shouted. Mounted on his Drapion, he charged straight at a wall of the tree that, at first glance, appeared completely normal. To anyone else, it would have seemed like he was crashing into a wall for no reason. In the blink of an eye, Cain vanished from the tunnel. Stephen and Phoebe were left stunned. They looked at each other. Phoebe, with more experience, remembered that the entrance to the interior of MT Pyre was also behind a spatial membrane. "Let's go," she exclaimed, and leapt forward with her Dusknoir and Vanette. Seeing them vanish, Stephen didn't hesitate and followed them without a second thought. Once inside, Stephen saw Cain and Phoebe standing still, not moving forward. "What is it?" he asked. Phoebe pointed around them, urging him to look. When Stephen looked up, he too was astonished. What kind of place was this? They were in a new space within the tree, but it looked nothing like the previous passage. It was an enormous cavern. And the most striking thing, the ceiling, walls, and floor all glowed with a shade of emerald green. It was as if they were inside a giant gemstone. And that green glow wasn't static, it seemed to flow constantly, as if the entire environment were a single connected organism. From top to bottom, everything pulsed like a unified current. In front of them stood a tree of the same color and texture. A tree inside another tree. Even stranger, both its trunk and leaves were a translucent green, identical to the rest of the surroundings. The glow that pulsed through it gave it a crystalline appearance. The 3 of them slowly approached the tree. When they stepped on the ground, it didn't feel like wood, but rather solid rock. "Where are we?" Stephen asked, breaking the silence. No matter how much money his family had, he had never seen so much emerald together, if that was even real emerald. Especially that central tree. "I think this place might be the true core of the tree," Cain said uncertainly. "A place impossible to find without spatial abilities, unless one searched every corner with great patience. But who would do that? Normally, when entering a cave, one tries to reach the end, hoping to find something there. The devices the Hunters Guild had previously sent into the tree were likely sensors. Mitchell must have known something, but lacking his own abilities, he had to rely on technology. And this tree? Is it even really a tree? Asked Phoebe, intrigued. No one could give her a definitive answer. Cain approached and crouched down to observe some fine lines on the ground. They could be the tree's roots. A green energy flowed through them, as if constantly nourishing the tree. Doesn't it remind you of the tree? Cain suddenly said, his eyes lighting up with realization. Stephen and Phoebe nodded after taking a closer look. Now that you mention it, it does look similar, murmured Stephen. Could it be? Cain looked around the environment, searching for reference points. Although there was nothing specific, he compared the size of the tree with the space surrounding it. What is it? Stephen asked. Cain let out a long sigh and said, this place is probably a miniature version of the entire mysterious space. And this tree would be a representation of the tree. Everything around us is full of a green substance, like a liquid that flows. It's probably the energy of this place. The lush plant growth here proves there's abundant grass-type energy. And haven't you noticed? The grass-type Pokémon in this space are considerably stronger. Put that way, yeah, it could be a scale model of the entire space, Stephen added. But, Phoebe began. But what's its purpose? Cain replied before Stephen could speak. They were both just as puzzled about the exact function of this place. The three fell silent. Huh? Phoebe suddenly exclaimed. Cain, Stephen, look. Why does the green liquid flowing here seem to thin out in this area? She pointed to a spot on the ground. Cain and Stephen followed her finger. Cain slowly crouched and touched the ground with his fingers. He felt a slight coolness and a faintly uneven texture. The entire space was smooth, except for that one spot, which felt slightly sunken. Something clicked in Cain's mind. He looked up at the tree, then back down at the ground. As if he were comparing something. This place. Isn't this where the Venusaur herd I found lives? He exclaimed. There, he had found a pool of energy without a specific type, and the Unknown's message had said that energy flowed from a spatial rift. This place really was a miniature version of the entire space. Confirming his suspicion, Cain approached the tree. From here, the tree no longer looked so impressive. In fact, it seemed more like a regular little tree, not very tall, but full of foliage. He reached out and touched the trunk. He felt its warmth and slowly closed his eyes. He activated his telepathy. He didn't know why, but he wanted to try communicating with this tree. Stephen and Phoebe held their breath, afraid of disturbing Cain. They both knew him well. They knew Cain could use telepathy thanks to his psychic power, while Phoebe, with her ghost power, could only communicate with ghost-type Pokémon. They still didn't know if the combination of ghost power and psychic power strengthened or weakened that ability. Cain closed his eyes, covering the tree with his mental power, just as he had done when trying to communicate with the unknown. 3 minutes passed in complete silence. The effort of enveloping such a large tree with his psychic energy was enormous. He received no response. Well? Stephen asked when he saw Cain open his eyes. Cain slowly shook his head, visibly disappointed. But just as he was about to pull his hand completely away from the tree, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Shalea. He immediately stopped the hand that was letting go. Cain closed his eyes again. Seal? The voice was clear and ethereal. It sounded like that of a pure, innocent child. Seeing Cain close his eyes again, Stephen and Phoebe exchanged a look of joy. At that moment, inside Cain's mind, the channel created by his psychic power. It was as if he had passed through another corridor, accessing another world. He opened his eyes. Cain found himself in a vast, endless meadow. The sky was a deep blue, and the rays of the sun on his body made him feel warm. So warm. Isn't this supposed to be a realm of consciousness? How can I physically feel all this? Not just the temperature, even the air is much fresher here, said Cain as he inhaled deeply. The pure, natural air filled his lungs, making him feel revitalized. Seal, the voice rang out again. But this time, it wasn't in his mind, it was next to his ear. With the arrival of the voice, all the visible meadows burst into colorful, vibrant flowers. In the blink of an eye, A sea of wildflowers bloomed in full. A Pokémon with this kind of power. Cain observed the landscape, trying to remember who it could be. But before he reached a conclusion, a light green Pokémon appeared directly in front of him. It had a round, backward-curving body, 2 green antennae on its forehead ending in blue tips, large light blue eyes, and dark, noticeable eye markings. It looked like a very small and delicate Pokémon. It moved joyfully through the flowers, with a sweet smile on its face, like a spirit of the field. Celebi, Cain murmured. Indeed, the Pokémon that had appeared before him was Celebi, a legendary Pokémon. Just like Mew, it belonged to the category of mythical Pokémon, though it could also be called a legendary Pokémon. As if hearing Cain's call, Celebi glided through the flowers until stopping less than 3 meters from him, fluttering its small, transparent wings. Its large blue eyes reflected a deep curiosity. Could this place be Celebi's consciousness realm? Cain wondered. At that moment, Celebi sniffed the air, as if identifying Cain's scent. "Who are you?" asked Celebi with a clear voice Cain could understand. That confirmed even more that he was in a consciousness space. "Hello, Celebi, I'm Cain," he responded. "Cain," it repeated, tilting its head as if trying to remember. "Cain? Cain," it repeated again, and its eyes lit up as if it had suddenly remembered who he was. Huh. Cain frowned at its expression. That didn't make sense. He had never met Celebi before. It shouldn't be reacting like it knew him. "You know me?" he asked, curious. Celebi smiled even more brightly and nodded vigorously. "I know Cain. I've seen Cain." "Cain, good friend," it said joyfully. Cain was stunned. "Scent of Lug, scent of Mew, and also, that kitty's scent." "You're Cain," Celebi said without much logical coherence. But Cain understood perfectly. Lug referred to Lugia, Mew was Mew, and that kitty, could it be a Zelf? But soon, Celebi's face turned serious. It sniffed again, frowning as if trying to confirm something. Finally, it said with doubt, "Why do you have their scent? Why is that scent on Cain?" Cain's frown never left his face. Celebi seemed to know him well. It was even familiar with his scent. Could it be? Cain's heart skipped a beat. He considered a possibility. A possibility that, though surprising, made a lot of sense. Celebi is a Pokémon that can travel through time and space. In the multiple timelines of the Pokémon world, there is practically at least one Celebi in each. That means that as long as time flows, Celebi will never disappear. Could it be that Celebi had met him in the future, or in another timeline? That was the only explanation that made sense. "Celebi, did you meet me in another time? In another era?" Cain asked, touching his face. Just as he suspected, in this consciousness space, his mask had disappeared. Celebi was seeing his real face. Celebi tilted its head again, thoughtful. It had lived through so much, had so many memories, that it was hard to remember clearly. Its eyes lit up again, but quickly dimmed. Cain didn't know what it had remembered. Can't say, Celebi said, biting its finger uncomfortably but firmly. It couldn't say. That feeling of having the truth on the tip of your tongue, but not being able to hear it, was frustrating. But Cain couldn't force it. "Celebi, is this your world?" He changed the subject. At the question, Celebi let go of its conflicted expression and smiled cheerfully again. It nodded enthusiastically, yes. As if to demonstrate, it waved its tiny hand, and a small plant emerged from the ground. Under Celebi's control, it grew rapidly. In just a few seconds, it became a gigantic tree, whose branches blossomed and bore fruit. Some light blueberries hung from the branches. It looked like a miniature tree of life. Celebi flew to the tree, picked one of the berries, and handed it to Cain. "Cain, eat," it said, looking at him hopefully. Cain smiled and accepted the berry, taking a bite. In that instant, his face went completely stiff, and his eyes turned red. Tears began to stream down his cheeks. Under Celebi's expectant gaze, he forced himself to swallow it. With a smile uglier than crying, he said, "Delicious." Celebi immediately beamed from ear to ear. But at that moment, Cain's mouth was completely numb. He couldn't feel anything. He finally identified the berry. It was a bitter berry. Indeed, it was potent. He discreetly stored the remaining berries in his pocket and changed the subject. Shalebi, do you know the outer space outside of this place? He asked. Yes, yes, this time, Shalebi answered immediately, without thinking. Is that space also yours? Cain pressed further. But before Shalebi could respond, Cain felt a blinding white flash. Everything vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in front of the emerald green jade tree. Stephen and Phoebe were still behind him, waiting. Everything felt like a dream that had faded. Seal, a clear voice echoed in the small space. Stephen and Phoebe showed expressions of shock. They had heard it too. That familiar light green silhouette emerged from the tree before them. And with its appearance, all the green energy in the space froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everything stopped. When that greenish figure appeared, Stephen and Phoebe, who were behind Cain, showed expressions of astonishment. Is that? Stephen couldn't help but speak. Shalebi? Phoebe was the one who said the name that Stephen had in mind. Ever since she left MT Pyre, Phoebe had received an intensive crash course from Juan on basic world knowledge, which included a dedicated class on legendary Pokémon. Moreover, due to her nature as a girl, Phoebe felt sympathy toward cute-looking Pokémon, so she recognized Shalebi immediately. Seal. Shalebi let out a soft sound, flying toward the three of them. The green energy flowing through the space resumed its movement. It really is Shalebi. Stephen also confirmed in amazement. Cain withdrew his hand from the tree and activated telepathy once more. Shalebi, how can we leave this space? Cain asked. Shalebi tilted its head at the question, as if deep in thought. The three remained silent, not daring to interrupt. After a moment, Shalebi said, outside, battle, strong. Cain, you know them. It was clearly referring to the fight Drake and Mitchell's group were having outside the space, which had caught Shalebi's attention. It seemed Shalebi could sense everything that happened in this space, though perhaps it had been asleep before, and that's why it hadn't reacted. Cain's telepathy was what had awakened it. Cain nodded and conveyed mentally, one of them, the strongest, is our superior. The other three are enemies. They want to enter this space. They're probably looking to capture a Pokémon. It might be you. Upon hearing that, Shalebi wrinkled its tiny nose, as if it didn't understand. But in its way of life, if something didn't make sense, it simply didn't dwell on it. It looked at Cain with its big blue eyes, shining with curiosity. Cain, face, different, it said in broken phrases, perhaps because it wasn't used to communicating, or maybe that was just how it talked. Cain smiled. Fortunately, this was mental communication, so Stephen and Phoebe didn't hear what Shalebi was saying. It's a kind of disguise, Cain explained. Shalebi nodded, not insisting further on the topic. It placed a finger on its lips and showed a thoughtful expression again. Suddenly, as if remembering something, its two green antennae began bouncing in the air, as if detecting something. Then they stopped. Shalebi's eyes lit up and narrowed slightly. Seal, it let out another soft sound. A space rift suddenly appeared in front of them. Just when they thought it was a way out to the outside world, Shalebi raised its tiny hand and enveloped Stephen in psychic energy. Without giving him time to react, it hurled him into the rift. Stephen! Phoebe shouted in alarm. Though Cain was also surprised, not as much as Phoebe. Immediately after launching Stephen, Shalebi covered its mouth with a joyful smile. Like a child who had found a new playmate and tricked them into playing hide and seek. So pure and lively. After countless years of life, having witnessed endless births, growths, and deaths, that Shalebi still retained such a pure heart was truly exceptional. The rift slowly vanished after Stephen's departure. Then Shalebi waved its tiny hand again and created another space rift. This time Cain managed to glimpse what was on the other side. He quickly turned to Phoebe and said, "When you go in, don't be scared. Don't panic, just feel with your heart." But before he could finish, Phoebe was already enveloped in psychic energy and thrown into the rift. Shalebi smiled even more happily. "Shalebi, are you sending them to places where they can grow stronger?" Cain asked. Shalebi looked at him with its big eyes, spinning like marbles of glass. "Cain, next, ready," it responded, giving a thumbs up, or at least something that looked like a thumb. Before Cain could say anything, Shalevi already waved its little hand again and opened a third rift. This time, it was his turn. Cain quickly raised his hand to stop Shalevi's psychic energy. "Let me go on my own," he said. And without waiting any further, he stepped into the rift. As he approached, he could make out the landscape inside. Everything was covered in rocks, endless mountain chains, stone blocks of different sizes and colors. Under Shalevi's eager gaze, Cain entered. He didn't know why, but despite his usual caution, he fully trusted Shalevi. His internal explanation was, maybe because of her purity. Maybe that was the only somewhat reasonable justification. After Cain also disappeared into the rift, Shalevi flew through the green space like a 3-year-old girl, laughing joyfully. But it didn't take long before she stopped. Her blue eyes lost their color. If someone had been there, they would have seen a starry sky reflected in her pupils. And those stars were evolving at a dizzying speed. No one knows how much time passed. When the vision disappeared from her eyes, Shalevi's body began to tremble slightly in the space, like a ripple spreading across a water surface. Her silhouette gradually faded, until vanishing completely from the emerald space. Only soft echoes remained in the air. Seal, seal, seal. Though it was a single voice, it seemed to play on multiple frequencies. Cain, however, had no idea what had happened to Shalevi. He had already arrived at the place she sent him to. An unfamiliar place. He looked around. There were no signs of human presence, though a few wild Pokémon roamed nearby. This is a world of rock. I have no idea where I am. I don't even know if we're still in the same timeline, Cain said with a hint of concern. Though he trusted that Shalevi wouldn't harm them, having passed from one unknown space into another even more uncertain one, now he had to start investigating everything from scratch again. Observing the nearby rocks and mountain ranges in the distance, Cain had a hunch. Rocks, could it be that? He pulled out several Pokeballs. He threw them. 3 Pokémon appeared. A level 54 Agron, a level 54 Pupitar, and a level 36 Carbink. They were the only rock-type Pokémon Cain had at the time. It was his guess based on what he had seen just before Phoebe entered the rift. Cain had managed to briefly glimpse the inside of the space rift Phoebe had been sent into. Inside, everything was practically dark. A full moon hung in the sky, and ghostly shadows darted about quickly. Normally, a girl seeing something like that would be terrified. But for Phoebe, that landscape felt familiar, pleasant, even. After all, because of the environment she grew up in, along with her natural affinity for ghost-type Pokémon and her special power, the ghost power, ghost-type Pokémon tended to approach her with ease. Surely Shalevi knew that, which was why it had sent her to such a world. It was after realizing this that Cain had reminded her to focus and feel with her heart. As for the rift that Stephen had been sent through, Cain guessed it had taken him to a world of metal or rock. After all, Stephen specialized in those 2 Pokémon types. Though if he had to bet, he'd say it was a metallic world. What was odd was that he himself had ended up in a rocky one. Even though Cain did have several rock-type Pokémon, he wasn't a trainer specialized in just one type. Maybe, for Shalevi, this place was simply the most suitable for him. As for those strange spaces and how Shalevi found or connected them, that was completely beyond Cain's understanding. In the Pokémon world, the special abilities of legendary Pokémon weren't something humans could easily comprehend. Especially high-level mythical Pokémon like Shalevi or Mew. While they might not stand out in raw power like other legendaries, their unique abilities were entirely out of reach for others. In short, in the Pokémon world, anything is possible. And those strange, extravagant, almost dreamlike spaces are innumerable. After all, the Pokémon world only occupies a region within an alternate spatial plane. What did surprise Cain was that there were Pokémon in this place. Most were rock-type, and some ground-type. Other types were practically non-existent, especially water and grass-type Pokémon. Cain walked a long time with his Pokémon and only saw 1 or 2 of those species. Also, likely due to the harsh environmental conditions, they weren't well developed. On the other hand, rock-type Pokémon seemed to thrive here. Some were even comparable to those trained by humans. Maybe that was because rock-type energy was incredibly abundant in this place. Pokémon that were usually hard to find in the wild weren't rare here at all. For example, groups of Onix could be seen living together. While Onix isn't an especially rare Pokémon, it does require very specific environmental conditions, so finding one in the wild isn't easy. But here, they were everywhere. And let's not even mention Geodude and other more common ones. Life here was so peaceful that despite their relatively high levels, the Pokémon spent their time lazing around, eating, sleeping, or simply sitting still doing nothing. Pure routine. With so many rocks and minerals everywhere, their lives were completely pressure-free. Seeing this, Cain slowly frowned. Something doesn't add up. If everything were this peaceful, there should already be an overpopulation of Pokémon. Even if rock-type energy is abundant, balance like this can't sustain itself indefinitely. There has to be some Pokémon or creature regulating the ecosystem, Cain reflected. Although he still didn't know exactly why Celebi had sent him here, he had a hunch it had something to do with his 3 rock-type Pokémon. In any case, since arriving, Agron, Pupitar, and Carbink had all felt very comfortable. With so much rock-type energy in the environment, it was like home to them. After walking for quite a while, Cain found a relatively flat spot to sit and take care of the matter of food. Fortunately, he still had some provisions in his storage space. Because here, with rocks everywhere, finding food would be extremely difficult. Pupitar, how are you all feeling? Cain asked while eating some dried meat and drinking water. His Pokémon had no trouble with food. Rocks were everywhere. While they weren't as nutritious as the minerals and diamonds they usually ate, at least they could fill up. Suddenly, the Geodude and other rock-type Pokémon that had been lazily lounging among the stones started to panic and ran off in a single direction. As if something were chasing them. Cain stood up and looked that way. Agron and Pupitar also stopped what they were doing and turned to watch. Agron, with his 3-meter height, had an excellent field of vision. And Pupitar, floating thanks to the compressed vapor it released, also had a good vantage point. In his last training session, Pupitar had reached level 54 after absorbing energy from the special pool. That boost had allowed him to advance rapidly, but also caused him to skip an important phase of experience accumulation. That's why he still couldn't evolve into Tyranitar. Something was still missing. After the stampede, Cain finally saw what was causing all the chaos. His pupils contracted instantly. Even with all his experience, what he saw shocked him. 3 green figures had appeared atop a rocky hill. Neither the weak Geodude nor the stronger Onix could stop their advance. Because those 3 Pokémon were Tyranitar. 3 Tyranitar. At that moment, they roared into the sky from the hilltop, like an imposing version of Godzilla. Cain couldn't help but be amazed. Beside him, Pupitar floated in the air, staring at the scene with intense light in his eyes. A mixture of awe and yearning. He knew, thanks to Cain, what he would become upon evolving. So he recognized the Tyranitar immediately. Seeing how imposing they were, Pupitar deeply admired them. He wondered when he would be able to become like them. Each of the 3 Tyranitar held a Geodude in each hand. Upon seeing this, Cain immediately understood why the rock-type Pokémon population in the area remained balanced. It was because these Tyranitar were regulating the ecosystem. It was a rather cruel method, yes, but without a doubt the best help the rest of the Pokémon could have. They were the ones fulfilling the role of villains. The Tyranitar had become the natural cleaners of this rocky region. At the same time, the rock-type Pokémon of the area also provided them with a constant source of rock-type energy. Perhaps it wasn't their conscious intention to cleanse the other rock Pokémon, but simply a means of replenishing themselves. Unintentionally, however, that behavior had ended up becoming their responsibility. The 3 Tyranitar hadn't noticed Cain and his group's presence. They simply grabbed several Geodude and began to retreat. Cain looked at Pupitar beside him, knowing that deep down he wasn't exactly calm. Few Pokémon can remain composed when seeing with their own eyes the form they will take after evolving. Cain smiled and patted Pupitar's shell. Come on, let's take a look over there. Pup. Pupitar sparkled with excitement, though he showed a bit of hesitation, as if asking whether they might be attacked if they got closer. Cain nodded. We'll go carefully. As long as we keep a low profile, there won't be a problem. With that said, Pupitre had no further objections. Agrin and Carbink even less so, as they would never disobey an order from Cain. Mismagius, Cain said mentally, establishing telepathic communication with Mismagius, who remained hidden in his shadow. Mismagius's voice echoed in his mind. I might need your help soon. Here's what you should do. As he spoke, Cain began walking toward the pile of rocks from earlier. Due to the large number of rock formations, they had piled up to resemble miniature mountains. Cain and his Pokémon walked a good distance until they reached the top of the mound where the 3 Tyranitar had previously been. Once they crossed it, they would arrive directly at the zone where the Tyranitar lived. Pupitre could barely contain the excitement sparkling in his eyes. Cain thought that perhaps, right here, he might find the opportunity for Pupitre to evolve. And he also began to understand part of Celebi's intention. What he hadn't expected was that a pseudo-legendary Pokémon could develop so quickly. In his past life, his Salamence had taken so long to evolve from Shellgun that it had seemed unbelievable. Upon crossing the summit, they gazed at what lay on the other side. A valley like a giant crater. Amidst the rock formations, strangely enough, some plants were growing. On top of that, there was even a small lake in the middle of the valley. This was the home of the Tyranitar. Compared to the harsh surroundings outside, this place was practically a paradise for rock-type Pokémon. There were the 3 Tyranitar they had seen earlier, alongside smaller ones, as well as over 10 Pupitre and several Larvitar. This was definitely something that could be called the Valley of the Tyranitar. Pokémon so scarce in the outside world had formed an entire clan here. The only thing Cain regretted was that, for some reason, Pokeballs didn't work properly here, except to summon or store his own Pokémon. They couldn't be used to catch new ones. Cain had already noticed this earlier when trying to catch a rare rock-type Pokémon in the area. If not for that restriction, he could have captured all the Tyranitar, Pupitre, and Larvitar in the place, and formed his own Sandstorm army. Although the training cost would be high, the reward would far outweigh the effort. But he could only dream of that. The arrival of Cain and his Pokémon finally caught the attention of some Tyranitar. Tyran. The one who spoke was one of the 3 Tyranitar from earlier, the most muscular one, who also appeared to be the strongest. He roared in Cain's direction. His voice echoed throughout the valley, and all the Tyranitar and Pupitre stopped what they were doing to look at Cain and his group. The Larvitar hid behind their parents. Cain raised both hands, showing he had no ill intentions. Even so, the 3 Tyranitar began approaching slowly. The leader had 3 cross scars over his left eye, probably the result of a past battle, giving him an even more fearsome appearance. Cain activated his system to scan the Tyranitar's data. Pokémon: Tyranitar, light purple. Gender: male. Level: 78. Types: rock plus dark. Ability: Sandstream. Held item: none. Egg moves: Stomp, Ancient Power, Dragon Dance, Iron Tail. Base moves: Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Bite, Leer, Sandstorm, Screech, Chip Away, Rock Slide, Scary Face, Thrash, Dark Pulse, Payback, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam. Learned moves: Dragon Pulse, Thunder Punch, Iron Defense, Foul Play, Outrage, Aqua Tail, Ice Punch, Superpower, Stealth Rock, Fire Punch, Focus Punch, Snore, Earth Power. TM moves: none. Seeing the power of that leader Tyranitar, Cain completely abandoned the idea of capturing the whole group. That would be absurd. That level of Tyranitar, not even Regice, the legendary Pokémon with whom Cain had a close bond, could defeat it with certainty. And judging by the learned moves it had, it was clearly an older Pokémon, one that had survived by fighting and honing itself over the years. Cain had barely explored a small part of this rocky region, but now he was sure this wasn't the only Tyranitar clan. There were probably other similar clans, or even other Pokémon groups acting as ecosystem cleaners. After all, such a vast rocky region couldn't be controlled by just a few Tyranitar and Pupitre. They were simply the leaders of this particular zone. Pup. Pupitre called out to the Tyranitar. The fierce expression on the leader Tyranidar's face softened slightly. His energy began to dissipate gradually. The two Tyranidar beside him were also formidable. Cain scanned their data and saw that both were at intermediate Elite 4 level 74. While not as strong as the leader, they were still beyond Cain's current reach. Pupitar stepped forward in front of Cain and the others. He began to speak with the Tyranitar. The latter responded as well. Although they didn't know where Cain and his Pokémon had come from, seeing that Pupitar was of their own species caused their hostility to almost completely vanish. Tyran. Pup. The two began conversing in their language. And little by little, Pupitar's eyes lit up more and more. His enthusiasm was evident. After a while, the conversation ended. The leader Tyranitar looked at Cain, let out a roar, and turned around with the other two to walk away. Before leaving, he shouted toward the valley. The Pokémon who had been on guard relaxed their posture and resumed their activities. Pupitar ran to Cain, signaling for him to follow. Are they inviting us to go with them? Cain confirmed. Pupitar, he nodded enthusiastically. From the moment he was born until now. Although Pupitar had lived happily, sharing his time with Cain and many companions, deep down, he still felt a certain melancholy. After all, the other Pokémon, no matter who they were, had at least met others of their own species. Only he, Pupitar, had never seen another of his kind. Not a Larvitar, not another Pupitar, nor a Tyranitar. This was his first time seeing his own kind. Saying he wasn't excited would be impossible. Understanding what Pupitar felt, Cain nodded. But even so, some preparations were needed. He summoned Slowking and asked him to leave a psychic marker on the ground before following the Tyranitar into the valley. After all, the Tyranitar's strength was far too great. They had no real means of resistance. If things got out of hand, their only chance of escape would be Slowking's teleport move. One of the Tyranitar at the front looked back when he noticed Slowking's appearance. Upon confirming he posed no threat, they continued deeper into the valley. Once Slowking finished recording the point, Cain and his Pokémon also began moving toward the valley. After all, these Tyranitar didn't live solely on minerals. Predator-prey relationships between wild Pokémon were evident here too. Compared to the slow absorption of minerals and energy from rocks, extracting it directly from other Pokémon was, of course, much easier. The three Tyranitar led Pupitar and Cain's group deeper into the valley. Except for the Tyranitar who were working, the rest of the Pupitar and Larvitar looked at them with curious eyes. Especially at Cain. They had truly never seen a creature like him before. Feeling the gazes of the Pupitar and Larvitar. That look of pure curiosity managed to relax Cain's tension a bit. Smiling slightly, he opened his storage space and took out a box of special poke blocks for Pupitar. Although these poke blocks were specifically designed for Pupitar, they were also incredibly appealing to the Larvitar and Pupitar of the area. When Cain brought them out, the little Pokémon's eyes sparkled, sniffing lightly as if they had detected a delicious scent. Cain smiled as he offered the poke blocks to them one by one. It was probably their first time seeing something like that. Only after Pupitar himself demonstrated that they were edible did they understand it was food. Food. Wasn't food just rocks? Food equals rocks. That had been a core belief for them since birth, but now that logic was crumbling. However, after trying the poke blocks for the first time, all the Larvitar and Pupitar were amazed. How could something be so delicious? Pupitar, with a proud and emotional air, explained to them the purpose and benefits of poke blocks, as if enthusiastically telling them how amazing his dad was and how delicious the things he made were. Full of pride and admiration. Tyran. Suddenly, a large hand descended from the sky, patting Pupitar and interrupting his speech. Turning around, they saw the leader Tyranitar. His face no longer showed ferocity. In his other hand, he was carefully holding a rough stone bowl that contained a bit of water. He carefully brought the vessel to where Cain and Pupitar were. It was hard to imagine that such a massive Tyranitar could handle an object so delicately, as if afraid of spilling even a drop. The moment the water appeared, all the Pupitar and Larvitar present swallowed in unison, as if that water were a treasure. Cain immediately understood. In an environment dominated by rocks, a simple container of water was an extremely scarce and valuable resource. Only the Pteranodon truly grasped its importance. That small pond in the center of the valley was probably the reason this group had chosen to settle here. It was their most precious possession. Although Pteranodon appeared fierce, in truth they were gentle-natured Pokémon. They simply hid their kindness behind an imposing appearance. Seeing that scene, Cain recalled the memory he had received from Pupitur's mother when he found his egg, that female Pteranodon who gave up everything for her child. A Pokémon noble enough to give her life for her son. Though the water brought by the leader Pteranodon contained some impurities, Cain didn't reject it. He shared a bit with his own Pokémon and also offered some to each Pupitur and Larvitar surrounding them. Perhaps these Pokémon had a water ration scheduled every so often, given the resource's scarcity. Upon seeing Cain's actions, the leader Pteranodon's expression softened even more. He gave Pupitur another affectionate pat. "Tyron," he called out loudly. All the Pupitur and Larvitar quickly finished consuming their poke blocks and water and followed the leader Pteranodon toward the clearing in the valley. Cain watched them with some curiosity. Then he saw that one of the other 3 Pteranodon, not the leader, was guiding a group of Pupitur and Larvitar through a training session. It looked like he was teaching them how to battle. The method of instruction was a bit rough, but Cain couldn't deny that it seemed to be the most effective for their fighting style. "Pup!" Pupitur, standing next to Cain, shouted excitedly. Cain smiled and nodded. Go see how they train." Upon hearing this, Pupitur gave a bright smile and ran toward them. Happy like a child. Because, in reality, he was still a child. Since he hatched from the egg, not even a full year had passed. In terms of age, he was probably younger than all the Larvitar present. But the effort and growth he had achieved in that short time were clearly visible. Cain was very satisfied with Pupitur's development. Seeing him quickly integrate into the group, Cain gave a calm smile. Perhaps this opportunity to relax and belong was exactly what Pupitur had always lacked. As the training began, Cain sat on the ground beside Agron and the rest of his team. He closed his eyes along with Slowking, both enveloped in waves of psychic power. Agron watched the training method with curiosity, even trying to imitate some of the movements. Only Carbink remained quietly at Cain's side. If one looked closely, each diamond on his body sparkled with a faint glow, as if mysterious changes were occurring within him. From the central area of his body, where the Xerneas's horn was located, a steady, gentle energy flowed, slowly integrating with his entire being. When Cain opened his eyes again, he was surprised by the scene in front of him. Pupitur, who had previously been quietly sitting and listening to the class, had now stepped forward. Pupitur was passionately explaining something. Beside him was Agron, who had originally stayed with Cain to train. Both Pokémon were cooperating, enthusiastically describing certain things. It seemed they were explaining battle techniques and strategies. The Pteranodon who had been teaching the class was now sitting behind all the Larvitar and Pupitur, listening to Pupitur and Agron attentively, nodding now and then as if having revelations. And it wasn't just him. The other Pteranodon were also sitting with him, paying close attention to Pupitur's class. Even the Pteranodon leader, although maintaining a serious pose with his arms crossed while standing to the side, not looking directly, was giving himself away through the involuntary movements of his foot and tail. All the Pokémon, whether Larvitar, Pupitur, or even Pteranodon, were listening closely. Professor Pupitur was giving a live lecture. Whoever wanted to attend had to register first, limited seats available. For more information, contact Agron at number XXXXXXXXXX. Ahem. Anyway, Pupitur was giving classes to the Pteranodon. After all, Pupitur had been personally trained by Cain. His understanding of battle was very different from that of the Pteranodon, who relied solely on instinct in combat. It's not that the Pteranodon weren't good fighters. They just had different strengths. That's why what Pupitur was teaching were brand new ideas the Pteranodon had never heard of or tried before. A new battle style had opened their eyes. Seeing that Pupitur was doing fine and even enjoying himself teaching alongside Agron, Cain felt at ease. Meanwhile, Carbink remained quietly next to Cain. Looking at that Pokémon, who had already changed quite a bit compared to a normal Carbink, Cain felt a warm sense of satisfaction. "Why don't you go play with them?" Cain asked. Kark, the little Pokémon, looked at him in surprise. It was the first time Cain had suggested he go play. Cain gently patted his head while smiling. "It's okay. You can do whatever you want. No one's going to stop you. You don't have to stay by my side all the time." Carbink looked at him hesitantly, as if asking, "Really?" Cain nodded without hesitation. Maybe he had been neglecting Carbink a bit. He wasn't a cold, inert diamond, but a living Pokémon with his own thoughts. Even if his combat abilities weren't especially outstanding, and even though Cain placed many expectations on his future evolution, that didn't change the fact that he was a Pokémon with consciousness and will. Upon receiving Cain's approval, Carbink smiled happily. He jumped and ran toward where Pupitar and Agron were. Agron, seeing him approach, didn't reject him. On the contrary, he lifted him up and placed him on his shoulder. The three Pokémon together didn't seem out of place at all. Cain and Slowking watched them from a short distance, enjoying a rare moment of rest. Everything that needed to be prepared was already done. Now they just had to let things take their course. Nearly 2 more hours passed. The class was over. But this time, unlike previous occasions, everyone, from the Tyranitar to the youngest Larvitar, had learned something useful. The reputation of Pupitar, Cain's Pokémon, was growing rapidly among them. Except for the 3 most powerful Tyranitar, who still saw him as a young learner, the others already considered him their equal. Even some of the little Larvitar saw him as an idol, hoping to reach his level when they evolved. What they didn't know was just how many resources Cain had invested for Pupitar to reach that level. If it weren't for the fact that Tyranitar could survive on rocks alone, this resource-scarce place would never have produced elite-level Pokémon. That there were 3 such strong Tyranitar already surprised Cain. This valley must be hiding some secret, though he hadn't discovered it yet. Just as the Pokémon were preparing for dinner, the Tyranitar leader suddenly raised his head. He stared intently in a direction outside the valley and dropped what he was holding. "Tyran!" he roared loudly. The other Pokémon, upon hearing the roar, also stopped what they were doing. "Tyran! Tyran!" One by one, all the Tyranitar roared. Led by their leader, they all moved toward that direction. Only the Larvitar and Pupitar remained, led by a Pupitar on the verge of evolution, who guided them to hide in a corner of the valley. Cain watched the departing Tyranitar with curiosity. What was going on? Pupitar was also confused. But soon, Cain understood. Distant roars and heavy footsteps could be heard. "Let's go. Let's see what's happening," Cain said, his face serious. He ran in that direction with his Pokémon. The Pupitar who remained tried to stop him, but before he could do anything, Cain and his group were already far away. At the edge of the valley, the Tyranitar, led by their chief, were watching into the distance, where a cloud of dust was approaching. Cain also managed to see the scene. It looked like a group of Pokémon was coming, and not a small one. With an intimidating energy. The face of the Tyranitar leader was solemn. "Looks like I wasn't wrong. Here, even if the Tyranitar group is at the top of the food chain, there are still forces that can challenge them," Cain thought silently. In terms of individual power, the Tyranitar were clearly the strongest at their level. But sometimes, individual heroism wasn't enough. Especially when that hero had loved ones to protect. That was now the situation for the Tyranitar. With a clan to protect behind them, their power had limits. Very soon, the Pokémon raising the dust appeared before Cain. He recognized them instantly. Tyrantrum. And not just a few, around 30 or 40 Tyrantrum. No wonder even the Tyranitar feared them. Cain suspected that what they wanted to dispute was that small pool of water in the valley. In this place, water was the most valuable resource. All powerful clans wished to control a water source. Cain narrowed his eyes. At that moment, the group of Tyrantrum was not far from the Tyranitar. The system scanned the data of the Tyrantrum group's leader. Pokémon, Tyrantrum, dark blue. Gender, male. Level, 75. Type, rock plus dragon. Ability, strong jaw. Held item, none. Egg moves, dragon dance, thunder fong, ice fong, rock polish. Base moves: Rock Slide, Head Smash, Tail Whip, Tackle, Roar, Stomp, Bide, Stealth Rock, Bite, Charm, Ancient Power, Dragon Tail, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Thrash, Earthquake, Horn Drill, Giga Impact. Learned moves: Dragon Pulse, Iron Tail, Block, Iron Head, Hyper Voice, Snore, Earth Power, Superpower, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves: none. With a dark blue quality and level 75, he had already crossed the elite threshold, reaching the intermediate Elite 4 level. Truly something rare. Encountering two wild Pokémon who had surpassed the elite level in a place like this was uncommon. Even though he still didn't know what kind of world he was in, it was probably a paradise for rock-type Pokémon. The Tyrantrum leader and the Tyranitar leader didn't get along. But it had to be admitted that the Tyranitar's strength far exceeded that of the Tyrantrum. In fact, any single Tyranitar overpowered an individual Tyrantrum, which is why they needed large numbers to even dare challenge them. That Tyrantrum leader probably couldn't even easily defeat the strongest subordinate Tyranitar, who was already at level 74. Still, the numerical difference was overwhelming. Tyran. The Tyranitar leader roared, once again transforming into the terrifying beast of the sandstorm. Tyran. Tyran. The other Tyranitar also roared without hesitation. Roar. The Tyrantrum leader responded with a thunderous cry, defiant. Too bad this was a rocky territory filled with rock-type Pokémon, otherwise, they would understand why the Tyrant of the Sandstorm was so named. The ability Sandstream didn't have much effect on the Tyrantrum. Even so, Cain noticed that the Tyranitar displayed unwavering courage, perhaps inspired by their leader, or maybe forged through battle after battle. Among the Tyrantrum, aside from the leader and those in the front, the others showed slight tension and respect. Such was the fame of the Sandstorm Tyrant. No more words were exchanged. This wasn't their first fight. The Tyranitar leader charged straight at the Tyrantrum group. The rest followed immediately. Around them, the green energy faded, replaced by a thin layer of sand. Even if the Sandstream ability didn't give them a direct advantage against the Tyrantrum, used differently, it could still be useful. Besides, the class Pupitar had given that morning had helped the Tyranitar understand new ways to use sand, rock energy, and earth power. Rahar. With another roar from the Tyrantrum leader, all of his forces charged as well. Even the most fearful among them did not back down. Fear may be natural, but this battle would directly affect the future of their clan. They couldn't retreat. Neither side was right or wrong. Such are the laws of nature in the wild world. The strongest survives. Cain and his Pokémon remained still. Pupitar, although visibly worried, was no longer naive enough to join the fight. It was clear he understood that this scale of battle was not something he could handle yet. A clear sign of his maturity. Before, Pupitar would have charged in without thinking about the enemy's strength. He had grown. Cain watched from a distance as the two sides prepared to clash. The Tyranitar leader raised his fist, gathering a massive amount of energy, along with his overwhelming physical strength. If it were a normal Pokémon, it would probably be knocked out in a single blow. Boom! The first contact was between the two leaders, Tyranitar and Tyrantrum. But the result was surprising. Tyranitar sent him flying with a single punch, making him roll several times across the ground before stopping. Even so, the other Tyrantrum didn't seem surprised, as if they were already used to it. Immediately, two more Tyrantrum leapt in to intercept the Tyranitar leader, stopping him from advancing. Meanwhile, the Tyrantrum leader got up unsteadily and, without a moment's hesitation, locked eyes on his opponent and charged again with his jaws wide open. The rest of the battlefield followed the same pattern. The first Tyrantrum to get close was always the one who fared the worst, but had to immediately get back up. Otherwise, their companions wouldn't be able to hold off the Tyranitar. The Tyrantrum outnumbered the Tyranitar by more than 3-1. So each Tyranitar had to face 3 or more Tyrantrum at once. That was the only reason they could hold their own against the Tyranitar group. It wasn't their first battle. Both sides knew each other well. The fight quickly became intense. Everything boiled down to a pure clash of fists and brute force. Very soon, both sides began to accumulate injuries. The intensity was obvious, but it didn't take long for the balance to be broken. From the Tyrant Rum group, two of them broke away from their opponents and sped toward the interior of the valley. The rest of the Tyrant Rum continued successfully holding off the Tyranitar assault. Upon seeing them approach, Cain understood their intentions. Some Tyrant Rum had probably evolved or improved, slightly tipping the balance. But their leader knew that completely defeating the Tyranitar was nearly impossible. Their best option was to hold them off while sending a small squad to steal resources. The resource in question, water. And if Pupitar or Larvitar tried to intervene, they would simply be ignored. Tyran. The Tyranitar leader also noticed the maneuver and roared in fury. But with so few Tyranitar available, losing one on the front lines would make it even harder to hold back the other Tyrant Rum. Still, he didn't have many options. He was already preparing to release one of his allies from combat to return to the valley to defend it. If they didn't move now, they wouldn't reach the intruders in time. Cain and Pupitar also saw the two Tyrant Rum coming, though they noticed they weren't the target. Pup. Pupitar understood the situation and cried out to Cain. Don't worry, Cain responded without hesitation, accepting Pupitar's request. As a trainer, if you can't trust your own Pokémon's decisions, then you can't call yourself its partner. Pup. After receiving Cain's approval, Pupitar smiled with determination and shouted to the Tyranitar leader, "Leave those two to us. You keep fighting your battle." Upon hearing Pupitar's cry, the leader Tyranitar hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose to trust. After all, they were of the same species, and regarding that trainer Pupitar spoke so much about, he could still feel a faint trace of threat coming from him. Although Cain looked weak, even to the point of seeming completely helpless before him. He didn't know why, but the leader Tyranitar could sense a slight feeling of danger coming from him. It was very faint, but real. That was the so-called beast's instinct. Upon seeing the two Tyrant Rum running toward them, the system scanned their data. Not bad, within a manageable range. Two level 65 Pokémon like those would be considered very powerful in the outside world, but here, they were just ordinary members of a Tyrant Rum pack. The Slowking next to Cain would have no problem facing one of them. But it was rare to encounter such strong opponents. He took out a Pokeball and summoned Florges. Then, the Jengar hiding in Cain's shadow also appeared. 3 versus 2. No problem. Pupitar stayed beside Cain, watching Slowking and Jengar up front, feeling weak. He didn't even have the chance to intervene. Florges, use grassy terrain in the Tyranitar's area, Cain ordered. Florges, upon coming out, heard Cain's order and immediately waved her hands. Almost instantly, she changed her attribute to Grass type. Then she cast the move Grassy Terrain right under the feet of the Tyranitar. At that moment, the Tyranitar perked up as if they had received an injection of energy. They felt their strength return all at once. Only then did Cain look at Slowking and Jengar. Get ready to fight, team. Yadin. Kakik. Slowking and Jengar were eager to battle. Jengar, Mega Evolution, said Cain as he pulled out the corresponding keystone. Kakik. The Mega Stone Jengar kept within his body connected with the keystone in Cain's hand. The energy of Mega Evolution enveloped him instantly. In a blink, the energy fused into Jengar's body. Jengar had now taken on his Mega Evolution form. With his fists on the ground, a wicked grin spread across his face. Slowking, Psychic Water Pulse. Jengar, Confuse Ray. Florges, use Grass Knot. Cain's orders were swift. The Pokémon were already ready. The battle began immediately. From the rocky ground, 6 enormous vines suddenly emerged in the Tyrantrum's path, trying to trap them both. Seeing that the move Grass Knot had successfully been launched, Florges didn't stop. 2 green energy spheres immediately appeared in her hands and were hurled toward one of the Tyrantrum. Meanwhile, Jengar's Confuse Ray Light Orb floated toward the other Tyrantrum. Without pausing to observe the effect of Confuse Ray, Jengar dove into the ground and quickly advanced toward the target. Regardless of the result, taking the initiative is always the right move. The charging Tyrantrum were caught off guard by the Grass Knot move. Boom! Boom! Both fell heavily to the ground. Given their weight and speed, the crash must have hurt quite a bit. Then came the impact from the combined psychic water pulse from Slowking and Florge's energy spheres. One of the Pokémon was hit by those attacks, while the other was struck by Confuse Ray. The fall and sudden attack left that Tyrantrum in a confused state. "Hex," Cain whispered. Jengar laughed, kikik, and emerged from the Tyrantrum's shadow. His eyes gleamed with purple light, and above his head, a floating eye appeared and launched multiple dark blue energy rings onto the Tyrantrum. Since it was in a confused state, the move dealt double damage. The Tyrantrum, in pain, roared and tried to get up. But it wasn't so easy. Slowking was already entangled in battle with the other Tyrantrum, while Florges continued launching attacks without any pressure. She waved her hands again, causing more vines to rise from the ground, dragging the Tyrantrum back down. Then she launched another energy sphere to support Slowking. Jengar reappeared in front of the Tyrantrum. Eye contact between them. Hypnosis. Cain had emphasized the use of this move over and over again, which had previously been underestimated. Now Jengar mastered it with great skill, especially after Mega Evolving. And ever since he experienced the pleasure of putting an opponent to sleep and torturing them at will, his love for that move grew exponentially. That Tyrantrum, which moments ago had looked so imposing, now its eyelids were starting to close. In no time, a thunderous snore was heard. The other Tyrantrum, upon realizing it, tried to wake it up, but Slowking didn't give it a chance. He expanded his psychic power, blocking the spread of the sound. With the help of Florges, who also kept attacking, it was better off worrying about itself. Jengar used Dream Eater and then Nightmare. Seeing that the Tyrantrum was asleep, Cain ordered the use of both sleep-type moves. The move Nightmare is even more terrifying than Dream Eater. Dream Eater is a move with power and psychic type, while Nightmare is ghost type and has no direct power. Nightmare causes the enemy to have a bad dream, reducing their vitality by 20 to 30% at intervals. This effect is especially lethal against Pokémon with high defense. With both attacks combined, the Tyrantrum had no way to wake up. In fact, Jengar could even have used Toxic before applying Hypnosis, which would have made the strategy even more effective. The Tyrantrum collapsed, completely losing the ability to fight. On the other side, the battle also ended almost at the same time. After all, Slowking and Florges had a significant type advantage. Boom! The massive body of the Tyrantrum fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. So far, the two Tyrantrum that had launched the surprise attack had been defeated. If it weren't for the restriction that Pokémon in this place can't be captured, Cain would have earned a good haul today. After all, in the distance there was still a large pack of Tyrantrum. For now, it seemed both sides remained in conflict, but thanks to Florge's grassy terrain, the balance was already starting to tip. Cain was sure, if he decided to intervene directly, he could defeat all the Tyrantrum. But it was a shame he couldn't catch them, so his motivation wasn't very high. At most, he'd let Florges use grassy terrain a few more times to help give the Tyranitar a slight advantage. After defeating the two Tyrantrum, Cain's 3 Pokémon leveled up. Slowking reached level 66, which, in comparison, may not seem like much, but he had reached the limit of the intermediate elite level. But it was different for Jengar and Florges. Both had been at level 64, just at the beginning of the intermediate elite level, and now had reached level 65, fully consolidating themselves within the intermediate elite level. At the very least, they were now on par with the two Tyrantrum they had faced. The energy of the Mega Evolution suddenly disappeared from Jengar's body, returning him to his usual form. That brief moment of Mega Evolution had barely consumed any energy for Cain. With this, Cain now had 3 Pokémon at level 65, which gave him a solid standing even among elite-level trainers. To the side, Pupitar looked at Jengar and the others with admiration, so imposing in battle, and also at the Tyranitar still fighting in the distance, showing a mix of envy and a bit of frustration in his eyes. In moments like this, if he were strong enough, he should have gone out to fight himself. Even though the strength of his teammates also counted as his own, Not having personally defeated the enemy made him feel like something was missing. Cain noticed Pupitar's disappointment. He approached, gave him a few gentle pats, but said nothing. Sometimes, this kind of yearning for strength becomes an essential drive for evolution. After dealing with the threat of the two Tyrantrum, and with some regret for not being able to capture them, Cain and his Pokémon stayed in the same spot waiting for the Tyranidar's battle to end. Without those two infiltrators, the Tyrantrum group suddenly lost their momentum. After so many fruitless battles, they had finally found an opportunity, but it was thwarted by Cain. Roar! The leader of the Tyrantrum let out a long roar. It was the signal to retreat. The Tyrantrum, with no intention of prolonging the battle, quickly broke away from their opponents to flee. But the Tyranitar weren't about to let them escape so easily. If not for Cain and his team, they might have suffered great losses today. The reproductive cycle of Tyranitar was extremely slow, and raising a new one involved immense time and cost. The fleeing Tyrantrum didn't even glance at the two fallen comrades in front of Cain. It might seem cruel, but that's how they preserved their life force. The Tyrantrum scattered, and the Tyranitar chased them for a stretch before stopping. When they returned, each Tyranitar was covered in wounds, but their faces still displayed that natural ferocity. It wasn't easy to approach them in that state. The leader Tyranitar walked with his group to where Cain and Pupitar stood. He bowed slightly. Immediately, all the Tyranitar also bowed slightly as a sign of respect. Tyra. The leader expressed his gratitude for the help rendered. Cain simply waved his hand and gave Pupitar a pat on the back. The message was clear, being of the same species, of course he would help. The leader Tyranitar gave Pupitar a grateful look. Tyra. He shouted again to his group. Two Tyranitar stepped forward. They picked up the unconscious bodies of the two Tyrantrum from the ground and carried them with the rest toward the interior of the valley. Though somewhat brutal, this was nature's law, survival of the fittest. Cain made no comment. Since he couldn't capture those Pokémon, his interest had diminished considerably, though he was curious about how the Tyranitar planned to deal with the two defeated ones. Already in the valley, the hidden Larvitar and Pupitar came out to welcome their elders. Seeing the Tyranitar returning with two unconscious Tyrantrum slung over their shoulders, they erupted in cheers. Bang! Bang! The two Tyrantrum were thrown to the ground, and two Tyranitar, who had barely been injured, prepared to deal with them. The others, led by the chief, began removing a pile of rocks in one corner of the valley, from which they took out some plants that looked like medicinal herbs. Obtaining medicinal herbs in such rocky terrain wasn't easy. But if they had a water source, maybe they could cultivate them. That was probably one of the reasons the Tyrantrum were trying to seize the springs, not just for drinking, but also for growing valuable resources. The Tyranitar let themselves fall heavily to the ground. Florges, grassy terrain, Cain ordered. Since he was helping, he'd see it through. Building affinity was a good thing. Beneath the Tyranitar, a wide grassy area appeared, from which a bright green energy rose and penetrated directly into their wounds. These began to heal rapidly. The Tyranitar were stunned to see how the terrain and their wounds changed so suddenly. They hadn't expected such an ability. Now, when they looked at Florges, they did so with eyes of admiration and longing. A healing-capable Pokémon was extremely rare in that world. Tyran. Though he was the most injured, the leader Tyranitar stood up. He looked at Cain and Pupitar for a few seconds and headed to another corner of the valley. He rummaged through a pile of rocks and after a while returned with two objects the size of Cain's head that emitted earthy energy waves, like stones. Tyran. He let out a growl as he placed the two stones in front of Cain. Then he pointed at Pupitar, roared again, and returned to the other Tyranitar. The other members of the clan looked at Pupitar with pride, while the other Larvitar and Pupitar looked at him with envy. Upon seeing those two stones, Cain immediately knew they weren't ordinary items. The expression of the others confirmed it. System, scan these two stones, Cain ordered. Soon, the data appeared before his eyes. Item name: unknown rock blocks. Description: rocks that contain a large amount of rock-type energy, created through a special process. Effect: Provide a large amount of pure rock-type energy to Pokémon of that type. Can be absorbed without negative effects, though if the Pokémon lacks sufficient strength, they must be absorbed with caution. Notes: possibly manufactured with the heart of a rock-type Pokémon, combined with a special process and environment. Besides rock energy, they also contain traces of dragon-type energy. Upon reading the analysis, Cain was surprised. Could this be created with the heart of one of the Tyrantrum? After all, they were rock-type with a bit of dragon energy. It made sense. What surprised Cain the most wasn't the stone's contents, but the fact that the Tyranitar knew how to make them. As if to confirm Cain's suspicions, the 2 Tyrantrum that had been brought back were soon processed by the Tyranitar. In the wild, especially in environments as extreme as this one, the law of the survival of the fittest is even more evident. One of the Tyranitar held 2 earth-brown hearts that looked like simple stones. If not for the faint traces of blood on the surface, there would have been almost no way to distinguish them from real rocks. Cain observed as the hearts were handed to the group's leader, who reburied them in the same pile of rocks and dirt as before. That place was probably the area in the valley where the rock-type energy was most concentrated, which would explain such a particular transformation. At that moment, the 2 stones in front of Cain looked like ordinary rocks. Aside from their slight warmth to the touch, they were as hard as any other. By the size, these 2 are larger than the ones they themselves retrieved, Cain thought. It should be noted that the 2 Tyrantrum they defeated were elite-level Pokémon. Could these be the hearts of even stronger Tyrantrum, perhaps 4 elite level? Looks like this really is a major gift. Using his psychic powers, Cain lifted the 2 stones. Despite being human, even he could feel the rock-type energy, so thick it was almost visible to the naked eye. Around him, Pupitar, Agron, and Carbink showed expressions of pure ecstasy. This showed just how strongly the stones attracted them. Even the little Carbink, with his more limited power, began showing signs akin to intoxication. Cain recalled the system's warning. Without sufficient strength, these stones needed to be absorbed with caution. Thus, the leader Tyranitar's message was clear. He had noticed that Pupitar was already on the verge of evolution. If he absorbed this energy, he might be able to take the next step. That was how his own kind had evolved. Upon reaching the threshold, they used this method to advance. But Cain's Pupitar was different. If it had only been a matter of absorbing energy, he would have already evolved in the energy pool earlier. But he hadn't. And there was a reason for that. The Pupitar here, ever since they were Larvitar, accumulated energy gradually, developing very slowly. Evolving into Pupitar could take years, even decades. And going from the freshly evolved state to being on the verge of the next evolution took even more time. Spending over 10 years in that process wasn't unusual. That meant their mindset was already mature enough to take that step when the proper external conditions appeared. But Cain's Pupitar was different. Since birth, barely a year had passed to reach this point. That time frame had been drastically shortened. Of course, that didn't mean one was required to accumulate energy for years in order to evolve. But Pupitar still lacked something. He lacked a true reason to grow and evolve. He lacked genuine and sincere motivation. He probably didn't even realize it. In his mind, since all the other teammates had already evolved, he too should do the same. Evolving would make him stronger, allow him to keep fighting, and thus contribute more to Cain. That's simple. But all of that was externally inherited thinking, not something he had personally experienced or understood. Of course, not every Pokémon needs inner realization to evolve. But Pupitar is a pseudo-legendary, and that makes him special. Accelerated growth also requires certain conditions. Today, upon seeing how the Tyranitar fought, how they sacrificed themselves for their companions, Pupitar must have felt something within. And Cain was about to deliver the final push. "Pupitar, come with me," Cain said. Only then did Pupitar turn his attention away from the 2 stones brimming with energy. "Agron, Carbink, stay here for now. Don't worry, there's something for you too," Cain told them. Both Pokémon nodded without hesitation. They trusted Cain completely. Even if they didn't receive anything now, they knew he wouldn't forget them. Then, Cain led Pupitar to a corner of the valley. Along with them were Slowking and Gengar. When they reached the edge of the valley, Cain's expression turned somewhat complex. "Pupitar, there are things I think it's time for you to know," he said. As he spoke, Miss Smagius emerged from Cain's shadow. With Miss Smagius, Gengar, Slowking, and Cain all gathered, Pupitar looked confused, unsure of what was about to happen. Cain gave a signal to the 3 Pokémon. "Let's begin." "Pupitar, don't resist." "Mias," Miss Smagius murmured softly, her eyes glowing red. "Kikik." "Yadin." When Miss Smagius started, Gengar and Slowking acted as well. All of this had already been planned with Cain ahead of time. Pupitar obeyed without resistance, trusting Cain's words. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Cain was beside him. "I'm going to show you something," Cain said quietly. The scenery beneath their feet quickly changed. This was a dream world created by Cain and Slowking during the lessons they had given Pupitar. Very soon, they arrived at a small desert. In the center stood a towering Tyranitar. The energy it emitted expanded the desert around it. Pupitar looked at it with a doubtful expression beside Cain. He didn't know why, but he felt something familiar in that Tyranitar. Time accelerated. When the desert finished expanding, the Tyranitar sat in the center and remained motionless for an entire month. Just as Pupitar began to feel curious, something unexpected happened. A pack of Houndoom appeared in the desert, and their target was clear, the Tyranitar. Upon seeing the Houndoom, Pupitar showed a look of disdain. After all, he had already witnessed the power of the Tyranitar. These Houndoom were no match. But the unexpected happened. The Tyranitar did not counterattack, she merely assumed a defensive posture, sitting on the ground. "Pup." Pupitar looked at Cain, puzzled. "Keep watching," Cain said in a grave voice. Pupitar suppressed his growing unease. He didn't know why, but seeing the Tyranitar being attacked made him feel an inexplicable pain. After a while, the Tyranitar began to show wounds, but her expression was one of relief. Finally, she stood up. Pupitar smiled. Finally, she was going to counterattack. But immediately, something else caught his attention. A Pokémon egg. That's right, that scene, that Tyranitar, was precisely the same Tyranitar from the memories that Cain and Slowking had witnessed before, the mother of Cain's current Pupitar. What Cain wanted to show Pupitar was exactly what he had already seen, only with a more enriched and realistic environment and process. He and Slowking had spent an entire afternoon sitting in silence, constructing this dream. The battle continued, and Pupitar began to realize something. That Tyranitar was weak, and yet managed to drive off the entire pack of Houndoom. But the shockwave from the battle had damaged the Pokémon egg. As they zoomed in, cracks could be seen on the surface of the egg. Pupitar said nothing. He only stared at that Tyranitar and the egg. He was completely absorbed. It was hard to imagine how such a damaged egg had even survived. The battle ended. The weakened Tyranitar held the egg in her arms and began a long journey in search of salvation. She injected her energy into the egg without stopping. "Pup! Pup!" Pupitar couldn't help but cry out. His voice grew louder and louder. He was calling. He was warning. He was pleading. But Tyranitar couldn't hear him. Pupitar's heart was in knots. Now he understood. That Tyranitar was his mother. And that cracked egg was himself. Tyranitar had crossed mountains, faced enemies. Little by little, her arrogance as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon faded away. When she could avoid a fight, she did. She saved her strength only to keep the egg alive. There was no dignity left in her as a Tyranitar. Only a mother remained. A pure mother. A mother willing to give her life for her child. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Pupitar's eyes. His voice turned hoarse. He could feel his mother's body weakening at a terrifying rate. On the outside, she looked strong. Inside, she was falling apart. Still, she never stopped searching for a way to save the egg. Cain and Pupitar were at her side, but they could not intervene in her world. Time accelerated. Much time passed. Until they finally arrived at the valley Cain knew so well. Tyranitar finally showed an expression of relief. She had found a way to heal the egg. She reached the source of the geocentric cleansing milk. At that moment, if she had abandoned the egg, just drinking a little would have been enough to save herself. But the amount was just right, barely enough to fully cover the egg, with none left over for herself. Puepi! Pupitre cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. He had never felt such pain in his heart before. A pain that cut to the bone. Much worse than any battle wound. He no longer tried to convince anyone. He could only watch as Tyranitar submerged the egg in the geocentric cleansing milk, covered it with stones. And then, with a look of satisfaction and relief, slowly fell to the ground. Boom! That sound struck Pupitre straight in the heart. So heavy. So unbearable. That even breathing felt like an unreachable luxury. Pupitre clenched his jaw. The tears flowed like a river. He couldn't stop them. He didn't want to. It was the only way to release his pain. Even Cain, who had already seen this scene once, felt his soul being torn apart again. How much more for Pupitre, who was the true protagonist? A mother's love. That was all Cain could say in the end. Pupitre stood motionless. No one could understand his sorrow. If he could choose, he would have given his life in exchange for reviving that Tyranitar lying on the ground. Time passed slowly. Tyranitar's lifeless body turned to stone. But even turned into rock, she continued to protect that spring. She continued to protect the egg. Pup! Pup! His cry faded, from heart-wrenching to a barely perceptible whisper. The dream ended here. The Pokémon returned to the valley. Slowking and Gengar wore complex expressions. Even they had been moved by Pupitre's mother's story. Mismagius, like Pupitre, could not stop the tears. And being a ghost-type Pokémon, those tears were rarer than a mermaid's. After waking from the dream, Pupitre was still crying, paralyzed, eyes fixed on the ground. Cain knew this medicine had been strong. But he also knew that this story had to be told. Pupitre's life did not belong only to himself or Cain. It also belonged to that extraordinary mother. Cain sat down beside him, directly on the ground. With his warm hand, he gently stroked Pupitre. He felt that his body was still trembling. Pupitre, now, do you understand why you must grow? Why you must become stronger? Cain's voice was soft, laced with psychic power. That power made his voice feel even closer. Pupitre slowly turned his head toward Cain, eyes filled with confusion. Cain, seeing that, smiled. Good. Now it's not just for you. It's also for your mother, so grand that even I was moved by her, twice. Cain considered himself cold enough, but this story shook him again. Perhaps there was still some human warmth left in his heart. A flaw, yes, but also proof that he still retained his humanity. And in this cruel world, Cain was not willing to lose the last thing that made him human. Pupitre, upon hearing those words, slowly regained the light in his eyes. And that light turned resolute. More than ever. That was the look Cain most wanted to see. With that look, what was there to fear, even against legendary Pokémon? Face them without fear. Evolve, Pupitre. Cain knew this was the perfect moment. He took the 2 stones given by the leader Tyranitar and placed them before Pupitre. With a resolute gaze, Pupitre summoned the power of earth and rock at the same time, levitating the stones. The energy within them flowed like a torrent into his body. Seeing this, Cain suddenly thought, looks like I'll have to make Aggron and Carbink wait. Will Pupitre absorb it all? After all, they were the essences of at least 2 4 elite-level Pokémon. Pup! Pupitre roared, and his cry echoed throughout the valley. With a massive influx of energy, Pupitre's body began to change. Cain immediately took out the quality-boosting potion he had prepared in advance and poured it into Pupitre's mouth. The quality-boosting potion for Pupitre was of extremely high quality, both in terms of crafting difficulty and materials used. Pupitre didn't hesitate. He had already used it once before and knew well the benefits it could bring. After ingesting the medicine, Pupitre was gradually wrapped in a dense energy. He already looked like a cocoon before, but now he resembled an egg even more. An egg of earthy brown color. Once the egg fully formed, a thin layer of white light appeared on its surface, covering it completely. Evolution had begun. Cain exhaled lightly, relieved. This powerful stimulus would likely allow Pupitar to clarify his heart and reach the state needed to evolve. Though, there was also a chance this medicine might sink him into despair. He might come to think, if it weren't for me, maybe my mother would still be alive. Of course, with Cain and the other Pokémon present, that possibility was much lower. Cain was still fairly confident. And fortunately, the result was good. Pupitar had begun to evolve. Although seeing how he enclosed himself in that cocoon, the evolution would surely take some time. There were still the two energy rocks. Their energy was so dense it almost felt like it could be sliced. If Pupitar managed to absorb even half, it would undoubtedly benefit him greatly after evolution. Tyron. On the other side of the valley, the Tyranitar also sensed the change in Pupitar. Thanks to Florges' help, their external wounds had already healed completely. The leader Tyranitar, along with the other Tyranitar, Pupitar, and Larvitar, came over to Cain and his group. Tyron. The leader Tyranitar roared again, and all the Tyranitar seemed to receive an order. They closed their eyes in unison. All the Tyranitar, Pupitar, and even the Larvitar closed their eyes. Little by little, threads of energy began to emit from their bodies and gradually merged with Pupitar's cocoon. Upon seeing this, Cain understood why the Tyranitar of this valley had such high quality. It turned out that every time a Pupitar evolved, not only could it absorb such a powerful energy rock, but also receive the support and blessing of every member of the clan. This made Cain even more expectant for Pupitar's evolution. Suddenly, Cain remembered something. He took a small red orb the size of a thumbnail from his storage space. It was like a red crystal marble. Inside it was engraved a symbol, Omega. This was the red orb obtained in the ruins of Empty Chimney, which could control the Groudon-shaped Golurk. Until now, Cain didn't know if it had any effects beyond that. But driven by impulse, he decided to take it out. As soon as it emerged, the little orb was immediately drawn toward the energy waves emanating from Pupitar. It slipped from Cain's hand and flew toward Pupitar. Watching the Tyranitar nearby and the rock-type energy so dense it seemed gelatinous, Cain had no idea what kind of change would occur in Pupitar after his evolution. All he could do at that moment was stand by, using the system to constantly scan Pupitar's changing data. Agron and Carbink also came to Cain's side, watching Pupitar's evolution. Upon seeing them, Cain gave a slightly embarrassed smile. He had thought that, with Pupitar's ability, at most he'd be able to absorb one of the rocks. But now it didn't seem so certain. However, Agron and Carbink didn't think too much about it. They only felt that those two energy stones were good. But compared to watching a companion evolve, they meant nothing. Soon after, Cain was also at ease. As long as Pupitar could evolve successfully, everything else didn't matter. The sky began to darken. This was the longest evolution Cain had ever witnessed. The Tyranitar were also somewhat surprised but didn't leave. They waited patiently for Pupitar to complete his evolution, eager to see the emergence of a new Tyranitar. The night moon shone brightly. But the valley was in complete silence. Only in one corner, a group of Tyranitar sat in a circle facing a stone egg of earthy color. Cain also rested to one side, eating a bit of jerky to fill his stomach. When the system finally indicated that all stats had stopped growing, he slowly stood up. Upon observing Pupitar's data at that moment, he was somewhat surprised. Pupitar was already about to complete his evolution, but his stats far exceeded the peak that any Pokémon at that stage could reach. Even Blaziken and Agron, two of Cain's strongest Pokémon, had not shown such explosive growth in their final evolutions. Of course, both Blaziken and Agron had evolved before reaching the level of preparation that Pupitar had. Crack! Crack! Cracks began to appear on the stone egg. Bang! The Tyranitar stood up. They stepped aside, letting Cain move to the front. Crack! Crack! The cracks multiplied. The outer layer of the egg broke off, fell to the ground, and disintegrated into dust. It revealed a pure white interior. The light of evolution had not yet fully dissipated. However, when the final outer layer fell, that white light also disintegrated into dust and scattered into the air. Finally, the Pokémon within was revealed. Tyron. The leader Tyranitar and his clan roared in unison. Rahar. As if hearing their call, the newly evolved Tyranitar slowly opened his eyes, and a red flash crossed his gaze. Fueled by the roars of his kin, he let out a powerful roar to the sky, releasing all the energy he had accumulated in a single breath. Ban. Cain's Tyranitar made his official debut. A bipedal dinosaur-type creature of colossal size. His entire body was covered in armor as green as steel. Several spines of varying sizes protruded from his head, neck, and back. Even the end of his tail had a row of smaller spikes. He had fangs in both jaws, and his feet and hands bore triple claws. His armor featured multiple black triangular openings, 2 on each side of his chest, 1 in the center of his back, and others at his knees. Additionally, he had a diamond-shaped opening on his belly and another at the lower back, exposing a shell the same color as his previous stage. This was Cain's Tyranitar. At first glance, he didn't look too different from a normal one. But his size, that's where the real difference lay. A normal Tyranitar measures about 2 meters tall, while the leader of this tribe reached 2.6 meters. But Cain's Tyranitar, after evolving, had reached a height of 3.2 meters. A colossus, even taller than Cain's 3-meter Agron. He was a walking titan. With his height of 3.2 meters and hardened armor, the effects of his constant diamond diet were finally showing. The hardness of his armor didn't seem inferior at all to Agron's metallic armor. No wonder it's said that a Tyranitar can endure any attack without moving an inch. Tyran. The roars of the Tyranitar echoed throughout the valley. Pokémon outside the valley were probably trembling in fear at that very moment. Cain's Tyranitar, aside from his size difference compared to the others, had another peculiar trait. Above his right eye, he bore a red stripe, like a scar, which made him look even more imposing and majestic. That color, in fact, might have been something Tyranitar really liked. After all, when he was small, he used to run around everywhere with a little red backpack on his back. He had finally completed his evolution. Cain could finally let go of that heavy weight on his heart. However, what came next was an even more overwhelming pressure. With Agron's and Tyranitar's current size, Cain felt that one day he really would go bankrupt just trying to feed them. Right now, after just evolving, their energy demands weren't that high. But as their power increased, their energy requirements to continue progressing would grow exponentially. Maintaining their growth rate was going to require a huge investment in resources. Between the two of them, they would probably consume more than an entire team of Pokémon combined. Pain and joy at the same time. Luckily, Agron hadn't let him down, and Cain was confident Tyranitar wouldn't either. He watched with satisfaction as Tyranitar and Agron embraced and jumped joyfully among the other Tyranitar, while Carbink happily bounced from one of their arms to the other. Cain was quite pleased with the relationship between his Pokémon. He took the opportunity to scan Tyranitar's complete data after evolution. Pokémon: Tyranitar, Quasi-Black. Gender: male. Level: 58. Type: Rock plus Dark. Ability: Sandstream. Held item: Smooth Rock, Tyranitarite. Egg moves: Dragon Dance, Outrage, Ancient Power, Stealth Rock. Basic moves: Bite, Leer, Sandstorm, Screech, Chip Away, Rock Slide, Scary Face, Thrash, Dark Pulse, Payback, Crunch, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong. Learned moves: Snore, Earth Power, Precipice Blades, Imperfect Version, Dragon Pulse, Iron Defense, Aqua Tail, Ice Punch, Stomping Tantrum. TM moves: Protect, Earthquake, Thunder, Brick Break, Flamethrower, Shadow Claw, Rock Polish, Stone Edge. Quasi-Black. Black color. When Cain saw Tyranitar's complete data, he was speechless upon observing that dark purplish-black hue. In all his lives, Cain had never seen a Pokémon with such a level of potential. Strictly speaking, reaching black color quality means possessing the presence of a deity. The quasi-black is a category the system can't fully identify. It lies between the dark purple color quality and light black color, somewhere in between purple and black. Sometimes, Pokémon surpass their previous level without fully reaching the next, resulting in this type of quasi-qualification. But regardless of the technicality, this quasi-black, was already a form of black color quality. And the fact that Tyranitar had reached this level placed him in an entirely different league. Unlimited potential. Moreover, seemingly due to the concentrated internal energy after evolution, his level had jumped 3 points at once. This didn't surprise Cain. With those 2 energy rocks, and the help and blessing of the entire Tyranitar group, achieving that leap was totally reasonable. In fact, Cain believed that Tyranitar likely still had the potential to rise even further. Perhaps he had only reached level 58 due to the physical limits of his body. He might soon experience another explosive breakthrough. However, now that he had evolved, his typing changed to Rock plus Dark. And that, for Tyranitar, came with a certain strategic weakness. That typing made him 4 times weak to fighting-type moves. In addition, he was doubly weak to ground, bug, steel, water, grass, and fairy types. A total of 6 types with double effectiveness, plus 1 extremely vulnerable point. But considering Tyranitar's sheer power and explosive potential, that weakness could also be viewed as a form of balance. After all, he was a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, not a true legendary. Otherwise, how would legendaries be able to maintain their status? As long as Tyranitar's power continued growing, Cain believed he could even stand against legendaries of a similar level. Of course, he was referring to those in the elemental trio or the like. But Cain and Tyranitar still had an ace up their sleeve, Mega Evolution. Now that he had evolved into Tyranitar, Cain could finally sync with him to achieve Mega Evolution. That was the true reason behind his unlimited potential. As far as Cain knew, among pseudo-legendaries, only Tyranitar, Metagross, Salamence, and Garchomp could Mega Evolve. It couldn't be denied, those 4 had a much higher ceiling than other pseudo-legendaries. Also, the red orb that Cain threw during Tyranitar's evolution had now completely vanished. He didn't know whether Tyranitar had gained any benefit from the red orb, but it was likely that his rise to this level of aptitude was also related to the red orb. Cain watched his Pokémon happily playing, with no intention of interrupting them. Even though the side effects of the quality-enhancing potion were beginning to show, they hadn't limited Tyranitar's mobility. So he was still fully integrating with the group. Cain set up a large grill near them. Today was a day for celebration, and nothing better than a good barbecue to reward his Pokémon. He was sure the wild Tyranitar had never tasted anything like it. Luckily, Cain had hunted many wild animals while in Shelebi's space, and had them stored in his spatial storage. Although it was impossible to satisfy all the Tyranitar, at least they'd get a taste of a fine meal. A grand dinner began with the lighting of Cain's campfire. After dinner, Cain sat beside Tyranitar on a pile of rocks overlooking the valley, gazing up at the cloudy sky, dimly lit by the moon. The newly evolved Tyranitar sat by his side. With his current size, Cain, who stood at 1.78 meters, looked tiny next to him. The image was like that of a prince beside a beast. Yet the atmosphere was peaceful. Even with his fierce appearance, Tyranitar exuded no aggression. He looked like a gentle dinosaur, sitting with his knees hugged, quietly next to Cain. "Tyranitar, how do you feel now?" Cain asked with a soft smile. Though Tyranitar seemed happy, Cain could still sense that deep sadness and pain buried in his heart. They were the after-effects of the harsh treatment he had endured. And releasing that burden was now the responsibility of his trainer. Otherwise, Mega Evolution might remain out of reach. Tyranitar let out a soft murmur. If someone else had heard it, they might have thought it was a weak Pokémon softly whispering. Cain gently stroked Tyranitar's arm. He felt a smooth surface beneath his hand. Normally, a Tyranitar's armor would have a rough texture, like polished stone. But his was different. Probably due to having eaten diamonds for so long. You don't need to be so sad. You have to look ahead, but also remember that you had a great mother. Live for her too. You saw it yourself. Your mother was an incredibly strong Tyranitar. I'm sure she wouldn't want you to become weak. Neither your mother nor your species wants you to live as a weak Pokémon. That's why I decided to tell you the truth. It wasn't easy for you to survive. Cain spoke directly into his mind, transmitting everything slowly to Tyranitar via telepathy. Tyranitar didn't respond much, but Cain knew he had heard and understood him. He remembered the time right after he hatched from the egg. Even though he was small as a larvitar, he was surprisingly heavy. To keep him from feeling bad and to be able to carry him, Cain always used all his strength until he was exhausted. Back then, he was the youngest on the team, and all the other Pokémon took great care of him. He lived carefree, like a mischievous little one. As a trainer, Cain didn't force him to train from birth, but let him enjoy a childhood full of play. And he always cheered him on for every bit of progress he made. While Tyranitar was lost in his memories, Cain pulled a small red backpack from his storage space. It was the same one he used when he was a larvitar, always carried on his back. Now that he had become a Tyranitar, he couldn't carry it anymore, but upon seeing it, the memories came flooding back. Tyranitar looked at the red backpack in Cain's hands. It was just like before, even the contents hadn't changed. It was full of diamonds, always overflowing, never empty. Every time he ate, Larvitar would stash some diamonds in the backpack as if they were snacks. But it never emptied, because Cain always made sure to fill it up again. Upon seeing that little backpack, Tyranitar smiled, but tears welled up in his eyes. A man, or Pokémon, doesn't cry easily unless his heart is truly broken. He looked at Cain. To him, Cain had always been a massive figure, like a mountain, capable of solving anything like a father. But now, compared to his current size, Cain looked so small. And yet, the image he had of him in his heart was more imposing than ever. Yes, he had survived thanks to the complete sacrifice of his mother. But it was also thanks to Cain's care and effort that he was able to live and grow. To finally reach the final evolution he had always dreamed of. Seeing Tyranitar's expression, Cain knew he had finally overcome his emotional block. Maybe the memory of his mother would still be a sensitive spot, but no longer a weakness. And in the future, it would make him even stronger. Cain smiled and patted his armor. All right, you're a big guy now. Look how tall you are. Crying doesn't suit you, you know. Upon hearing that, Tyranitar quickly stopped crying and wiped his face with his hand. Maybe those would be the last tears of his life. His expression turned serious again. He was finally starting to resemble the fearsome tyrant of the sandstorms from the legends. Cain nodded in satisfaction, then opened the red backpack and showed him all the diamonds inside. This is my last stash. I saved it just for you now that you've evolved. From now on, you'll be facing even stronger enemies and much tougher training, said Cain. Tyranitar nodded repeatedly, eagerly accepting all the diamonds. And with an excited expression, he gulped them down in one bite. Crunch! Crack! For the larvitar he once was, diamonds were no longer difficult to chew, and now as a Tyranitar, even less so. He chewed happily, savoring those diamonds filled with meaning while his fighting spirit blazed. Gulp! After swallowing them, his excitement was uncontrollable. Tyran! 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 3 roars in a row, letting out all the emotions he had kept bottled up. Cain could feel their bond had grown even stronger. From the outside, it might have seemed like he had only spoken a few ordinary words, nothing special. But in truth, those words condensed everything he had lived through with Larvitar and Pupitar, all the memories etched into his heart. And now he was releasing it all. At this moment, Mega Evolution should no longer be a problem. Seeing Tyranitar roaring with enthusiasm like a wolf under the moon, Cain also stood up and took out a keystone. What do you say, Tyranitar? Want to try Mega Evolution? Tyranitar fell completely silent. His eyes widened, shining with surprise and excitement. Mega Evolution. After witnessing the Mega Evolutions of Aggron, Blaziken, and Gengar, how could he not want it too? He never imagined that now he could experience that miracle himself. Tyranitar nodded firmly. Cain also got serious. Tyranitar, Mega Evolve. As his voice dropped, his psychic power channeled through his mental energy, infusing the keystone. The energy of Mega Evolution, shining like a rainbow, emerged from the stone, spinning, seeking, and connecting with the Mega Stone that Tyranitar carried. The sand between the rocks began to rise, one grain at a time. It swirled around Tyranitar, dancing with the energy of Mega Evolution. Rohair. All the energy was absorbed at once by Tyranitar, and with it came such a powerful shock that he roared again with force. The surrounding sand gathered so thickly that it completely hid Cain and Tyranitar in a sandstorm. With the help of the Mega Evolution energy, Tyranitar's body began to transform. The first Mega Evolution always takes a little longer. Both the trainer and the Pokémon must adjust to the new body and attribute changes. Tyranitar's body began to show the first signs. Boom! A loud explosion came from his back, as if his body could no longer contain so much energy and power. 6 irregular spikes emerged from his back, extending outward. It was as if a switch had been flipped. Tyranitar's Mega Evolution had begun. The spine on the top of his head slowly grew into a long vertical horn. The spikes on the back of his neck shortened, while the ones on either side of his head lengthened, following the line of his eyebrows. His knees jutted out and also grew spikes. His tail lengthened, and the 4 spikes at its tip extended outward. More openings appeared on his armor. 5 new holes were distributed along both sides of his neck and beneath his throat. The 4 chest openings enlarged, and small red protrusions appeared in the 2 upper ones. The exposed armor of his abdomen and back changed from blue to red, brimming with wild energy, giving him an even more powerful appearance. Mega Tyranitar. The Mega Evolution was a success. He did not disappoint Cain. After completely overcoming his inner conflict, his spirit grew stronger, and he was now able to control the power of his own body. Ruahor. The symbol of Mega Evolution glowed briefly and then vanished. Mega Tyranitar lifted his head and let out a thunderous roar into the sky. The sand around him erupted completely, but immediately, under his control, it swirled in front of him and Cain, forming a small sand vortex. Ever since evolving into Tyranitar, his ability to control energy had fully manifested. As long as he could control the sandstorm, he could unleash terrifying damage anytime, anywhere. And after Mega Evolution, Tyranitar's control over the sand and energy became even more dominant. That small sand vortex gradually grew larger, and Tyranitar slowly walked into it. As he entered, the storm intensified and expanded violently, but according to Cain's perception, every grain of sand remained under Tyranitar's control. At that moment, he was the true tyrant of the sandstorm. After enjoying the chaos for a while, Tyranitar finally felt satisfied. He gathered a massive amount of sand and formed a huge sand sculpture. The sculpture gradually took shape, becoming an arrogant Tyranitar. It was himself. And in front of that figure stood another, slightly smaller one, a sculpture of Cain with a cold and imposing face. Since the time he was a Larvitar, Cain had trained Larvitar alongside Aaron to learn how to control energy. They practiced every day by making sculptures. These things were no challenge to him. Tyranitar, with an excited expression, approached Cain. The Mega Evolution faded, and Tyranitar returned to his original form. Even so, after Mega Evolving, his size had become considerably larger. Compared to now, he looked like a fearsome prehistoric beast. Although at this moment he already stood at 3.2 meters tall, enough to intimidate any Pokémon who faced him directly. He had officially become the largest and heaviest Pokémon on Cain's team, surpassing even Agron. During the recent Mega Evolution, Cain had also scanned Tyranitar's data. There weren't many differences compared to other Pokémon's Mega Evolutions. The power boost could be translated as a 5-level increase. In his current state, Tyranitar was level 58. After Mega Evolving, he ascended straight to elite level. Even if it was only temporary, it allowed him to experience firsthand the power an elite-level Pokémon should possess. This would greatly help him in breaking through that threshold in the future. Cain had other Pokémon capable of Mega Evolving who could also experience that energy ahead of time. Still, this had been Tyranitar's first Mega Evolution, so there were many things he hadn't yet understood, learned, or fully mastered. "How do you feel?" Cain asked with a smile. "Tyran," roared Tyranitar excitedly. So, this was what Mega Evolution felt like. Thud. Thud. Cain gave him a couple of encouraging pats on the gray plate of his abdomen. "From now on, you're the big guy of the group." You'll have to do well and not disappoint your teammates, Cain said with satisfaction. Like a father watching his son finally surpass him in height, he couldn't help but feel proud. Tyranitar nodded repeatedly and scratched his head with his sturdy arm, showing a slightly clumsy side. Probably no one would expect such a fierce Tyranitar to have such a good-natured side. Huh. But when he touched his abdomen, Cain noticed something different. Previously, when he tapped Tyranitar's legs and arms, the armor felt smooth and firm. However, in the abdomen, that gray area felt a little rougher. Not all of it, just a small section. To the touch, it felt more like a line. Cain slid his fingers along that rough line on Tyranitar's abdomen. Tyranitar lowered his head and looked curiously, not understanding what Cain was doing. Other than feeling a little ticklish, he didn't sense anything special. But Cain's expression began to change as he traced that line. That pattern seemed to form a symbol. A large curve in the center with other curves on the sides. He placed both hands on the figure, as if trying to confirm his suspicion. When he noticed that the design was perfectly symmetrical, Cain's expression turned complex. Because the pattern on Tyranitar's abdomen was the Omega symbol he knew so well. Tyranitar let out a questioning sound. Cain slowly shook his head without saying anything. Then he pointed toward an empty area not far away. Tyranitar used precipice blades. Although he didn't understand what Cain wanted to do, Tyranitar obeyed without hesitation. With a roar, ground-type energy rapidly gathered in his body. He focused his attention on the terrain in the distance, while Cain fixed his gaze on Tyranitar's abdomen. At the moment the precipice blade's attack was launched, red and yellow lines began to emerge on his blue belly. At the same time, the Omega symbol Cain had touched earlier lit up brightly. A radiant red and yellow Omega appeared clearly. And in that moment, boom! In the distance, an explosion erupted from the ground. A stone pillar, sharp as a spear, shot upward from the earth with speed. Its tip glowed with a distinct red light, making the whole pillar appear even harder and sharper. Compared to when he was a pupator, the current precipice blade's attack was larger and thicker. If before it only resembled the move in form, now it also resembled it in essence. According to the system's analysis, when he was a pupator, the precipice blade's move barely reached 10% of its true potential. But now it had already reached 30%. A threefold leap. You could really feel the power of Groudon's signature move, that attack which dominated across eras. Now, the precipice blade's move was finally starting to resemble the real thing. And yet, even after finishing the attack, the symbol on his abdomen didn't disappear. System, analyze Tyranitar's current situation immediately. Cain's hand rested on Tyranitar's body. The system, through microelectric currents, began analyzing the changes in Tyranitar's body at that moment. Overall, it seemed to be evolving in a good direction. Only, Cain wanted to understand it more clearly. Tyranitar also maintained his current posture, not daring to move. He himself was also curious about his situation. He could clearly sense that there was something different about him compared to other Tyranitar. Only, he couldn't quite grasp what it was and, moreover, he didn't feel any problem. On the contrary, he even felt better about himself. Cain didn't have to wait long before the system completed its calculations and presented the results. A data chart appeared in front of him, along with a hypothesis from the system about Tyranitar's current state. After the Omega symbol appeared on Tyranitar's abdomen, his affinity with and control over ground-type energy increased significantly. This prevents the power of his ground-type moves from decreasing after changing to the rock/dark type upon evolution. Reading the analysis results, Cain finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Seen this way, Tyranitar's control over ground-type energy and his moves wouldn't be affected by the evolution. But it would be better not to show this form in front of Team Magma members. Cain had the feeling that those maniacs might come looking for trouble directly. Even though he didn't particularly fear them now, mosquitoes are never welcome. With the final tests completed, Cain took Tyranitar back to the valley. "Come on, the others must be worried," said Cain, knowing that the commotion caused by Tyranitar had been no small matter, and perhaps other Pokémon were already heading that way. Tyron. Tyranitar replied with a nod. Boom. Boom. Each step he took made the ground tremble. Cain even felt a slight vibration with each step, as if there was a small earthquake. Tyranitar, looks like you'll have to get used to your body again, like when you were a Larvitar, Cain said with a smile. At this, Tyranitar scratched his head, showing a clumsy and sincere expression. After evolving, his change wasn't only in height. In fact, the biggest change was in his weight. Now, Tyranitar's weight definitely had to be measured in tons. Although this didn't affect his movement or battle much, since with the weight increase also came stronger muscles and bone structure. His strength had grown accordingly. But Cain still hoped he could control every gram of that strength. After all, once a certain threshold is reached, the rate of strength improvement slows down. So, to increase destructive power, the only option left is to fully master that strength. In this regard, among Cain's Pokémon, Blaziken was the best at it. Blaziken's raw strength wasn't the highest among Cain's Pokémon, but his explosive power was not inferior to that of Pokémon like Agron, who were among the physically strongest. In fact, sometimes his explosiveness even surpassed theirs. This was because Blaziken knew how to use every gram of his body's strength. That way, he didn't lose speed and at the same time ensured high offensive power. It was something he had learned thanks to Cain's guidance, and which he continued to improve constantly. From previous battles, it could be seen that Agron was also learning to control his strength by observing Blaziken. Though perhaps he wouldn't reach the same level, he could significantly increase his burst power. Now that Tyranitar had evolved, learning from Blaziken about strength control would be an excellent choice. As for Blaziken, he was already experimenting with even more novel ideas. Ideas that had also been suggested by Cain. If Blaziken, when attacking with punches or kicks, focused all his flames on a single point of the fist or foot, and then released that energy upon impact, the effect would be even more powerful. After all, Fire-type moves aren't just about burns or high temperatures. They also have another key trait, explosions. That's one of the main properties of the Fire-type. Cain wasn't entirely sure what the exact growth path was after reaching the elite level. But after speaking for some time with veterans like Drake, Juan, and Old Matsuda, who were even above the elite level, he began to understand the direction of growth. No matter the Pokémon, once they reach the elite level, improving only their base stats is no longer enough. It's crucial to learn how to take advantage of every move and every property of their type. For example, fire has burn effects, high temperature, explosion, etc. If all these qualities are integrated into each move, the improvement and battle power would be obvious. Each type has its own properties, and discovering and mastering them is a joint task between trainer and Pokémon. But if a trainer works with many different types, the improvement process becomes more complex and slow. That's why many people prefer to specialize in a single type. Human capabilities are limited. If one dedicates every day to improving their Pokémon's abilities and also has many type combinations, it's easy to become overwhelmed. In the end, you end up with several Pokémon that are just okay, but none reach the top. That's something that simply can't be avoided. Specialization has very clear advantages and disadvantages. Even a Dragon-type Elite Four as powerful as Drake, whose Pokémon have mostly already reached the champion level, could have serious trouble if facing a weaker trainer who uses only Fairy-type Pokémon. If the difference in strength isn't great, defeat is very possible. And the further one advances, the more apparent the differences between trainers become. That's why some say, reaching the elite level is only the beginning. Before that point, one could reach the quasi-elite level with enough resources, some talent, and luck. But to surpass that threshold, resources are no longer enough. After the elite level, you also need the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon. The trainer's understanding of their Pokémon's characteristics. The Pokémon's mastery over its type and moves. That's why people begin to talk about aptitude ranking among Pokémon. It's like with humans. Although we say everyone is born equal, are we really? That's nothing more than a comforting lie. People are not equal. There are differences in talent and capabilities. If not, Why are some geniuses while others can't even get close? Of course, there are also exceptions. People with little initial talent who, with tremendous effort, manage to go far. But that requires a will of steel and a great dose of luck. Otherwise, why doesn't everyone succeed? Those cases are very, very rare. And the same thing happens with Pokémon. You can't say a Pokémon with low aptitude has no chance. In this world, there are many rare items and unique situations that can change destiny. But achieving that requires a one-in-a-million kind of luck. And if you're going to depend that much on luck, why not just capture a Pokémon with good aptitude from the start? That's why, in the Pokémon world, aptitude is one of the most important criteria when capturing one. To ensure a greater potential for future growth, Cain returned to the valley accompanied by his Tyranitar. Cain's Tyranitar wasn't the strongest in the valley, but it was the largest. Even the leader Tyranitar had a noticeable size difference compared to him. Still, Cain's Tyranitar showed great respect toward the leader Tyranitar. From his perspective, the leader Tyranitar was an elder worthy of respect. That leader had managed to ensure his group's survival in that place and had probably gone through more battles than Cain's Tyranitar could count with diamonds. Maybe when he was still a pupator, he had taught them novel ways to fight. But to be honest, the battle experience and strategies of the leader Tyranitar were far beyond what Cain's Tyranitar could imagine. Cain had already noticed this during the previous fights with the Tyrantrum. If this leader Tyranitar had grown up under Cain's training, he wouldn't be much weaker than his own Tyranitar after evolving. Both Pokémon started from a similar base. It was just that Cain's Tyranitar had the fortune of meeting a trainer like him. Tyranitar's return was received with great enthusiasm. Cain approached the leader Tyranitar and used telepathy to connect their thoughts. "Leader, may I go see that place where the hearts of the Tyrantrum were once kept?" Cain asked directly. The leader Tyranitar, upon hearing Cain, didn't hesitate for a second. He made a gesture with his hand, signaling that he could go see for himself. After all, during the battle against the Tyrantrum, if it hadn't been for Cain's help, they surely would have suffered great losses. Besides, Cain's Tyranitar was also one of them. And being a species that values strength so highly, even though Cain's Tyranitar wasn't the strongest, his imposing size had already earned the respect of many in the group. So the leader Tyranitar had no reason to refuse. Wild Pokémon have purer thoughts, without much malice or complication. The fact that the leader Tyrantrum had planned a surprise attack was already a sign of unusual intelligence for a Pokémon. Upon receiving permission, Cain didn't hesitate any longer. He went with Slowking and Gengar toward the place. The rest of his Pokémon stayed in the valley, exchanging experiences with the Tyranitar. Cain also brought out a large reserve of Pokeblocks to strengthen the relationship with the group. They arrived at a corner, and Cain had Slowking use his psychic powers to slowly move the rocks. Beneath them, the object was revealed. 2 yellow hearts, now covered by a thin layer of rock. These were the life cores of the 2 Tyrantrum. It was unknown how the Tyranitar had discovered this form of use. But that place was special. The hearts not only didn't lose their energy there, but could also absorb rock-type energy. After removing the stones, Cain had Slowking place the hearts to the side temporarily. They were now fully encased, so there was no risk of energy loss. They only required a bit of time to settle. After removing them, it was revealed that the bottom of the hole was covered by a thin layer of earth. Cain thought for a moment and took some in his hand. Looking at it closely, he realized it wasn't earth, but a kind of very fine and slightly sticky sand. What held it together was an extremely pure rock-type energy. This feeling. "I think I've experienced it before," Cain said as he rubbed the grains between his fingers. He remembered a similar place, where the energy was so dense it could almost be touched. Suddenly, his hand stopped. The ghastly cave. That cave on Trial Island, where the ghost-type energy was so dense it became tangible. The home where his Mismagius had once lived. This place was very similar. Cain said to Slowking, use your psychic powers to perceive what's underneath. "Yadin," Slowking responded. His eyes shone with psychic energy, extending his perception underground. Cain placed his hand on Slowking's back and released his own psychic power, joining his perception. Sloking's perceptive ability was very wide, especially when focused in a single direction. Soon, about 20 meters underground, they found an empty cave. There, an extremely intense rock-type energy could be sensed. However, Cain quickly noticed a difference. This cave was not like the cave with ghost-type energy on Trial Island. The difference lay in the quality of the energy. Even though the rock-type energy was very dense, it didn't reach the same level as the ghost-type energy of the cave on Trial Island. That indicated that, although this place was valuable, it didn't have the same degree of energy concentration. Boom! As Cain and Sloking tried to investigate further, a sudden mental boom shook Cain's mind, leaving him dazed. The psychic exploration was abruptly cut off. When he regained his senses, Cain was visibly surprised. Something down there had detected Sloking's psychic perception. And not just anything, Sloking was at level 66. If it wasn't a psychic-type Pokémon or something vastly superior in power, it shouldn't have been able to detect it. But what happened was that something suddenly appeared and completely dispersed both Sloking's psychic energy and Cain's own psychic power. Just by looking at Sloking's pale face, one could tell the impact on him was even greater than on Cain. Even so, thanks to his greater power, he endured it better. After this incident, Cain understood that the secret below wasn't something he could explore for now. His strength was insufficient. Very insufficient. Although, he could still make use of this place in another way. Sloking, Jengar, widen the entrance to that unknown space a little. Not too much, just double its current size. But be careful not to let your energy enter the lower space, Cain instructed. Both Pokémon nodded. With energy flowing through their bodies, they began to dig cautiously. Then, Cain signaled to Agron and Carbink, who were playing nearby, to come over. Although Agron had some limitations, this place was of great benefit to Carbink. Both Pokémon approached Cain with curiosity. Cain directly picked up the small Carbink and held it in his arms. Under Carbink's confused gaze, he gently placed it into that hole. Carbink didn't know what Cain was intending, but its confusion quickly disappeared, because it immediately felt a huge amount of rock-type energy begin to violently flow into its body. Even Agron, who was standing to the side, also sensed a massive, unrestricted surge of rock-type energy. Just by breathing, he was already absorbing large amounts. The rate of growth was much faster than usual during training. Both Pokémon instantly understood Cain's intention. That block of stone they were originally going to share among the three of them had ended up being completely absorbed by Pupitar during his evolution. This was Cain's way of compensating them. Although the energy concentration here didn't surpass that of those blocks, it wasn't much lower either. At that moment, Tyranitar's body was already saturated with energy he could no longer absorb, so continuing wasn't beneficial to him. But for Carbink and Agron, that wasn't a problem. Carbink, you've probably already realized that your body is undergoing an irreversible transformation, Cain explained bluntly. The energy you're absorbing now, don't use it to increase your power. Instead, try to accelerate your transformation process. Only if you manage to complete that mutation will you be able to show your true value, and both I and your species will gain great benefits. Upon hearing these words, Carbink nodded firmly, without hesitation. It also wanted to know what it would become after completing its transformation. Agron, you stay here too and absorb energy with Carbink, Cain continued. But don't absorb it recklessly. Try to compress it to a certain degree before integrating it into your body. Don't allow excessive absorption to damage the solidity of your foundation. Grah. Agron growled in response, focused. And he began to absorb and compress the energy with full concentration. Seeing them enter that state, Cain didn't leave either. He sat down next to them. At that moment, Carbink's mutation was already in an advanced stage. Once all its diamonds turned pink, its body would begin to change. Ever since it absorbed energy from the pond and the mutation process accelerated, Cain had realized something. Carbink was already capable of controlling the speed of its mutation. Of course, it couldn't reverse it, only regulate its pace. But that was more than enough. Only Cain knew what Carbink would become after its transformation, what kind of Pokémon it would turn into. Silently, he watched the mutation percentage on the system scan. The Xerneas' horn was also still actively doing its work. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Cain remained in the Tyranitar Valley with his Pokémon during that time. Over those 3 days, Tyranitar trained with the group's leader and the other Tyranitar, learning battle techniques. They were techniques that the clan had perfected over years, especially suited for their species. Tyranitar showed great talent and learned a lot from them. Now, he just needed time to fully absorb and master those skills. Carbink and Agron also came out from the corner of the valley where they had been training. After all, their bodies weren't bottomless pits, they couldn't absorb energy indefinitely. But they had reached the limit of what they could take in. At that moment, all of Carbink's diamonds had already turned a pink hue. Cain thought the diamonds that were falling off it at that point were probably already pink diamonds, though he didn't know if eating them would have better effects than regular diamonds. Finally, there was Agron, who was in the middle of the valley training physically with great intensity. He was doing squats with a huge rock on his back. He wasn't alone. Tyranitar was with him. Both Pokémon, Tyranitar, level 58, and Agron, level 56, had a large amount of rock-type energy in their bodies. They needed to use physical methods to speed up its absorption. At that point, Cain's 3 rock-type Pokémon had reached a bottleneck. They could no longer progress quickly in a short time. What lay ahead was continuous and methodical work. That is, at that moment, Cain could no longer improve much more within that space, unless he explored the unknown space below. And as if fate knew it, just when Cain felt he had reached his limit, a spatial rift suddenly opened near him. He didn't know why, but he had the hunch that Celebi would come looking for them at that very moment. Cain called his Pokémon. Except for Slowking, Gengar, and Tyranitar, the others were returned to their Pokeballs. Tyranitar had known for a long time that this moment would come. At that instant, he was saying farewell to the leader and the entire Tyranitar clan. During those days, not only had Tyranitar learned a lot, but Cain had also taught the group new skills for daily life. Like how to use water resources more efficiently, or how to prepare tastier food. Well, finished saying your goodbyes? Cain asked with a smile, seeing Tyranitar approach with a slightly melancholic expression. Tyranitar nodded. The moment he lifted his head, that sadness had completely vanished, replaced by a determined gaze. Cain gave him a pat on the arm as a gesture of encouragement. As the tyrant of the sandstorm, he had to return to the Pokémon World with an imposing and sovereign attitude. Together with him and Slowking, with Gengar hidden in his shadow, they crossed the spatial rift. As soon as Cain passed through, the rift behind him closed as if someone zipped it shut. Seal. Before he could even look around at the new environment, Celebi appeared before him, with an expression that clearly said, "Praise me." Cain didn't know why Celebi was so close to him. Maybe it was because of the presence of Lugia's or Mew's energy in his body. Or maybe, in some timeline, they had already met before. Whatever the reason, the truth was that Cain had benefited greatly. Thank you, Celebi. Seal. Celebi was so happy to hear Cain's thanks that it started spinning in circles in the air. It waved its little hands, and 2 spatial rifts opened once again in front of Cain. Without much waiting, 2 people were suddenly ejected from one of them. It was Steven and Phoebe, but their appearances left much to be desired. Steven's elegant suit was covered in dust and had several holes. Phoebe's face and body were also full of dust and even had some wounds on her arms. Even so, their eyes shone brightly. Clearly, they had also gained great benefits. Next to Steven was his shiny Metagross, while beside Phoebe floated a powerful Dusknoir. Both Pokémon had reached a new level of power. Steven, Phoebe, looks like you two gained quite a few benefits as well, Cain said with a smile. Hearing his voice, Steven and Phoebe realized the 3 of them had reunited once again. They both showed a joyful expression. Cain! They had found each other again. Then they began to observe their surroundings. They were no longer in the previous emerald space, but inside a tree, although this tree was enormous in size. If it weren't for the fact that they could clearly see the bark around and above them, it would be hard to imagine they were inside a hollow tree. Could they have reached the bottom of the Tree of Life? That was Cain's first thought. And it wasn't far-fetched. After a quick scan of their surroundings, The three began to exchange experiences. From the moment he saw them, Cain scanned the data of their Pokémon with his system. Both Steven's shiny Metagross and Phoebe's Dusknoir had reached level 65. This time, their gains were truly significant. But what surprised Cain was that Steven's Metagross, according to the system scan, was in the middle of a shiny awakening, an evolution of its capabilities related to its shiny rarity. That meant not only had it become stronger, but its shiny trait was also being activated. Could it be that shiny Pokémon, upon reaching level 65, automatically activate their shiny trait? Cain wondered. After all, his own Slowking had done so upon reaching that level. Without a doubt, that was a good piece of data to document. Steven and Phoebe then noticed the large figure standing behind Cain. They both looked surprised. Is that a Tyranitar? When did you get one, Cain? I never saw it before, Steven asked. Just by looking at the posture and aura of that Tyranitar, it was obvious he wasn't weak. Moreover, his physical size was far above average. Yes, that. Cain, since when have you been hiding such a trump card? Added Phoebe as she ran up to Tyranitar. Compared to him, the petite Phoebe wasn't even as thick as one of the Pokémon's legs. Cain shook his head with a slight smile. I wasn't hiding him. He just hadn't evolved yet. You know Pupitar need time to accumulate energy. He only evolved recently, so I wanted to show him to you now. Steven nodded. There was nothing more to add. What Cain said was a well-known truth. Still, knowing that Cain now had such a powerful pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Steven felt an even greater desire to face him. They had talked about it before. When they returned, they owed each other a battle. Now Steven was more eager than ever. Although Tyranitar was strong, he still wasn't at the elite level. Steven considered waiting until Cain had trained him up a bit more before battling. That way, it would be more interesting. Otherwise, remembering the disgusting tricks Cain had used in previous battles, Steven shuddered instinctively. Better to wait. Yes, better that it be a direct, fair, frontal battle. The three began to share details about the spaces they had been sent to, and as Cain had suspected, they didn't differ much from what he had imagined. Steven had gone to a place dominated by Steel-type Pokémon, and Phoebe to one filled with Ghost-type Pokémon. And why did they look so battered? It had to do with the trials they were subjected to in those places. But when it came to the exact details, both chose to remain silent. Seal. As the conversation was winding down, Celebi appeared once again before them. Steven and Phoebe sincerely thanked it, and Celebi happily accepted the thanks. Boom, boom, boom. A loud rumble was heard from the top of the tree. The ground trembled slightly. The three of them turned serious. They had almost forgotten where they were. Could Drake still be fighting those three? Cain thought for a moment and asked, how much time has passed since you entered those spaces? 7 days, Phoebe answered without hesitation. Why do you ask? Wait, has Mr. Drake been fighting for 7 days? That's incredible. Her admiration for Drake's strength was clear. 7 days? But I was in there for 10, said Steven, surprised. Just as I suspected, Cain confirmed his theory. The two looked at him, expectant. Celebi has the ability to travel through time. It's likely she sent us to different places and to different timelines. I was in there for less than 5 days, but out here maybe not even one has passed. Maybe even less, Cain explained. Steven recalled Celebi's ability, and Phoebe nodded in understanding, as if everything suddenly made sense. Both looked at Celebi with renewed respect. And upon seeing their looks, Celebi proudly wore an expression of, that's right, I'm amazing. Even though it didn't fully understand what it was being praised for, being praised was enough. So, it's likely we've only been away for a short period, and Drake is still fighting, and the battle has now reached the interior of the Tree of Life? Steven pondered. That meant the Hunters Guild's true target was probably Celebi. They wanted to take advantage of its incredible abilities, traveling through space and time, even sending others through it. If someone were to obtain that power... Steven shook his head. He didn't even want to imagine it. The Pokémon world would descend into complete chaos. Seal. Celebi also noticed the noise. It wrinkled its little nose in disgust. No one likes people fighting in their home. With a wave of its hand, It opened a large hole at the top of the tree, revealing the battle that had been going on inside for some time. There were 4 people in poor condition, along with their Pokémon. Yet Drake, facing 3 opponents alone, still exuded an imposing presence. He looked at his enemies as if they were mere insects. The 4 had been dragged to the bottom of the Tree of Life without knowing how. "Mr. Drake," the 3 shouted in unison. Drake turned his head upon hearing their voices. Though Steven and Phoebe looked a bit beat up, they were safe. That gave him peace of mind. He gave them a thumbs-up gesture. "If you're all right, then it's time to fight seriously," Drake said. His face, previously calm, now turned serious, even showing a hint of anger. Previously, Mitchell had sent out 2 Pokémon to eliminate the 3 intruders, Cain, Steven, and Phoebe, who had entered the hollow tree. Drake had wanted to go to their rescue, so he hadn't been able to fight at full strength. During the battle, he had held back tremendously. That's how he gradually ended up fighting all the way down to the lowest part of the tree. Now that he had confirmed Cain and the others were safe, the frustrated Drake was ready to fight with all his power. Sensing the change in Drake's aura, the expressions of the 3 enemies tensed. "Mr. Drake, wait a moment," said Cain, stopping him. Hearing this, Drake turned his gaze toward him. Cain then pointed to the floating figure in the air, looking displeased. "Shalevi." "Shalevi," exclaimed Drake, completely forgetting he had been about to engage in combat. "Shalevi," shouted the 2 on Mitchell's side in unison. Following Cain's finger, they also saw Shalevi. Mitchell's eyes lit up intensely. He had orchestrated this entire operation, convinced the elders of the Hunter Guild, gathered enormous resources, and even involved Team Magma and Team Aqua, all for Shalevi. Because he knew the legend and the power of Shalevi. "Executive Tabitha, Executive Shelley, you too. She is our main target. I hope you'll keep your word. Just keep Drake busy, I'll handle Shalevi," Mitchell told them urgently. Tabitha and Shelley exchanged surprised looks. Although their organizations pursued Groudon and Kyogre respectively, they were not ignorant of other legendary Pokémon. Upon seeing Shalevi, both began to develop dangerous ideas. Mitchell noticed their expressions and silence from the corner of his eye, and his face darkened. With a cold voice, he said, "Tabitha, Shelley, don't forget the agreement between the Hunter Guild and your organizations. Do you want your groups to suffer major losses?" The threat was direct and unambiguous. Both frowned. As high-ranking members of criminal organizations, they were not used to being spoken to that way. But before departing, their leaders had given them clear instructions. If the opportunity arose, they were to help the Hunter Guild accomplish its mission. In this, both Maxie and Archie were in full agreement. "If we manage to capture Shalevi, I promise you elite 4-level resources. That's the most I can offer in the name of the Hunter Guild," Mitchell added, reinforcing his proposal. As a veteran member of a criminal organization, he understood well how things worked. Threats without benefits would only drive allies away. Better to make the threat clear and then offer a substantial reward. Upon hearing this, Tabitha and Shelley understood how they had to proceed. They knew Shalevi's name and appearance, but not her specific abilities. Mitchell, on the other hand, could not hide his excitement. If he managed to capture Shalevi, he could do more than fulfill his promises. If given time to develop, he might even lead the Hunter Guild. Those cowardly old men preaching neutrality were unworthy of command. If he could subdue Shalevi and take control of the vast resources the Hunter Guild had accumulated over so many years, then he would not only dominate the Pokémon world, but could form an organization on the level of Team Rocket. After all he had said and thought, he forgot one crucial thing. As much as Shalevi wasn't known for brute strength, she wasn't a Pokémon that could be captured so easily. "Cain, Steven, Phoebe, you protect Shalevi. I'll hold them off as quickly as I can," Drake said, now completely serious. When a legendary Pokémon was involved, the battle was no longer a game. "Tabitha, Shelley, your turn. I don't need much, just 5 minutes. 5 minutes will be enough. My Pokémon will assist you," Mitchell ordered. They both nodded solemnly. It was time to play their final cards. Almost simultaneously, they pulled a Pokeball from their clothing. They threw them. and 2 champion-tier Pokémon appeared. They had to be their trump cards. Perhaps not their own, but they knew how to command them in battle. Mitchell also sent out all his Pokémon to support Tabitha and Shelly against Drake. Then, carefully, he drew 2 more Pokeballs. Without hesitation, he threw them. A Ninjask and a Shedinja appeared. Upon seeing them, Cain raised an eyebrow, now evaluating Mitchell with more respect. He knew how to use special Bug-type Pokémon against Shellevy. Exactly, Shellevy, as a Psychic and Grass-type, was 4 times weak to Bug-type moves. With Shedinja and its Wonder Guard ability, and the high speed of Ninjask thanks to Speed Boost, it was possible to stage a serious confrontation. Steven and Phoebe immediately took combat stances upon seeing those 2 Pokémon. Cain, you designed the strategy, Steven said directly. Cain might not have been the strongest of the trio, but his strategies, unusual tactics, and unpredictable fighting style made him a recognized tactical master. But Cain simply smiled and gestured with his hand. No need. We don't have to intervene, Cain said calmly. Steven and Phoebe looked at him, puzzled. But he didn't explain further. They had underestimated Shellevy. Underestimated a legendary Pokémon. Underestimated a mythical Pokémon with unique powers. If Shellevy could be captured so easily, Cain thought he might as well start planning to capture Mew. Even Team Rocket, even Giovanni, had never dared claim they could defeat Mew. Mitchell, though strong, what was he compared to Giovanni? A nobody. Shellevy was on the same level as Mew. Though not as good at fighting, she had abilities Mew didn't possess. Sealy. In the air, Shellevy was truly enraged. That human not only fought in her home, but now wanted to capture her? That was unacceptable. The 2 Pokémon he had sent, she deeply disliked. But they were no match for her. Though Shellevy did not enjoy fighting, she was now ready to act. When Shellevy prepared to attack, Mitchell wasn't afraid, on the contrary. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He slowly pulled a special device from his pocket that looked like a watch. Seeing Mitchell's movements, Steven frowned. He's up to something. We can't just stand here and watch. Metagross, let's go. Next to him, Phoebe also became alarmed. Duskwar, you too, go. Cain remained where he was, watching the 2 charge forward, without stopping them. Mitchell thought he knew Shellevy well enough, but compared to Cain, he was far from understanding her. Cain shifted his gaze to Drake's battlefield, where at that moment he was commanding his 6 Dragon-type Pokémon, launching constant attacks against Tabitha and Shelly. Even though Mitchell's Pokémon had stayed behind to help, without a trainer to guide them, how much power could they really unleash? Even with their best cards in play, Tabitha and Shelly, with only 2 more allies beside them, were forced to retreat in the face of Drake's solid strategy. They couldn't escape, only take the hits. Suddenly, Cain communicated with Slowking with a glance. Slowking understood immediately and expanded his psychic powers toward the battle between Tabitha and Shelly, briefly touching them. Although they were repelled almost instantly, Slowking managed to make contact. Yadin, said Slowking, nodding toward Cain. He smiled and stopped worrying about that battle. He looked back at Shellevy. As he had predicted, Shellevy, although not good at direct combat, had completely dominated the 2 opposing Pokémon. If not for Shedinja barely holding on thanks to its Wonder Guard ability, they would have already been defeated. Meanwhile, the attacks from Steven and Phoebe on Mitchell kept him so busy he couldn't activate his device in time. Finally, in desperation, he called out another Pokémon, which slammed Metagross and Dusknoir into the ground. With both of them out of action, Mitchell finally activated the device, aiming it at Shellevy, who was not far away. Got you, he shouted with a crazed expression on his face. This device, created by the Hunters Guild along with other underground organizations, was specifically designed to capture Shellevy. A shockwave of enhanced bug-type energy spread out in buzzing circles, completely surrounding Shellevy. Steven and Phoebe could no longer intervene. Drake, seeing the situation, wanted to help, but Cain stopped him. Mr. Drake, keep fighting, everything's fine here. Though he sounded unconcerned, Cain was already moving with Tyranitar and Slowking, slowly approaching Shellevy. Mitchell, seeing that Cain wasn't paying him any attention, Just send a Pokémon to block his path. Cain didn't move forward any further. Instead, he shouted to Shalevi, "Shalevi, stop playing around. If you keep this up, they'll catch you." His tone was mocking. "Seal." Shalevi, who had seemed to be suffering, immediately perked up upon hearing Cain's voice, looking at him with her big round eyes. She showed a face like, "Really? Are you messing with me?" Seeing her, Mitchell, who had just started laughing, was left speechless, his laughter cut off abruptly. Not just him. Everyone present, except Cain, was stunned. "What? Wasn't she suffering just a second ago? You don't even study acting, why are you so good at it?" Cain just shook his head, resigned. Shalevi stuck out her tongue, as if to say, "Got it." For the first time, her cheerful expression turned serious. She gave Mitchell a hostile look. Gulp. Mitchell swallowed. Even though his device was at full power, Shalevi didn't seem affected at all. Cain looked on with scorn. "What kind of trash is that? If Shalevi were that easy to catch, give me a dozen." Celiac. This time, her voice sounded angry. Suddenly, the air tore open. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of spatial rifts appeared in the sky, like stars scattered all around. Through each rift, a different scene could be seen, but all shared one thing. From each one, a Shalevi emerged. 1, 2, 3. Thousands, tens of thousands of Shalevi appeared in the hollow tree. They all seemed to know each other. They greeted and laughed with one another. Then, they all looked at the one who had called them. Seal, the original, pointed, with a victim-like face, at Mitchell, who was still holding the device. "Seal! Seal! Seal!" The cries rose in chorus. Even Drake, Tabitha, and Shelley stopped their battle. They looked up, swallowing hard at the endless wave of Shalevi. Mitchell didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or faint. Would crying help? Maybe they'd forgive him if he did? Stephen and Phoebe, once the shock wore off, looked at him with pity? And he was their enemy. But seeing how the Shalevi lifted him into the air like a volleyball, the reaction was inevitable. It wasn't long before Mitchell disappeared into one of the spatial rifts. The Shalevi wouldn't kill him, it wasn't their style. But they had likely exiled him to some desolate, inhospitable place. Without Pokémon, it was unclear whether he'd survive even a day. Once satisfied, the Shalevi began to say goodbye to each other and returned through the rifts they had come from, without getting mixed up, in order. When only one remained, no one had moved yet. Shalevi turned her gaze toward Tabitha and Shelley. Gulp. Both of them swallowed hard, forced very awkward smiles, and recalled their Pokémon, surrendering. Shalevi, compassionate, seeing that they were being reasonable, did nothing more. Knowing that Drake was on Cain's side, Shalevi didn't attack him. Drake, seeing the situation, kept a serious expression outwardly, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. No one can stay completely calm in front of so many Shalevi. After Mitchell disappeared, there was no reason for anyone to remain there. Tabitha and Shelley were there to help Mitchell. Their subordinates were also there for that reason. On the other hand, Drake and the three from Cain's group were mainly there to rescue people. Only when they learned of the true objective of the Hunter Guild did they decide to intervene. Now that the root of the problem, Mitchell, had vanished, their respective missions were complete. Even so, Shalevi's cheerful expression had not faded. Clearly, what had just happened was very amusing to it. Especially Mitchell's final face. Pure comedy. Cain is the smartest of all. That's what Shalevi was thinking at the time. It flew around for a while. No one dared interrupt. It seemed to get tired of flying and stopped, floating in the air. It brought its little hands to its mouth and yawned. Tears began to stream from its large blue eyes. It was clearly sleepy. Seeing that, Cain became alarmed. They were at the base of the Tree of Life and still hadn't found a way out. If Shalevi fell asleep now, how long would it take them to find the exit? Maybe they'd never find it. Cain quickly stepped forward and said, "Shalevi, if you're sleepy, you should rest. But before that, could you send us outside?" Upon hearing that, Shalevi's eyelids, which were just about to close, paused for a moment. Although a bit reluctant, Shalevi waved its little hand, and a spatial rift opened beneath everyone's feet. Before they could react, they all fell into the rifts. In the last second before falling, Cain shouted, "Shalebi, don't forget the ones from the forest." In truth, Cain didn't even need to say that. When Shalebi sent them outside, it had already sent out everyone from the forest and from the Tree of Life beforehand. It didn't care if they were from the League, Team Magma, or Team Aqua, it threw everyone out equally. After that, Shalebi could no longer stay awake. The spatial rifts disappeared, Shalebi slowly closed its eyes, and its body gently merged with the trunk of the tree. Though, no one knew how long it would sleep this time. Cain's group finally returned to the small island in the sea. And they didn't appear one by one, but all at the same time on the island. They didn't even need to exit through the cave. For Cain and his group, that was great. But for the other three factions, it was a disaster. During the days the incident lasted, the League had completely sealed off the area. Cain had foreseen that, which is why he thought Mitchell's plan was absurd. It was an all-or-nothing plan. If they failed to capture Shalebi, once they got out they would end up directly in a League ambush. And that's exactly what happened. Among those who came out were Tabitha and Shelley. Upon reappearing, they ignored their subordinates, pulled out their pokeballs, and jumped straight into the sea. After all, aside from a few people, no one could stop them. And Drake couldn't risk capturing them in front of so many people. If they got desperate, they could cause heavy casualties to the League. This time, the team wasn't led by a member of the Elite Four, but by the head of the Jenny family. A force that was by no means weaker than the Elite Four. In addition, there were also League researchers, led by Steven's cousin, the enthusiastic, chief-level researcher who always treated Cain very cordially. After Tabitha and Shelley escaped, the rest didn't try to run. Even the other officers from Team Magma, Team Aqua, and the remaining elite member of the Hunter Guild all were arrested. Tabitha and Shelley might have been too much, but the others weren't on their level. And this time the League had really committed. Aside from Drake and Cain's group, there were 5 more elite-level trainers on the island, including the leader of the Jenny clan, comparable to a member of the Elite Four. All other members, from high-ranking officers to low-ranking ones, were arrested without exception. In just half an hour, all except Tabitha and Shelley had been captured, though there will always be a few who managed to escape, because some of them were also wearing League uniforms. Like that guy Cain blocked, dressed in a League researcher uniform. He even wore the intermediate-level badge on his chest. Before Cain stepped in front of him, he was walking with his head down toward the edge of the island. Upon seeing him suddenly, he was startled. But he quickly forced a dumb smile. "Mr. Cain, sir, how can I help you?" he asked nervously, pretending to be a loyal subordinate. Cain showed no reaction. He just watched him act, which made the man even more uncomfortable. "Your name?" Cain asked in a neutral voice. The guy seemed relieved for a moment. "My name is Gordon. I'm an intermediate Rezier." He didn't even finish when Cain interrupted him. "Why did you do it?" The question left him bewildered. "Do what?" "Why did you attack Elite Four Watson?" Cain repeated in a direct and severe tone. Cain already knew this guy's identity thanks to Logan. Watson wasn't only badly injured by direct enemies, but also by a treacherous attack. Back in Shalebi's space, Cain had been looking for him, but didn't find him in the League base. He thought he might have died inside, but no, Shalebi transported him along with the others. He had probably hidden in some corner of the forest or the Hunter Guild base. Once back, Cain found him immediately. I. How could I? I didn't do anything." Sweat poured from his forehead as he denied it repeatedly. "Mr. Cain, you must be mistaken. I'm a League researcher," Gordon said, visibly nervous. Cain smiled coldly. "Who knows someone best? Someone of the same type." Cain, as a member of Team Rocket, even though he's currently infiltrating the League, hasn't caused any real harm to the organization. It's not that Cain can't, but that he doesn't want to. The main reason remains the same. The benefits aren't enough. As for this guy named Gordon, Cain is sure he was corrupted by the interests offered by the Hunter Guild. However, Cain understands this and doesn't feel particularly upset about it. What truly enrages him is that these bastards from the Hunter Guild act carelessly, which could interfere with his operations within the League. After all, Neither the League nor Team Rocket are forces that Cain can confront openly at this moment. He needs time to grow, and he's still nowhere near ready. So, if that's the case, it's best to make these people disappear, so they don't interfere. Send out your Pokémon. I'll give you a chance to resist, said Cain, not giving him any further option to defend himself. Currently, Cain is a chief-level researcher in the Hoenn League, part of the elite. He can finally act freely. If I say you're guilty, you are. If I say you're not, guilty or not. This is power. Tyrann. Tyranitar appeared, gigantic at his side, looking down at the opponent with authority. He knew this battle would be his turn to step in. Even though the opponent didn't seem especially strong, that didn't matter. It was his first battle since evolving. Tyranitar still remembered well the words of the leader before leaving his territory. Tyranitar, finish it in one hit. Though exaggerated, he took it seriously. No matter the enemy, if you can end it in one blow, don't use a second. Hurry up. If you don't plan to resist, then I'll act immediately, said Cain calmly. He looked like a customer eager to see a desperate vendor. Only then would he enjoy the show. Because the customer is always right? Hearing that, Gordon knew he had no other option. His only chance was to hope Cain let his guard down, defeat his Pokémon by surprise, and then take him hostage to escape alive. That was his only way out. Since Mr. Cain wants to spar with me, I have no choice but to comply, said Gordon, forcing a smile. Some spectators approached because of the commotion. Steven and Phoebe also came closer. They looked at Cain somewhat surprised, but they trusted him, so they said nothing. It just seemed a bit strange the opponent he had chosen. A bit weak. Gordon hesitated for a moment, glanced at Tyranitar, and took a Pokeball from his belt. He threw it, and a blue-colored Pokémon appeared, Swampert, one of the water-type starters from the Hoenn region. Cain nodded slightly upon seeing it. Not bad. A rival like this was decent for Tyranitar's first official battle. Pokémon, Swampert, light blue. Gender, male. Level, 58. Types, water plus ground. Ability, torrent. Held item, none. Egg moves, ancient power, ice ball, refresh, mud bomb. Basic moves, mud shot, hammer arm, tackle, growl, water gun, mud slap, foresight, bide, rock slide, muddy water, takedown. Learned moves, water pulse, aqua tail, earth power, stomping tantrum. TM moves, protect, earthquake, scald, rock tomb, stone edge, surf. A decent strength for someone aiming to be a rival to Tyranitar. Not bad, I underestimated your level a little. With a Pokémon like that, being a mid-level researcher is beneath you, said Cain coldly. Hearing that, a shadow flickered across Gordon's face. Mr. Cain, please be considerate, he murmured, as his Swampert was already ready to fight. Many gathered to watch the match. Wow, that Tyranitar is huge. I didn't know Mr. Cain had a Tyranitar. He looks so dominant. Is Gordon going to fight Mr. Cain? Could it be that Mr. Cain is considering making him his subordinate? He still doesn't have assistants among the researchers. And more voices continued commenting. Though everyone was impressed by Tyranitar's imposing figure, no one was surprised that Cain had one. That's the prestige that now surrounds him. Swampert attack. Use Aqua Tail, shouted Gordon, ignoring the comments. Take it. Let's test your defense, Cain responded calmly. Tyrann. Tyranitar roared in obedience. He didn't move. He just roared and planted himself firmly on the ground. Swampert hesitated for a second. That roar almost made his attack fade. But his battle instinct held firm. He kept his attack stance and charged at Tyranitar. Boom. The Aqua Tail hit dead on. A fairly powerful move. Cain seemed confident, which made Gordon excited. Got him. But when the water dissipated, everyone was left speechless. Tyranitar was completely unharmed. The attack had done absolutely nothing. Thanks to all the diamonds he had consumed, his defense was monstrous. As soon as Swampert landed the hit, Gordon already had 4 more Pokeballs in hand. Cain, seeing his movements, gave a cold smile. Crush him, he said icily. Tyranitar grinned cruelly. That attack had almost made him lose interest. Luckily, it hurt a little. He raised his fist high and slammed it down on Swampert, who had just finished his attack. Boom, boom, crack. The ground cracked violently. Swampert tried to endure, to keep his eyes open. But it was useless. His eyelids felt like they weighed tons. Swampert fell unconscious instantly. Yeah. The crowd erupted. Tyranitar had beaten him in a single hit. Even though he used the technique taught by the leader Tyranitar, it was a single brutal blow. The force unleashed was absolutely monstrous. That feeling was like a series of spectacular attacks, only to end up being completely useless. A flurry of punches came down as if to deal heavy damage, but to Tyranitar, it didn't create even the slightest pressure. Meaningless fists. I can erase you from the map with a single blow. The moment Swampert was smashed into the ground with a single punch, Gordon had already thrown his other 4 Pokeballs. His Pokémon appeared immediately. The watching crowd remained stunned, eyes fixed on Tyranitar unleashing his full power. They hadn't even noticed that Gordon had sent out 4 more. In fact, even Gordon hadn't noticed the state Swampert was in. From his perspective, even though Tyranitar was strong, Swampert had a type advantage and should have lasted a bit longer. His plan was to use the general distraction, summon the other 4, and launch a surprise attack. And yes, the battle between Tyranitar and Swampert had everyone's attention. Few noticed Gordon had released more Pokémon. But when he looked back ahead, he saw his Swampert lying in a crater in the ground. He was in shock. He even rubbed his eyes by reflex. He knew Cain's Tyranitar was strong, but not this strong. He had only heard a thud, and suddenly, Swampert was down. What the hell? What does this mean? It means that Tyranitar isn't just strong, he's a monster. And we're talking about Swampert here, one of the toughest and most durable Pokémon out there. It was Gordon's starter Pokémon, raised from the very beginning. Within its level range, it wasn't weak. In fact, thanks to its type advantage, it usually had the upper hand in battle. Now he understood why the audience had reacted with such uproar earlier. But it was too late to turn back now. The 4 Pokeballs had already been used. He had to take advantage of the confusion to capture Cain. Even if he had to sacrifice whatever it took, he had to do it. Otherwise, he knew his fate would be terrible. The 4 Pokémon were Scyther, Breloom, Mahoke, and Manectric. While the audience was still stunned by Tyranitar's power, Gordon was already issuing his attack command. He knew he couldn't defeat Tyranitar quickly. So his new strategy was to surround it and attack its trainer, Cain, directly. But Cain had already seen through his play. With a barely noticeable smirk on his lips, he said coldly, "Tyranitar, destroy them." The 4 opposing Pokémon were weaker than Swampert. The only difference was in number. But Cain didn't even feel the need to give further commands. Too weak. Tyran. Hearing the command, Tyranitar flashed a cruel grin. Without moving, grains of sand began to accumulate rapidly around him from the cracks in the ground. Along with the sand, large rocks emerged. Under his control, the rocks sharpened. Their edges gleamed with a dangerous sharpness. Stone Edge. The first to face the attack was Scyther, who stood at the front. Though it tried to fly, moving side to side to dodge the attack, the stones hurled at it were like guided missiles. Each one struck from a different angle, impossible to avoid. This method of using Stone Edge had been directly taught by Agron. And, as expected, Scyther fell to the ground and was instantly defeated. A single use of Stone Edge was enough. Of course, due to the X4 type disadvantage, Bug/Flying versus Rock. 1 down. But the other 3, Breloom, Mahoke, and Manectric, didn't stop. They used Scyther's attack as a distraction and approached from the sides. Just when everyone thought they would attack Tyranitar head-on, the 3 changed direction at the same time. Breloom and Mahoke, both fighting types, had an advantage against Tyranitar. But after seeing what happened to Swampert and Scyther, Gordon ordered them to avoid direct combat. They didn't want to face him. But Tyranitar wanted to. Real men fight face to face. Boom. Boom. Tyranitar's arms shot out like lightning. With 2 muffled thuds, Breloom and Mahoke froze in place. Both wore expressions of pure terror. When they heard their trainer ordering them to dodge Tyranitar, they felt awkward. Since when does a fighting type flee from a straight-up battle? But they followed the command. When Tyranitar extended his arms toward them, they thought, let's surprise this big guy real good. Like he could really grab our bodies so easily. Boom, boom. Their fists rose mid-run, putting all their strength into the attack. But it was pointless. Tyranitar's arm only paused for a second, then continued as if nothing had happened. Both were grabbed by the neck, practically strangling themselves with their own momentum. Tyranitar hadn't moved an inch. They were the ones who came to a dead stop. Tyrant. He roared powerfully. His muscles swelled. Holding both of them at once was tough, but he did it. And what came next wasn't suitable for kids. At 3.2 meters tall, Tyranitar was not an opponent these Pokémon could match. He lifted them with outstretched arms. High up. And then? Fire. His fists were engulfed in flames. Fire punch. And with a brutal scream, he slammed them into the ground. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive explosions. Crack. Crack. The ground sank at least 20 centimeters. The surrounding spectators stumbled from the impact. The 2 Pokémon were completely knocked out. Gulp. Gulp. No one knows who started it, but little by little, the sound of people swallowing hard echoed throughout the area. They had seen many brute force battles, but one this direct and overwhelming, it was a first. This was a one-sided massacre. From the moment Gordon summoned his 4 Pokémon, the crowd already sensed something was wrong. And when they saw Cain's cold expression and Tyranitar's ferocious fighting style, those who had previously envied Gordon now looked at him with pity. Gordon was pale. He had never seen a Tyranitar like this. Was this really a Tyranitar? Surely many were thinking the same thing as Gordon. This isn't a Pokémon, it's a monster. Hey, isn't this the Pokémon World? What's a kaiju doing here? Is there an Ultraman nearby? We need reinforcements. Despite the shock, Gordon still had his wits. He had sacrificed 3 Pokémon, but finally, one of them managed to bypass Tyranitar. Manectric broke through the defense and charged directly at Cain. If he could capture him, it would all be worth it. Who knows? He might even seize that beastly Tyranitar. Just the thought made Gordon's heart burn with ambition. But Cain's smile only widened. Gordon underestimated Tyranitar. Gordon still didn't understand what kind of monster he was dealing with. Did he forget its nickname? The Beast of the Sandstorm. Although to Cain, that name was already outdated. To him, Tyranitar was the tyrant of the sandstorm. A being beyond a monster. A presence that controlled energy with perfection. Did Gordon really think Manectric had broken through his defense? Just as Manectric circled Tyranitar and lunged at Cain, the sand surrounding Tyranitar from the beginning shot out like lightning bolts toward Manectric. Tyranitar turned. From beneath him, the sand launched like a rope, catching one of Manectric's legs. Mid-charge, Manectric tripped. Looking down, he saw it was a sand rope. And where was it connected to? To Tyranitar. The sand began to constrict. No matter how much he shook, Manectric couldn't break free. Little by little, the sand crept up his body, wrapping him entirely. As if it was going to devour him completely. Manectric struggled desperately. But the more he fought, the more excited Tyranitar became. Under his control, the sand moved at brutal speed, completely engulfing Manectric. Until there was no room left to resist. When he was completely bound, he was dragged before Tyranitar. Without a second of hesitation, without a hint of mercy, he raised one leg and crushed him without remorse. The people around finally realized this wasn't a normal battle. They knew Cain wasn't the type to bully the weak, and that he never attacked defeated opponents with such brutality. But this time, all of Gordon's Pokémon, without exception, were violently crushed by Tyranitar. And their condition was devastating. Tyranitar hadn't held back even once. The spectators stared wide-eyed. Some even murmured, could that Tyranitar be elite level? But the strongest among them, like Drake and the head of the Jenny family, knew the truth, that Tyranitar still wasn't elite level. And that made it even more terrifying. Do you know what it means to be invincible within your own level? It means that unless there's a rank gap, no Pokémon can stand against him. Of course, saying invincible might sound exaggerated, but this Tyranitar could truly dominate any Pokémon within its rank. Tyrant. After defeating 5 Pokémon, Tyranitar finally released his pent-up battle urge. He opened his arms and roared toward the sky. The sand on the ground, under his unconscious control, exploded and floated into the air. In an instant, a sandstorm covered the entire area. Everything and everyone was engulfed by it. Though it caused no harm, the message was clear. When the roar ended, Tyranitar stopped controlling the sand, which slowly settled back to the ground. In just seconds, the small island that previously had little sand had turned into a complete desert. Although the island wasn't large, Tyranitar had altered its geography. Even Cain's elite-level Weevil had that capability, but not with such ease or over such a large area. Tyranitar's first real appearance in front of everyone was absolutely overwhelming. Not far away, Steven was watching with great interest. Tyranitar was also a rock type, and Steven, an expert in both steel and rock types, thought that this Pokémon might also suit him. But what intrigued him most was, what would happen if this Tyranitar reached the same level as my Metagross? On this journey through the Steel-type space, Metagross had gained new power by activating its shiny trait for the first time. And that had made it even stronger. When Tyranitar was done venting, Cain approached with a smile. He gave him a pat on the arm, a gesture of approval. At 3.2 meters tall, even if he jumped, Cain couldn't reach his shoulder. But upon feeling that pat, Tyranitar smiled broadly. His aura of confidence grew even stronger. This had been his first battle after evolving. And only now he realized, am I really this strong? And if I Mega Evolve? Just the thought made Tyranitar's heart burn with excitement. Cain slowly approached Gordon. His smile gradually faded. I gave you a chance. I only used Tyranitar, but it seems you didn't take advantage of it, Cain said quietly. Gordon was pale as a sheet, his lips colorless. His eyes were vacant. Upon hearing Cain, he didn't even know how to respond. Guards. Cain ordered firmly. 2 people dressed in mid-level League researcher uniforms emerged from the crowd and bowed to him. They had witnessed the entire battle from the start. Arrest him, Cain said, pointing at Gordon. The 2 mid-level researchers were stunned, but as professionals, they obeyed the order. They arrested Gordon without hesitation. Drake and the head of the Jenny family approached Cain. After all, when Watson escaped back to the League, he had mentioned there was a traitor in their midst. Now, with Cain returning alongside his Tyranitar and delivering a crushing blow that ruthlessly defeated the man, Drake, with his sharp eyes, could tell that although Gordon was only a mid-level researcher, all his Pokémon were quasi-elite level. Becoming an advanced-level researcher wouldn't have been a problem for him. And if he managed to get close to Watson, being a quasi-elite trainer, he could have carried out a surprise attack. Drake clearly remembered that in Shelebi's space, that man had not been present at the League's camp. He's the one who attacked Mr. Watson, Cain said darkly. Upon hearing that, both Drake and the head of the Jenny family frowned. And since Cain hadn't exactly said it quietly, the nearby people who heard him began to look at Gordon with hostility. In daily life, Gordon always acted like a kind guy. People had a good impression of him. No one would have guessed he was a traitor sent by another organization. Gordon, who had finally snapped out of it, had already been restrained by the 2 League investigators. The same ones who had previously hesitated were now completely determined. After all, if Cain said it, they couldn't let Gordon escape. The consequences would be unthinkable. You're insane. You're lying. Do you have any proof? You're accusing me unfairly. Mr. Drake, I'm innocent. Do something. Gordon screamed, out of his mind. His face, pale at first, started to flush slightly. Clearly, he had entered a hysterical state. Drake frowned. Anyone who looked at Gordon's expression could tell he was probably guilty. Drake had seen enough to be sure. But standing before so many people, arresting him without clear proof could cause panic and instability. Cain let out a cold laugh. He had already anticipated that Gordon would make this last desperate attempt to wriggle out. He pulled a communicator from his pocket. He showed it to everyone. This is the communicator of the Hunters Guild leader who contacted you. Think there might be messages between you two on here? And guess why this communicator is in my hands now? As a chief-level investigator of the Hoenn League, I've received orders from President Juan. I'm now officially representing the Hoenn League and placing you under arrest. If you have any objections, you can discuss them directly with President Juan. I'm sure you'll get the chance to meet him. Of course you will. Knowing there was a traitor, Juan would undoubtedly want to see him in person, whether to get more information or for other reasons. After all, the League's investigator corps reports directly to him. If there's an infiltrator, it would be a grave failure on his part as champion. Seeing the communicator in Cain's hand, the faint blush on Gordon's face completely vanished. From the moment Cain appeared before him and revealed his identity, Gordon had already known how this would end. That's why he had tried to take Cain hostage, hoping to secure his life. But he was brutally defeated by Cain's Tyranitar. What he was doing now was nothing more than a pathetic final struggle. Seeing the communicator, Drake gestured for them to take him away. Even without that device, Drake had no intention of letting him go. As Gordon was escorted out and the crowd gradually dispersed, Drake turned to Cain. Does that communicator really have contact information for the enemy? Cain smiled openly and put the communicator away. What do you mean, Mr. Drake? This communicator is mine. I was bluffing. Behind him, Steven and Phoebe stood with their mouths agape in astonishment. With how confidently Cain had spoken earlier, they really thought everything he said was true. Wahahaha. Brilliant, how clever. Drake burst into hearty laughter. Beside him, the head of the Jenny family laughed as well. Though still a typical officer Jenny, she was older, and her wrinkles were visible. After all, time is the natural enemy of all women. Even so, the head of the Jenny family smiled with satisfaction. Young Cain, I didn't expect you to identify the traitor so quickly. Your investigative skills are impressive. What do you think about joining us in the League Police? 1 year as deputy director, and the next, I'll hand you the director's position. PFFF. Phoebe, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it out instantly. She stared wide-eyed at the head of the Jenny family, as if she had just seen an extinct species. Even Steven was shocked. Both of them held some status within the League, so they clearly understood what it meant to be director of police. It was a position on par with the Elite Four. The current director was this very same head of the Jenny family, wielding authority equal to Drake's. In fact, thanks to the powerful Jenny family backing her, her word could sometimes carry even more weight than Drake's. The League Police had always been under the Jenny family's control. It was a power granted to them since the League's founding, in recognition of their contributions. And it had remained that way ever since. There had never been a case of a police director in any region who wasn't from the Jenny family. Drake, watching his old colleague, the head of the Jenny family, had a baffled expression. Did this woman go crazy today? Drake seemed to be thinking. But the Jenny family head's face showed no change. She maintained the same smile, staring directly at Cain, waiting for his response. Cain's expression was also complicated. 5 parts surprise, 3 parts reflection, 1 part doubt, and 1 final part temptation. Then he gave a shy, though not awkward, smile. Leader Jenny, you must be joking. I'm only 17. How could I be deputy director? A deputy director at 17, which would mean director at 18. That would truly be unprecedented. Whether someone else will manage it in the future is unknown, but it has never happened until now. Even the idea of an 18-year-old Elite Four seems far more acceptable. The head of the Jenny family looked Cain over again for a few seconds. Then she smiled. I'm not joking. Anything can become reality if you want it. Think about it. If you decide to accept, contact me. Here's my card. She handed him a card with her personal number. Cain instinctively accepted it. Then, the Jenny family leader walked away, her smile impossible to hide. Drake, who had watched the whole scene, finally understood what was going on. He looked at Cain with a strange expression. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a laugh, "The director of the League Police can't be an outsider." You know what that means, right? Beside them, Steven's eyes widened, and Phoebe covered her mouth. The two of them looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, "Marriage." Hearing the two of them shouting, Cain gave each of them a bonk on the head in annoyance. "Can you stop talking like that? Do you even know what you're saying? What's all this about marriage?" But to be honest, Cain was a little tempted. After all, that was a privilege many chased their whole lives without ever reaching. A height others spent their entire lives climbing, only to never attain. And he only had to accept the invitation from the head of the Jenny family to get there instantly. A chance to rise in a single step. It all came down to his decision. However, how many conditions would the Jenny family set? That remained a mystery. Since the founding of the League, this wasn't the first time someone had joined the Jenny family through marriage. But perhaps due to the strength of that family's bloodline, no matter who the father was, the children were always born as Jennys. That was truly terrifying. Moreover, entering a matriarchal family like that, as a man, Cain had many doubts about what his future family status would be. From the tone and manner in which the head of the Jenny family had invited him, it was obvious there were conditions, even if she hadn't said them out loud. Drake was someone very perceptive. When he heard the head of the Jenny family's words, he understood everything. It was nothing more than recognizing Cain's talent. To be fair, Drake also highly valued his potential. Cain, Stephen, Phoebe, and Wallace were the four most outstanding individuals. Among them, Cain and Stephen had the greatest talents, and from the looks of it now, they were neck and neck. Although Cain had more experience in real combat, giving him a slight edge. But Stephen had the backing of the Stone family, which meant his future growth was guaranteed, possibly even accelerated. Drake believed it wouldn't take long for Stephen to reach a level comparable to his own. Once that happened, with some promotion, his status within the League would skyrocket. That had already been agreed upon when the League was established in the Hoenn region alongside the Stone family, so not even President Juan could stop it. That's why, although Stephen's talent was impressive, it wasn't shocking. After all, he had both talent and support. It would be strange if he didn't go far. But Cain was a different story. A common civilian who had climbed step by step to this point, matching Stephen through sheer effort. To say no one in the League was surprised would be a lie. Some even thought, if Cain got this far without family backing, what would happen if a powerful family fully supported him? No one knew. No one could imagine it. But many clans would be willing to find out. The Jenny family was the first to try. And Drake knew they wouldn't be the last. Now, everything depended on what Cain wanted. No need to ask. If you join the Jenny family and they help you grow, of course they'll set conditions. The first would be officially joining the family as a son-in-law. Why else would they go to such lengths to help you? If Cain accepted, it would be the best choice for him. But if he had even a bit of male pride, he wouldn't do it. He'd already come so far. Did he really believe he couldn't climb further on his own? Joining the Jenny family would just save time, but what else? Rare Pokémon? Cain's Tyranitar had nothing to envy from Stephen's shiny Metagross. The only real gap between them, Cain had already closed. Plus, Drake knew Cain had a very valuable Bagon. If that Bagon reached the current level of Tyranitar, even Drake didn't dare imagine how far Cain could go. Watching Cain deep in thought, Drake couldn't help but show a bit of regret and think, why don't I have a granddaughter? Then the Jenny family wouldn't get to take him. Just because they have more women, huh? If I had a granddaughter, I wouldn't even need a political marriage. I'd marry her to Cain myself. But no one thought about the fact that Cain was still just a 17-year-old boy. Cain, for his part, wasn't thinking about what the head of the Jenny family had said. In reality, there was no decision to be made. Although he'd been tempted at first, Cain had already decided to turn down the offer. He was in his prime for growth. His strength already allowed him to reap great rewards. Why complicate things by letting a family control him? Without outside help, Cain was confident he could still grow on his own. Besides, he was now a chief-level researcher of the Hoenn League, a candidate for the Elite Four, and someone trusted by President Juan. Was he going to betray that trust just because of an invitation from the Jenny family? What future would that leave him in the League? So, after thinking it through, he decided to refuse. Even if he lacked resources, that didn't mean he couldn't obtain them. With power, there are always options. Stephen and Phoebe kept laughing quietly, waiting to see what Cain would decide. But to their surprise, Cain raised his head and said to Drake, "Mr. Drake, Gordon isn't the only infiltrator in the League. I'm sure there are more agents from the Hunter Guild. Otherwise, they wouldn't have discovered this island so quickly." Drake, expecting a different response, was momentarily stunned. Yes, you're right, but Cain, about the head of the Jenny family earlier." Before he could finish, Cain interrupted. "Come on, Mr. Drake, don't tease me." It was obvious the head of the Jenny family was just joking. Better not take it seriously. Saying that, Cain smiled casually, as if he truly believed it had all been a joke. Stephen and Phoebe looked at each other. Was it really a joke? But soon, a spark lit up in Stephen's head and he thought, becoming a son-in-law. The Jenny family isn't the only option. The Stone family can do it too. If they helped Cain, his growth wouldn't be limited either. And at home, he had several sisters and cousins without partners. Suddenly, Stephen started daydreaming. If we trained and battled together every day, maybe we'd improve faster. I have to call my father right now. Drake, for his part, immediately understood Cain's attitude. It was clear. Cain had subtly rejected the offer. Cain knew from Logan that there were quite a few infiltrators. Now, as the researcher appointed by Juan to deal with those infiltrators, Cain would sooner or later have to expose them all. Not only to help the League eradicate them, but more importantly, to protect himself. Although they say, if the water is too clear, there are no fish, right now the pond was so murky that even the innocent fish were in danger. So Cain, as one of those fish, had to become a bigger one, and first clean out the small shrimps to restore a reasonable balance to the pond. After capturing Gordon, all members of the Hunter Guild, Team Magma, and Team Aqua on the island were arrested. Cain, along with Drake and the others, boarded another ship headed for Slate Port City in the Hoenn region. They had come in a hurry, and after spending so long in Shelebi's space, they were exhausted. It was time to rest. The island, once Shelebi fell into slumber, began to slowly sink. Once Cain and the others departed, it wouldn't take long to vanish completely. Cain was now lying on the bed in his cabin. Every time he returned from a mission and could lie down on a bed like this, it felt especially comfortable and soft, almost tempting enough to completely let go. But Cain clenched his teeth and sat up. Moments of enjoyment could wait. There were still many things that needed to be organized. After so long in Shelebi's space, the Porygon 2 on his island had lost connection with the system for quite some time. He didn't know if the island's development had been affected. "System, connect to Porygon 2's view," ordered Cain. Immediately, a screen appeared in front of him showing Porygon 2's perspective. The Clampearl Farm, the Quillfish Hatchery, the Gogoat Ranch, everything seemed in order. Even the many Pokémon Cain had left there, like Cyndaquil, Tyrant, and Bulbasaur, were living peacefully. Clearly, they had already gotten used to life on the island and saw it as their new home. Confirming that there were no problems, Cain took out his portable transport device and sent his Pokeballs to the island one by one. That way, his Pokémon could live and train there. However, the most valuable thing Cain had obtained this time was the group of wild Venusaur he had captured in Shelebi's space. He integrated the Bulbasaur he already had with that group of Venusaur. With 2 elite-level Venusaur on the island, even without the other Pokémon, there was enough deterrent power. The island, though small compared to others, was enough for that number of Pokémon. Furthermore, being connected to the Sea Temple meant there was a constant energy flow, ensuring the Pokémon's basic needs. Interestingly, due to genetics, most of the Venusaur, Ivysaur, and Bulbasaur in that group had inherited the move Grassy Terrain. With a bit of training, and combined with the Gogoat who also knew the move, the island could soon be transformed into a fully natural habitat. With Cain's intervention and management, the future Pokémon born there would have increasingly higher quality. The island was already in full development. As for the shiny Bulbasaur, Cain didn't keep it with him. He left it on the island with the Venusaur. Sooner or later, he would have to train it. But for now, it was better to let it enjoy some time with its parents, since it might never have such a peaceful life again in the future. After transferring several Pokémon to the island and letting them move freely, Cain finally wrapped up his management tasks for the island. System, gather information on this, Cain requested. During this process, Cain also assigned another task to the system. Then, he took out a large quantity of materials from his storage space. He placed them on the floor, one by one. All of these materials shared a common trait. They emitted a subtle, unknown energy. Cain already knew, thanks to his research, that this energy was aura. He had gathered all the materials necessary to repair the Riolu egg, but had not done it in Shalebi's space for safety and practicality reasons. Now that he had returned, it was the perfect time. He prepared the materials, checking their quality and the order in which they had to be used. Then, he took out his specialized tools from storage. These tools, essential for his work, he always carried with him. He had updated them so many times that they were already considered advanced technology. They were similar to those used by advanced-level breeders, perhaps just a little less sophisticated than those of people like Old Matsuda. But those were custom-made, impossible to replicate. For Old Matsuda, they were the best, but for Cain, his own tools were still more appropriate. Cain delegated the crafting process to the system. With materials this complex, even an expert like Old Matsuda would face a high failure rate. But with the system's calculations and precise microcontrol, the margin of error was nearly non-existent. Watching how his hands, guided by the system's microcurrents, performed complex gestures and advanced techniques, Cain didn't just sit back. He kept his eyes fixed, determined to learn those techniques himself. After all, Cain didn't want to rely on the system 100%. Since the Sinnoh tournament ended, he had started consciously developing his practical skills. And he wasn't doing badly. Thanks to the system and his own dedication, he could now make intermediate-level poke blocks without help. A real step forward. Cain was slowly learning how to manage without the system. What comforted him was that, although he relied heavily on the system, in battle, he was always the one making decisions. The sea journey was quite peaceful. 3 hours later, the materials were fully integrated. Although they were initially green, red, and yellow, the final result was a bright blue paste. Aura probably played a role in that. He asked Jengar to bring out the Riolu egg from its shadow. According to the system, it was still in a cannot-be-incubated state. Then, Cain began applying the blue paste to the egg's shell. He covered it completely, paying special attention to the damaged areas. Once fully coated, the incubation timer finally changed. He had succeeded. The Riolu egg had successfully regained its vitality. If sensed with psychic powers, one could feel a dense accumulation of aura energy surrounding the egg. It must be said, misfortune may conceal a blessing, and a blessing may bring misfortune. This Riolu egg, though damaged for unknown reasons, was fortunate enough to encounter Cain, someone capable of repairing it. Had it been purchased by someone else, even someone from the League, they likely wouldn't have found a way to restore it. It had great luck meeting Cain, this guy with external advantages. And Cain truly did save it. After the storm comes the rainbow. The materials created this time, filled with aura energy, began to flow forcefully into the egg through its cracks. The estimated time of hatching also began to drop rapidly. From 1 year, it went down to 11 months and continued decreasing with the injection of aura energy. And not only that, according to the system's scan, the quality of the Riolu inside the egg also began to improve. It originally had a dark blue quality, already quite good for a Pokémon egg, but the aura energy seemed to be enhancing that quality even further, which greatly pleased Cain. His efforts had not been in vain. Now it was just a matter of waiting for Riolu to be born. Cain ordered Jengar to store the egg back in his shadow. According to the system's analysis, while the aura energy was still being absorbed, it wouldn't hatch immediately. It needed some adaptation time. Maybe around a week. After taking care of the Riolu egg, Cain collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed quickly. A few knocks on the door woke Cain up. Still drowsy, when he opened the door, he saw Steven and Phoebe already ready. They informed him that the ship had arrived in Slateport City, so he needed to prepare to disembark. Upon hearing this, Cain barely managed to perk up. He tidied himself up a bit and disembarked with Steven and Phoebe. As they got off, they discovered that Drake and the head of the Jenny family were already waiting at the port. Upon seeing the head of the Jenny family, for some reason, Cain didn't want to look her straight in the eyes. He felt like she was looking at him in a somewhat odd way. How to put it? As if she were looking at a son-in-law? Yes, it was exactly that kind of look, which made Cain feel very uncomfortable. At his side, Stephen and Phoebe were chuckling quietly. "Let's go," Drake said with a strange expression, patting Cain on the shoulder and smiling wryly. "Juan is already waiting for us at the temporary meeting center in Slateport City." Seeing Drake smile, Cain could only nod helplessly. No need to say it, that shameless old man was also laughing at him. This time, the 5 of them didn't use flying Pokémon. They went directly in a police car sent by the Jenny family, speeding through the city until they reached the meeting center behind the Pokémon Center. The meeting room was already full. High-ranking officials and administrators of the league had gathered in that hall. President Juan was seated at the head of the conference table. All the seats along the long table were occupied, and the surrounding chairs were also filled. There were people of all ages, both familiar and unfamiliar faces. If someone were to destroy this place now, the Hoenn League would probably collapse entirely. Of course, one would also need the strength and courage to do so. The arrival of the 5 drew everyone's attention. Clap, 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 clap. With Juan's clapping, everyone began to applaud. It must be acknowledged that what Drake and Cain did truly deserved recognition. Stephen and Phoebe looked at each other and blushed a little. After all, they were the ones who had been rescued this time. The applause made them feel a bit uncomfortable. Drake sat next to Juan, on his right. The head of the Jenny family also took her seat. Cain, Stephen, and Phoebe headed toward the seats in the corner where they were supposed to sit. "Cain, sit here," Juan suddenly said, stopping him. Cain showed a surprised expression. "Sit there? Weren't there more researchers?" Cain looked around. The other 3 chief-level researchers of the Hoenn League were also present, so it shouldn't have been his turn. But when observing the 3 representatives of the Joy, Jenny, and Stone families, none of them seemed displeased. Stephen's cousin, Vivian Stone, even signaled for him to sit. All eyes turned to Cain. Stephen also gave him a small push with a smile, then sat down with Phoebe. Pushed into it. With no choice, Cain had to sit at the table. His master, one of Hoenn's Elite 4, Matsuda Takashi, sat a bit higher up, grinning from ear to ear. He almost looked like a blooming flower. Proud. Ahem. "All right, let's begin the meeting," Juan said, clearing his throat. The league meeting officially began. The main topic was how the league should respond to the 3 major factions, Team Magma, Team Aqua, and the Hunter Guild. This time, the Hunter Guild had allied with Team Magma and Team Aqua, and they managed to cause considerable damage to the league. It couldn't just be let go. 80% of those present supported war. They had to make them pay to intimidate them. At this critical point, clearly no one would oppose. Those who didn't support simply abstained. Then it's decided. The league will officially enter a state of war readiness. First target, the Hunter Guild. Any member of the guild encountered is to be captured on the spot without need for reporting. If they resist, show no mercy, eliminate them on the spot. Juan declared with a serious face. Eliminate them on the spot. Such an order, coming from an organization like the League that values peace, shows just how furious Juan and the high-ranking officials were over Watson's injuries. The Elite 4 represent the face of each league region, and one of them was wounded using dishonorable methods. He still hasn't awakened. For the league, if they didn't now deliver a powerful counterattack, their authority would be completely destroyed. As for Team Magma and Team Aqua, if any of their members are encountered, capture them with full force. They weren't given a shoot-on-sight order. After all, attacking one to set an example for the other 2 was the best strategy. Declaring war on all 3 at once would be too costly, even for the league. Cain. Juan called his name again as he concluded. Present. Cain stood up immediately. You did very well this time. A faint smile appeared on Juan's face. Only, what left Cain speechless was, why was Juan looking at him the same way as the head of the Jenny family? Ahem ahem. Drake, standing next to Juan, couldn't help but cough. Come on, you old guys, get a grip. Hearing Drake's cough, Juan's face also showed a trace of discomfort, but he quickly composed himself. Ahem. Here's the situation. I believe there are still quite a few infiltrators within the League. You, as a chief-level researcher, don't yet have a clear post. That's why I'm appointing you as a special investigator in charge of internal cleansing. If you think it's necessary, you may organize your own team, said Juan. Upon hearing that, Cain's body instinctively trembled. Do you know what kind of person is the most feared and hated? The ones who go after their own. Cain forced a rather awkward smile. President, can't we assign someone else? But Juan shook his head and, in a serious tone, said, Cain, you don't have to worry about anything. From now on, no one will dare to touch you. As long as every person you catch is truly an infiltrator, no one will think ill of you. Investigate freely. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. That was essentially a public declaration that Cain was under Juan's protection. Anyone who didn't cooperate would have to face the consequences. Really? Cain looked at Juan with a strange expression. Juan nodded without the slightest hint of backing down. Cain, go ahead. We, the Elite Four, support you too, added Drake. As one of the few who really knew Cain, Drake considered himself someone who could speak on his behalf. Besides, as the head of the Hoenn Elite Four, he could represent them all. And let's not forget that Cain's master, Matsuda Takashi, was still an interim Elite Four member. He would also back him up. We, the Stone family, support you too. And we, the Joy family, as well. And the Jenny family, too. And the Breeders Guild as well. The Coordinators Guild, too. Our family. And we also. Almost all representatives of the major families and organizations spoke up. Anyone who didn't was basically slighting Juan. As for Cain, everyone could see his bright future. He was already one of Hoenn's chief-level researchers, and he would surely climb even higher. It was a good time to win his favor. In truth, although on the surface Cain seemed unwilling, inside he was happier than ever. Perfect. For Cain, this power couldn't be more fitting. No identity would protect him better than this one. A true controlled infiltration. For a moment, Cain felt like he had become Jason Bourne. Are you all sure? Cain asked again. Everyone nodded. Good. Cain smiled. Upon seeing that smile, everyone who had cheerfully supported him earlier instinctively shuddered. Even the smile on Juan's face became a little stiff. Everyone had a bad feeling about what was coming. With his appointment confirmed, Cain smiled, pushed his chair back, and began walking around the conference room. All the attendees turned their eyes to him, watching as he walked around the room. Juan's face gradually darkened. This kid, taking advantage of his protection to start messing around in front of everyone. After 3 or 4 laps, Juan could no longer bear it. He raised his hand to slam the table and remind Cain where they were. This was the League's High Council, not a place to fool around. But just as he was about to slam the table, Cain stopped smiling. With a serious face, he stopped in front of a man seated to one side. A middle-aged man, somewhat overweight. Seeing Cain stop in front of him, the man's expression subtly changed. His round, chubby face showed a look of displeasure. Then, I'll go ahead and drop the first bomb, Cain said coldly. Cain, don't cause trouble, shouted his master Matsuda Takashi before he could act. If he accused a high-ranking League official without evidence, the consequences. But Cain paid him no attention. With a firm gaze, he looked at the seated man and said in a heavy tone, Vice President Han, what did the Hunters Guild offer you in exchange for betraying the League and handing over our internal Pokémon? This Vice President Han belonged to an association within the League, the Starter Pokémon Association. They were in charge of assigning starter Pokémon to League-affiliated members. Of course, there were exceptions. Professors like Professor Oak could personally give Pokémon to those they deemed worthy. The Pokémon raised by those professors were more valuable than typical starters. Not just anyone could obtain them, but the vast majority of members received their starter through that association. So even though his rank wasn't the highest, his power was considerable. And the perks were very juicy. Upon hearing Cain's accusation, Johan's face turned serious. Researcher Cain, even if you were personally appointed by President Juan, you should know that slandering a league executive without proof has consequences. Cain looked him up and down. He didn't appear nervous, keeping an air of absolute righteousness. Then Cain laughed. Of course I know that, but I still have to remove you. With your position, remaining seated here is a risk to the entire league, he said firmly. That made several people who previously trusted Johan without question start to waver. Juan's raised hand still hadn't gone down. He looked at the newly appointed Cain, who was going directly against a high-ranking league member. It was a strange feeling to describe. Lowering his hand now didn't feel right. What would happen to his dignity as president? Clap, 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 clap. Without much thought, Juan began to applaud with a blank expression. Immediately, everyone present turned to him. No one understood why Juan was clapping at that precise moment. Ahem, ahem. Juan cleared his throat. Cain, do you have any evidence? He quickly changed the subject. That clapping gesture he had just done, it must have looked pretty cool. The purpose? As long as it looked cool, that's enough. The purpose doesn't matter. Cain nodded slightly at Juan, then turned his gaze toward Johan. Mr. Han, from time to time, you exchange high-quality starter Pokémon from the League for lower-quality ones provided by the Hunter Guild, don't you? And in that process, you've gained quite a few benefits, not to mention selling information, right? You were also involved in the incident where the Elite Four member, Watson, was injured. Tell me if I'm wrong, said Cain with a disturbing smile on his face. Johan's face remained calm, but Cain, watching him closely, noticed a flicker of fear deep in his eyes. Cain didn't know if Johan had been a Hunter Guild infiltrator from the start, if he was bribed later, or if they simply found some weakness to pull him to their side. In the list Cain received from Logan, Johan's name was at the top. In theory, Logan shouldn't have had access to that kind of classified information. But who sent it to him? None other than a high-ranking officer of the Hunter Guild, one of its 6 elders, was related to him. So, to help Logan establish himself in Hoenn, he was given access to this data. And eventually, that list ended up in Cain's hands. The list showed that the Hunter Guild had infiltrated members from the top to the bottom within the league. No wonder Team Rocket had managed to do the same in Kanto. They literally had half of Kanto under their control. The big question was whether Giovanni was aware of the Hunter Guild's actions. If not, now that would be interesting. Cain brought his attention back to the present. Researcher Cain, if you don't present evidence, even with President Juan's support, I will file a formal complaint with the League's Supreme Council, said Han, expression unchanged, voice firm. The Supreme Council of the League. An organization where only presidents and champions from each region and certain high-ranking officials from the League's origins in Kanto could attend. It represented the highest center of power in the Pokémon World. In Hoenn, only one had the right to attend. Not even Drake could join. Mentioning the Supreme Council made many in the room go pale. If Cain couldn't present solid evidence today, not even Juan could save the situation. Steven and Phoebe looked at Cain with concern. Really? Here's a communicator. Go ahead, report me right now, said Cain as he pulled the device from his pocket and tossed it in front of Han. Johan's face began to tighten. Cain had cornered him. President, in our starter Pokémon assignment system, aren't all incubated and distributed Pokémon recorded in detail? Cain asked, addressing the elderly man sitting beside Han. That man was the president of the starter system and managed the Pokémon assignments along with Johan. That's correct, the elder replied, without adding more. At that moment, the best thing was not to get involved. Whether he supported Johan or not, it would end badly for him. After all, he knew very well that in his department, very few had clean hands. Cain was satisfied with the answer. He pulled out a massive stack of papers from his storage space and threw them in front of Johan. This is the entire system database. Anyone with eyes can see the problems here. Mr. Han, any comments? Johan's face was already full of discomfort. Originally, those records were made only as a formality. No one dared investigate the League's higher-ups. But now, Cain had that data in his hands. As he flipped through it, Johan's expression grew darker. Cain had obtained that information using his system on the ship. Since it wasn't ultra-secret data and security wasn't tight, it was relatively easy. As for how to explain it to Juan, once Juan's guilt was confirmed, Cain could say whatever he wanted. Smack. Juan slammed the documents shut in anger. Even if my signature is at the end, and even if there are irregularities in the records, that only proves I was careless in my work. I'll write a report and hand it to President Juan, protested Han. No, no, no. This isn't just negligence, Cain said, shaking his head. He pulled out another document from his storage space. Here. It's a purchase order obtained during this latest operation, found in the hands of a high commander of the Hunter Guild. According to my information, this commander is one of the main leaders of the Hunter Guild in Hoenn and the grandson of one of its 6 elders. So, if we compare this order with the data you signed, Mr. Han, wouldn't that prove your connection to the Hunter Guild? Without waiting for a response, Cain threw both documents onto the table, using his psychic powers to slide them in front of Juan. Juan's face turned grim. Frowning, he began reviewing the files. Juan probably didn't know that the Hunter Guild was quite meticulous. Every valuable Pokémon was recorded, with full data and files, just like the League did. That document came from the previous head of the Hunter Guild in Hoenn, before Logan. Only the last part was written by Logan. Cain had already compared both sources on the ship. There were no differences. Even so, Juan tried to protest. Cain interrupted him. Still won't admit it, Mr. Han? No problem. Mr. Drake, if I remember correctly, during the Celebi space operation, one of the Pokémon Mitchell used was a Sceptile, right? If we compare that Sceptile's data with these documents, we'll know if I'm telling the truth. Cain turned to Drake. Drake nodded and pulled a Pokeball from his pocket, signaling someone outside to come in. The Pokémon Center was next door. Although the analysis would take time, everyone was willing to wait. In fact, it wasn't even necessary anymore. Juan's face said it all. No one in the room was stupid, they knew Cain was right. This is the list I got from Logan. I'm sure you'll find it interesting, President. Cain placed the list in front of Juan. Juan's expression grew even darker. The sheet was full of names. It was clear just how many infiltrators the Hunter Guild had in the Hoenn League. Thud. Juan fell from his chair to the floor. He crawled up to the table, begging, "Give me a chance. Just one. I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person." Cain, as if possessed by an action movie actor, replied coldly, "Fine. Talk to the president. Let's see if he'll let you be a good person." The first on that list was the vice president of the initial Pokémon Association. With that level of infiltration, it wasn't surprising that Juan's expression looked so grim. However, Juan still appreciated Cain's direct and efficient way of handling things. Though more than admiration, it was astonishment. But upon seeing that list, he simply couldn't feel happy. The others didn't dare say much either. Finally, the meeting ended under that heavy atmosphere. Juan was taken away by security, just like Gordon had been before. However, from this moment on, the battle between the League and the Hunter Guild had officially begun. But that no longer had much to do with Cain. The League first needed to completely root out the Hunter Guild's infiltrators within its ranks, and then assess its losses. After the meeting, Cain left directly. One day later, Cain, Steven, and Phoebe returned together to Leafy Town. Once there, Cain and Steven, with Phoebe as witness, held a full Pokémon battle. Only the 3 of them knew the final result. Who won and who lost was never revealed. All that was known was that when they left Cain's house, they all had satisfied expressions. After that, Steven departed back to Rustboro City, to the Stone family. Although this incident was dangerous, it had also brought great benefits. The Stone family was very concerned about Steven, so he couldn't stay long in Leafy Town. Before leaving, he made another agreement with Cain. Once his Tyranitar had grown enough, they would battle again. Phoebe, like Steven, went to the League headquarters. This incident had made her mature considerably. She no longer looked as innocent as before. Probably, after this, one wouldn't impose many restrictions on her. After all, if she had survived such a dangerous situation, few things could top it. A young falcon's flight always involves facing adversity. After saying goodbye to both, Cain returned to his backyard. Upon seeing its ruined state, he couldn't help but shake his head with resignation. He had lost the battle against Steven. But there wasn't much to be done. His Honchkrow and Weevil couldn't participate, his Jengar couldn't Mega Evolve, and even though he had 3 elite-level Pokémon, that only made 4 at that level. Neither Mismagius nor Altaria participated in the battle. The ones who did were Blaziken and Tyranitar. Both Pokémon experienced firsthand the difference between themselves and elite-level Pokémon. That would motivate them to train even harder. Neither used Mega Evolution. If they had, Cain might have had a chance. In the end, Steven's Aerodactyl defeated Blaziken. But the Pokémon weren't discouraged by the loss. They had already noticed how much they had progressed. All that was left was to keep pushing forward. Cain summoned his Pokémon to repair and restore the garden. Ever since his private island had started operating, that backyard had been practically abandoned. The only thing he still cared about were the wild carbink in the back mountain. Even the mother Absol and her cubs had been sent to the island to guard it. Absol had the ability to predict disasters to some extent, and her presence would make the island much safer. Once the work was done, Cain sat on the grass with his Pokémon. To his left was his 3.2-meter Tyranitar, to his right, his 3-meter Agron. 2 true guardians, like protective deities by his side. Also present were Slowking, Jengar, Florges, Drapion, Blaziken. He had many Pokémon with him. Thanks to the portable teleport system, he could summon them at any moment. A moment of rest was rare and precious. The Pokémon enjoyed spending quiet time with Cain, sharing that moment of peace. But sometimes, things don't go the way one wishes. Barely half an hour later, the most hidden communicator on Cain's body began to vibrate. He felt the vibration deep within his clothes, and his expression changed. Team Rocket. Upon pulling out the communicator and seeing the number, his face became even more serious. Giovanni. Giovanni was contacting him directly. Without hesitation, Cain pressed the answer button. Leader, he said respectfully. I heard about the Hunter Guild, Giovanni replied in a calm voice. Upon hearing him mention the Hunter Guild, Cain's heart tensed. Don't worry. The Hunter Guild is the Hunter Guild. It has nothing to do with our Team Rocket. I'm not going to punish our own for what others do, Giovanni said with a slight, amused tone. Cain didn't fully understand what he meant. Giovanni then spoke more seriously. In 3 days, come to the Viridian City base. He didn't say why, but it was enough. Yes, sir, Cain replied without hesitation. Once the call ended, his expression turned thoughtful. Knowing Giovanni, he never spoke of useless things. So why emphasize that the Hunter Guild was unrelated? That raised questions, and he didn't know what would happen in 3 days either. However, if Giovanni said he wouldn't blame him for the Hunter Guild issue, then he wouldn't. Giovanni was known for keeping his word to the letter. If he couldn't understand it, then there was no need to force it. He would know when the time came. For some reason, Cain had a hunch that all this might be related to Mew. He began to prepare his things. Just as he finished, Jengar emerged from his shadow, holding a Pokémon egg incubator. Inside was the Riolu egg. But now, the egg was emitting an intense blue light. Wasn't it supposed to hatch in a week? Why is it today? Cain wondered. He quickly took the egg from Jengar's hands with great care. The Pokémon around him showed expectant expressions. A new companion was about to arrive. Upon opening the incubator and removing the barrier, the egg seemed unable to hold back any longer and began to crack. A great amount of aura began to emanate from within. The cracks grew larger and larger. Crack, crack. Fragments of the egg began to fall little by little. And then a very small Pokémon was revealed inside. With a blue and black body, resembling a small canine, it remained crouched within the shell, arms wrapped around its knees, eyes closed. Until the eggshell had completely fallen away, the appearance of the Pokémon inside wasn't fully revealed. Curled up with its eyes closed, hugging its knees, it looked very cute, almost tender. Its body was blue, resembling a small dog. Its legs and lower torso were black, with a blue tail and a light yellow-colored color. On the backs of its forepaws, there was a white circle. When it evolves into Lucario, that circle will grow into a spike. In addition, there was a black pattern on its face resembling a mask. Its eyelids trembled slightly, and then it slowly opened its eyes, revealing pure, untainted red eyes in front of Cain. Riolu. Ryu. Riolu murmured softly, gazing at Cain with affection and tenderness. Riolu's fur, which had previously clung to its body, fluffed up as soon as it opened its eyes. Now it looked even more adorable. Ryu. Riolu let out another soft sound and jumped straight into Cain's arms. Its little nose sniffed eagerly, taking in Cain's scent as if trying to remember it forever. It didn't know why, but from the very first moment it saw Cain, it felt a strong closeness, and there was something warm and comforting about him. Cain smiled and gently stroked Riolu's back. There was no need to explain it. It was undoubtedly the effect of the aura blessing within his body. This Riolu, from the moment it was born, showed deep dependence and affection for Cain. Feeling the warmth of Cain's hand, Riolu closed its eyes comfortably, its blue tail swaying slightly. It was clearly very happy. Riolu not only looked like a little dog, it acted like one too. Cain pulled out a poke block he had prepared in advance and placed it in front of Riolu. With its puppy nose, Riolu immediately picked up the scent, and its face lit up in surprise. It looked at Cain, then at the poke block in his hand, as if asking, "Is this for me?" Cain nodded with a smile and placed the poke block in its small paw. Its little fingers had soft pads. It felt very pleasant to the touch. At that moment, Riolu was still very small, fitting into Cain's palm. It hugged the poke block with both hands and began eating right away. Taking advantage of the moment, Cain scanned Riolu with his system. Pokémon, Riolu light purple. Gender, male. Level 1. Type, fighting. Ability, inner focus. Held item, none. Egg moves, cross chop, high jump kick, blaze kick, meteor mash. Basic moves, foresight, quick attack, endure. Learned moves, none. TM moves, none. There weren't many changes in other aspects, but in terms of potential, it had gone from dark blue to light purple. That was likely due to the egg cracking incident. Because of that crack, the ointment Cain had prepared worked even better. A portion was used to repair the egg, but a large part was absorbed directly by Riolu. When a Pokémon is still in its egg, especially if it hasn't fully formed, any change can have a significant impact, even more than what happens during evolution. Cain was satisfied with the improvement in Riolu's potential. After all, Riolu only has one evolution, and the chances to strengthen it aren't many. So gaining a boost at birth was excellent. With Riolu's hatching, the rest of the Pokémon came over to congratulate their new companion. Riolu is a very sensitive Pokémon, able to sense the emotions and states of others. And it could feel that everyone was welcoming it warmly. It closed its eyes even more happily. Its tail wagged with joy, and the poke block disappeared in no time. After a second poke block, given its tiny body, it was already full. Barely hatched, and after eating, Riolu fell asleep in Cain's arms. Cain smiled and took out a friend ball he had already prepared and captured it. The system scanned its body. It was in excellent condition from birth, and being a fighting-type Pokémon, it had a strong physique. So there was no problem capturing it directly with a Pokeball. And since it was a friend ball, the friendliest of them all, it posed no harm to Riolu. Moreover, using the friend ball would rapidly increase the trust and bond between Cain and Riolu. Cain was confident that once Riolu entered its growth phase, it would soon evolve into Lucario. A fighting/steel-type Lucario could integrate perfectly into the Sandstorm team. Now that Tyranitar had fully evolved, Cain would prioritize forming the Sandstorm team. Also, his Rain team had been delayed for various reasons, so in the coming days, Cain would focus on training the members of his second and third teams. After storing Riolu, Cain also recalled the rest of his Pokémon. Then, taking advantage of Slowking's increasingly strong psychic powers, he used Slowking's teleport to disappear from the backyard. 3 days later, Viridian City received the visit of a cold-faced youth, dressed in black with black hair. His presence on the streets of Viridian drew many stares. Unknowingly, Cain had grown during this accelerated development stage. He was already 1.80 meters tall. If he hadn't bought new clothes in Saffron City, he probably wouldn't have anything left to wear. Not being able to use Sloking's teleport at times was quite inconvenient. Especially since he'd stopped using his thin skin mask, he felt a bit strange. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Viridian City Gym. Just like last time, after a special inspection, he entered directly into the Team Rocket base. This time, Cain felt more confident. With the elite official level badge hanging on his chest, no one dared look him in the eye. With his hands in his pockets, he walked steadily toward Giovanni's office. Knock, knock. He gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came a strong, familiar voice from inside. Cain opened the door and stepped in. He saw that, apart from Giovanni, there was no one else in the room. He glanced at the corners of the room out of the corner of his eye. There was no sign of Tenebris. In the entire room, it was just him and Giovanni. Everything indicated this was a confidential mission. "Leader," Cain greeted with a respectful bow. Giovanni waved his hand. "You've arrived." "Yes." "Is there something the leader wishes to assign me?" Cain asked curiously. Upon hearing Cain's question, Giovanni burst into laughter. Cain was always able to catch the hidden meanings behind his words, which made Giovanni appreciate him even more. Sometimes, having a subordinate with a sharp mind who can understand what one means makes a leader's job much easier. "You did well on your last mission. I've already transferred all the points to your identification card," Giovanni said. Upon hearing this, Cain felt a slight sense of joy. If Giovanni brought up that particular assignment, it meant he was satisfied with the results. Obtaining the DNA of the 3 legendary birds was the main objective, but he also practically wiped out the entire Nishikawa family, a devastating blow for a family of that size. "Thank you, boss," Cain replied respectfully. "This time, I also called you because there's a mission I want you to carry out," said Giovanni as he slowly rose from his executive chair, hands behind his back, walking over to the window. From there, he could observe the Team Rocket staff coming and going below. Cain followed him to the window. From that angle, one had the feeling of ruling the entire world. "I am ready to serve," said Cain, without asking what the mission was. He simply accepted. If Giovanni had called him personally, it was because it was a carefully planned task. "Aren't you curious what it's about?" Giovanni asked with a smile, seemingly pleased with his attitude. Cain briefly met Giovanni's gaze. It was the first time he dared to hold his eyes. With just that glance, Cain felt an enormous pressure. There was a reason Giovanni was who he was. "Yes, I'm curious," Cain replied sincerely. "Ha ha 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 ha." Giovanni burst into laughter at that. While laughing, he patted Cain's shoulder. "I like that about you. I've always been good at judging people. I can see that your ambition isn't small. In fact, it's enormous. But what I like most is how well you hide it. Maybe even you aren't aware of how big your ambition truly is, but I can see it. In this world of Pokémon, full of wonders and chaos, how could a man lack ambition? Without ambition, you'll never become strong. You're just like I was in the past." Cain was surprised to hear those words. He didn't know what to say or how to respond. One should never underestimate people like Giovanni, a true genius among thousands. His ability to read others was astonishing. Cain thought he had hidden his intentions well, but he couldn't escape Giovanni's insight. "I don't mind if my subordinates have ambition, on the contrary. I think the most valuable ones are precisely those who do. Not just you, I see it in Umbra and Tenebris too. And that's why they've come this far." Giovanni spoke with confidence, a smile on his face, as if he had discovered a treasure in Cain. Probably only Giovanni could possess that kind of character and confidence. In his mind, as long as his strength was absolute, no one would dare betray him. For many, that would be blind arrogance. But for Team Rocket members, especially Cain, that was the essence of Giovanni's leadership. A man like that had only 2 possible fates: die tragically or accomplish a great feat. Cain acknowledged his own ambition, although his was limited to himself. He wanted to be someone that nothing and no one could limit in the Pokémon world. Compared to Giovanni's, his ambition seemed insignificant. But Giovanni valued subordinates like Cain highly because he saw in them immense potential for growth. Cain lowered his head and said nothing, and Giovanni didn't press the topic further. His words had only one purpose, to let Cain know that as long as he proved his worth, even if his goal was to become the new leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni wouldn't oppose it. That was what completely set him apart from the Nishikawa family. "All right, let's go. I want to show you something," said Giovanni, returning to his desk and pressing a hidden button. Behind the desk, the bookshelf began to move. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of interlocking gears echoed as the bookshelf opened to the sides, revealing a secret passage. Persian, Giovanni's Pokémon, approached to accompany him. Cain didn't hesitate and followed them into the passage. Once inside, the bookshelf slowly closed behind them. Cain walked just behind Giovanni, observing the Pokémon at his side. With the level of training that Persian had, it could probably go head-to-head with Drake Salamence. Maybe it wouldn't win, but that said a lot about Giovanni's strength. Besides, this Pokémon wasn't even his main battler. It was more like a pet. The title, Giovanni the Lord of the Earth, was not undeserved. The passageway was brightly lit, with walls made of reinforced metal. It wasn't very long. They walked for only a minute before reaching the end. Upon exiting, they came upon a gigantic laboratory, the largest Cain had ever seen. Inside, a large number of scientists in white coats and masks worked diligently. They didn't even flinch at Giovanni's arrival. They were completely immersed in their tasks. This lab surpassed even Professor Oak's, Professor Birch's, or the Hoenn League headquarters. "This place, is this the lab where they researched the Mew gene?" asked Cain, impressed. "That's right," Giovanni replied with a smile. Research on the Mew gene had been progressing quite well recently. "Here, we've gathered all the Pokémon specialized doctors from Team Rocket. Every machine you see is the most advanced in the world today," Giovanni said proudly. No one came over to speak with them. But that didn't seem to bother Giovanni. In fact, he looked pleased. After walking a bit, someone finally approached them. It was a bald, thin man in a white coat and mask. He stopped in front of Giovanni.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.